Okay, Judgment Day? I'll tell you about Judgment Day, boy. The judgment is what you're going to get from your mother when she comes home later today and finds out that you've been screwing up and you didn't listen to anything we said. Oh, God. My cigarettes are falling out of my mouth. Now, boy, your mother and I have decided that we need to have a unified front. Hold on. Oh, that's good. Where was I? Oh, yeah. We're mad at you, son. We're going to have a unified front against all the crazy stuff that you think you can get away with doing when daddy's not looking and mommy's too busy cooking the meals that you need to eat, because in this house, you follow my rules because it's my way or the highway. And if you don't think that's any good, then you ought to find another place to live. I don't care. You want to pay rent? You want to be an adult? You want to go out there in the world and make something out of yourself? Well, God damn it, now is the time. If you're not going to listen to us, then we're going to have a unified front. We're going to gang up on you, boy. And we're going to tell you and your brother, I have had it. Woo! Yeah! Angry Daddy is in the house. Don't you dare look at me with that tone of voice. I have had it with all of the crap that you keep on doing. You think you can sass me with that funny mouth and with your silly little grin? Well, yeah, it turns out that I'm the one in charge. I'm the one sitting in this chair. I'm the one that makes the rules. And if you don't like it, you can get the hell out of here. Woo! Angry Daddy! Give it up for Angry Daddy, everybody. Woo! Yeah! All right. Got to start it out. It gets my temperature up. You know, it's very, very cold today, you guys. It's like, oh, I'm really happy I'm sober. I wasn't completely sober before. That's the God's honest truth of it. Well, you know, as I said, injuries and so forth, I was using it off and on. Michael, as you may have noticed in previous weeks here, Michael was getting very concerned about this. He kept saying, you got to stop doing it. And I was telling you, I was showing you the prophecies. You know, if it was just the fact that it doesn't, hurt me in any other way, it's legal here in the state of Colorado. They have probably the best selection anywhere. But whatever. Bottom line is, I could not remember dreams anymore, and it was really starting to bother me. I was waking up in the morning. I couldn't remember anything. So Monday, the day after my show, we celebrated, great show. But then after that, I'm like, that's it. I'm done. So I have been totally clean since Tuesday. Thank you in advance. Thank you. Thank you in advance. And I'm sure, go Angry Daddy. Good morning from California. DC Knowledge says, David is the only person on this planet I still love besides you innocent strangers. Yeah, Daddy's home, and he is pissed off. I have had it. David, repeat these words. Put your America flag out tomorrow. Dude, I got the America flag out right now, brother. What the hell do you think that is, bro? Come on, give me some slack here. The American flag is always flying, because even though Daddy spent time in Vietnam and he was fighting against rats that you happen to call nutria, and they're gigantic and they look like, I don't know, it was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. We went into the mess hall, the goddamn rat comes running out, he's got a massive, massive tail, and I'm like, forget about it, I'm out of here. I don't want to be in Vietnam anymore, boy. That was a long time ago, but the memory still haunts me in my heart. I can't stand it. Woo, yeah. David Unleashed, thank you, says Roger Zubarek, $20. I figure if you guys are processing your own child abuse and maybe even current abuse issues, well, what better way to do that than to serve you up a delicious, tasty dish of Angry Daddy in full, dramatic, screaming anger. Because, none of these things ever really happened. Beverly Adams just wanted Daddy to say this. How many goddamn times do I have to tell you to be on time, boy? There we go. David of Shields, smoke hash, David, like me. No. I mean, Jay Prashanth Prasadararo, if I got that right, says, geez, you've been steadily losing your mind, David. Get help. I know he's joking. This is comedy. I mean, I think that angry people are underrepresented in comedy in general. We've got like angry Donald Duck, right? You go back to vintage Disney. Well, Donald Duck is always, he's doing all this kind of stuff. So my dad happened to think Donald Duck was his favorite character. And so his tantrums also kind of resembled that of Donald Duck. So I'm like, yeah, you know what? We need an angry comedy character in the world. I've been doing this character all my life. My brother and his wife just found some funny video, some funny recording. I gave him a voicemail, and part of it was that I impersonated Alex Jones as well. Bilderberg, Illuminati, Council on Foreign Relations. I'm saying way too many keywords right now. We're already going to get knocked off the air. $25. D says this is comedy at its finest. APR 613, oh my God, my father too. Rob from Canada, it's the greatest time to be alive. So yeah, you know what? I feel better about myself. My self-esteem has risen because I'm actually not using. And back in the day, that was like a religion for me. I made it almost 27 years. And then as you may remember, because of all the anxiety and years of doing this work with no money and lots of anxiety, I had ground off the enamel on my teeth on both sides. I had a grinding problem. And it was because this tooth always wanted to push out. And I was supposed to wear a retainer after I got braces the second time. As an adult, I had to get braces. And I'd always bite down on the retainer during the night. And I ended up grinding all the enamel off of my teeth. And I go to the dentist and she's like, well, you need what's called a full mouth restoration. That was Dr. Kathy. Surprisingly, in LA, she doesn't have enough clients right now. I can't imagine why. So she just called me yesterday. And I'm like, well, I'm not in LA anymore. Sorry, I can't help you with any more of the pain. But she didn't prescribe any pain medication, dude. So here I am, like, I had what they call preparing the teeth, which means they grind off all of the enamel on all your teeth at the same time. And then they put these temporaries on. I had 4 plates, 1 on each side, top and bottom. So there's 4 altogether. Dude, it hurt so freaking bad that I was in the car on the way back and I'm going, oh my God, oh my God. Like every 3 seconds, all I could do was scream, oh my God. And she didn't prescribe pain medication. And I'm like, F this. What is there any option that I can have? And I said, I'm going to the dispensary. And I did. And I started out with tinctures. And dude, it did shave the edge off. And I'm like, wow, okay, I never used it for pain when I was younger, before I got sober in whatever it was, 1992. But you know, it was a big decision to make. It was a big, like, jumping off a cliff. Oh my goodness. So thank you guys. Wow, we have a great turnout today. We're already at 3,200 people. Comments are flying in. Oh, somebody said this. Deborah Oulette. Hey, David, check out the Carol Burnett episode with Harvey Korman and John Biner as Donald Duck. It's freaking hilarious. Thank you, I will. And somebody said, happy Julian Orthodox Theophany Timcat Vodici. Yeah, theophany is a word I was trying to remember before. It has to do with having a meeting with some type of divinity, God consciousness. David, what's your take on Russ Courthart and his later whistleblower? That's one of the main points of the show. So you guys are jumping ahead. C. Fabian, thank you for that. Pillars and Strategies, we are so excited about your session today. Love you, bro. That's that one right there. So yes, my God, my son is making money. Can you even believe that he has the nerve to go out there on that goddamn YouTube and put a cigarette in his mouth and have it dangling up and down in some, I don't know what it is, pseudo-phallic type of strange thing. And now we got comments coming in. Christina Litchin says, celebrating 20 years of Wilcockery. No, with Angry Daddy, it's a lot longer than 20 years. Don't you try to take that away from me. Hi, David from the Netherlands. By the way, my name is Krista, not Christina. Well, I'm so sorry. My God. No, I'm just joking. Michael Larson says, David, I love your energy. Thank you for the amazing show. you do every week, we needed the Angry Daddy wake-up call. Now, you listen to me, boy. I've had a lot of time to think about this, and you're in trouble. You have really screwed up today. This is the last straw. I have... Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah. I've had it. Okay. Woo! Choplo, News Nation last night wasn't the big news, David. Ivory Bow, congratulations. You love the roller coaster ride of doing life on native brain chemistry. I highly recommend it. Yeah, I mean, I did it for 27 years. I was almost at 27 years sober, and then Kathy ground off all my teeth. It's like, holy crap. This is dynamite, says Kiko. How's your refrigerator running? It's running just fine. Wilcockery, somebody says. It's great to see you in such good condition. Energy is buzzing out of you. Yeah, you know, I don't feel nervous today. Normally I get a little bit nervous before the show. I had a little bit of that. I just breathe through it. Like, what's the best way to get nervous? What's the best way to dispel nervousness, rather? You got to blow off some steam and come out there with your head held high and proudly announce that you are not going to take this anymore. Boom. Oh, yeah, we are catching the Hail Mary. We are running across the touchdown line, and it is on like the proverbial Donkey Kong. Today is an incredible show. I'm very excited to be here. Very excited about being clean again. I'll tell you what, though, dude. Tuesday and Wednesday was freaking horrible. Gotta make sure I don't curse. But it's curse-worthy of how bad it was. I was going through withdrawal. I was irritable. I'm not angry now. Not really. But I was back then. You know, irritable, frustrated, whatever. And then we had massive death threats come in. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But like, okay, well, thank you for that. Thank you for offering what you want to offer. So let's get into it. Are you guys ready? Or do you just want me to keep on yakking away and making funny jokes and being angry like Donald Duck? But it's more like Homer Simpson meets Chris Farley, meets my father. And Donald Duck is in there too. But it's all those things, you know? We got to make it real for you guys. ROI Love Light says, haha, yep, I needed this energy. The most important lesson is complete. It was a sour one. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Everybody says go, go, go. What happened to Dr. Greer? Apparently he's going to be on there tomorrow. Somebody says, oh, stop your characters, it's not funny. That's not true. Everybody, if you read these comments, people love this. Sorry if you don't like it, but yeah, you got to break through the Angry Daddy firewall to get to the meat inside the David Wilcock nut. It's a very strange nut with a hard shell, and when you break the shell, sometimes it cuts your hands. You might start bleeding. It reminds you of trauma. That's part of the point, you know. The comedy is a cathartic experience. If you don't think it's funny, sorry, guess what? Majority rules. Everybody loves it. In fact, people have asked me to do more of it, including my own dreams. So anyway, you can't please everybody all the time, but thankfully we're not just here for Angry Daddy. He does get his voice, but we're here to talk about Judgment Day. And specifically what I'm going to do is get into the Hindu, not really the Hindu today, but we're going to do Zoroastrianism, we're going to do Christianity, we're going to do Egyptian, and when you start to, and we're going to do Islamic, we're going to do Islamic prophecy, and when you see how these dots connect, it's amazing. So let's get into it. I don't need to keep on being angry. I've already blown my cork. I popped the cork on the champagne bottle. The Angry Daddy celebration for the new year 2025 is officially inaugurated. Oh, what an interesting subtext. Yeah, no, I see what you did there, boy. I see what you did there. Anyway, very exciting changes are upon us. And thank you guys for being there. Some other person is trying to say it's not funny. No, you're wrong. There's only like 2 people that said it's not funny. I know it's funny because when I do this, everybody laughs, and I've been doing it all my life. Anyway, whatever. You'll hear them pop up from time to time. If you don't like it, there's other stuff you can watch. You don't have to be here. But if you do want to be here, Angry Daddy's part of the package. Anyway, I want to dive right into this because we have many, many, many slides, and with the Alliance and what they got to say, I don't want this to turn into another 6 hours. I hope we can get it done in 5 or maybe even 4.5. So let's dig right in. What do you say? If you want to donate and I miss it, I'm really sorry, but thank you guys all for being here so much. Thank you for your help. And, Pamela Smith just donated. Thank you very much. So, here we go. Hitting the ground running. Very exciting changes are upon us, and we are in the middle of a cosmic battle between good and evil. And so it turns out that, most people didn't even believe in UFOs. They didn't understand what the UFO phenomenon really is. They might not even think that any of it is true, or maybe they're like, well, where are the grays from? Oh, they might be from Zeta Reticuli. What is the whole deal with alien abduction? Da-da-da-da. Turns out there's a very dark side to alien abduction, as we said, that we find out from top Area 51 insiders, that the grays actually soak in human puree. They puree the human body, and that's their nutrition substance. I don't know what it is. Something about the way they're designed, their skin, it soaks in like they're eating. So they soak in a bath. So that's actually one of the things. Like, you cannot write off that grays are all good and be, oh, yeah, there's no evil ETs. Wait. That's not what happens when you start hearing about what real people have to say. And, of course, Phil Schneider, after I'd already disclosed this, somebody sent me videos confirming that Phil Schneider had said the same thing about these aliens. So there are negative aliens, that is true. You got grays, you got insectoids, you got reptilians, and you've got positive extraterrestrials, which, as I've said before, appear to come from, some of them at least, are coming from the fifth density, not the fourth density. These are law of one terms. It's my original source text from 1996 is when I started reading it. Changed my life. I immediately started going online, writing about what I was reading. On the Richard Hoagland discussion forum, he was the top guest on Art Bell, 20 million listeners at night, coast to coast AM, all over the AM radio dial. I finally got on the show in like 2000 and then really started to break out in 2004. And that was when I teamed up with Richard Hoagland. So there are different types of positive ETs, and some of them have bodies that have, larger eyes, like the ones from Roswell. And one of the amazing things that we've been talking about these past few weeks is that in Linda Moulton Howe's private archive, it's a subscription-based service, earthfiles.com is where you go to access this. We read it in previous weeks, we're not going to do it again, that somebody's grandfather had a journal from the Black Ops world of the original Roswell crash. And what we found out was that EB said that there were people coming here to Earth, they called them network selectees, and they were preparing for some type of quantum evolution of the human species. And that these people would start coming in a lot more in the 30 years prior to the year 2000. The year 2000 was when it was really going to ramp up, and that there would be a final reunion with extraterrestrials in the year 2025. Well, hey, isn't that what? Yeah, that's the year we're in right now. So if you haven't been following this already, this is very exciting. We're apparently getting into first contact, and we've had another new source come in this week that again corroborates 2025 from old school insiders who worked at Groom Lake. So to say that I'm excited right now is an understatement. We've had an incredible disclosure that just took place last night. News Nation originally said it would be 8 p.m. Eastern. They moved it to 10 p.m. Eastern, or it was 10 p.m. my time. So I guess that would be midnight Eastern. So they're in Australia. So midnight, but a lot of people stayed up for it. It started out around 1100, 1500 at the beginning. By the end, it was almost up to 30,000. The 47's son, Don Jr., did a whole show about this. So, and then the guy on, Ross Coldhart is saying, we really want him to come forward, your father, when he gets back in office, to come forward and start giving us the truth. So this is all clearly being set up. This is clearly being arranged. The Roswell EB actually said 2025 for first contact. And this is not going to be what you think it is. These are the beings that created all of the world's major religions and spiritual teachings, at least most of them, all the positive ones. And, we look at these ancient texts and we say, oh, it's mythology. But then they come back from time to time, and then people write it down. They have these amazing spiritual experiences. These beings can levitate, they can glow, they can talk with a very loud voice that shakes the room, and they consistently give us spiritual teachings. And that's my next slide. So the positive angelic ETs, when they come here, they're not trying to make you rich. They're not trying to make you liked by everybody. In fact, Jesus once said, the world will hate you when you follow what I teach you. The world is going to hate you. And some people do. But thankfully, according to what I got from my own work, this came through, the positive spiritual teachings come through telepathic thought transfer from higher intelligence. So ancient scriptures that you have read oftentimes are the result of a telepathic rapprochement, ooh, that's a big word, between yourself and these positive angelic ETs. But although they tried many different times to teach us to love each other, when Jesus shows up, that's the embodiment of the galactic mind, or the logos. And so this galactic embodiment is a very important point. The LED League says, I'm manipulating wind, water, and matter. How? Well, it's called a bong hit. See, I still miss it a little bit. I still. All right. I'm not supposed to laugh at my own joke. That one I just couldn't resist. Some of the best humor is when you deadpan it. And that's classic Dan Aykroyd, Bill Murray, classic Saturday Night Live, John Belushi. They're all so good at like being really funny and not breaking. You can break a little bit, but you don't want to break all the time or else you're not really doing it right. Anyway, so most of the classic religious teachings come from telepathic thought transfer, and I ended up using the same protocol thanks to Art Bell in '96, began receiving contact that same November, and ultimately the source identified as Archangel Michael. And I didn't know what the work actually said. I published most of it between '99 and 2000, and I put it online, and it was kind of a big old mishmash. Philip White says, thanks for recommending Landman. Yeah. And that show just ended. The series finale just occurred, and some pretty dicey content in the final episode. It pushes the envelope, but whatever. You got this guy dancing naked as a stripper. You got some, slutty content in the last episode, but I'll forgive him for that because, again, this is more of what the public is asking for overall. It's about the South. It's about oil. It's a very interesting show. Having lived in the South for about half of my life, I really appreciated it. So the source identified itself as Archangel Michael, and I didn't really understand what was going on. I put it all online, 99, 2000, but it wasn't until 2022 that I began rereading all of it. I started to find out in late 21, there's some very interesting time loops into the present here. It seems to be talking about the events that we endured in 2020, the really horrific events, including however the November turned out. I would include that in there. That prophecy was in there. They're talking about 45. They're talking about Biden. They're talking about Kamala. They talk about Obama. I mean, it's crazy. And so I began reading all of the books and then putting together what became 7 books. And the main message that I didn't even know, because it slipped under the radar telepathically, I would just transcribe it in trance and then I'd put it online. I didn't want to listen to my own voice because it'll make your data inaccurate. You don't want to ever tune yourself to get to the point where you're listening to your own voice. So I would be in trance when I did it. I would stay meditating when I transcribed it. I'd give everything like a slapdash headline just based on something I saw in the words. Post it online, next, next, next. So that's how it went down. And as a result of doing all this work, I left it on the website. Nobody ever was really reading it. I wasn't that popular back then. Then in 2022, I start reading it all, and it's like, wow, this source is saying that it's Archangel Michael, and it says that they are coming back in 2025. And I wrote all 7 books before I learned about the fact that EB had the 2025 date, before I learned that Luis Elizondo was saying there was going to be a first contact event. He was targeting it at 2027, still kind of the same thing. And, somebody just mentioned the song In the Year 2525. We got some lyrics from that. So this is it. We are in the big year. This is a very exciting time for me to be alive because, again, various religions and traditions have all pointed towards this moment in time as childhood's end, graduation, the big, big ascension in which, apparently, there's going to be some type of non-catastrophic solar event this year. We will be protected from it, but it will activate us into the beginnings of the next level of evolution. And what's interesting is that depending on how much spiritual work you've done and how loving you are is really what it comes down to, that apparently will determine whether you are going to just get a mild or moderate amount of psychic expansion, or whether you actually have really intense ascended abilities, including that you're glowing, that you can manipulate lightning with your hands, that you can levitate, that you have psychic ability, that you're aware of your past lives, that you're aware of ghosts, you're aware of the spiritual world after death. You have access to both within your physical body. You are now a world jumper. You can jump from one world to another psychically and with consciousness. You can bilocate. You can be lying in one place and project an image of yourself somewhere else that looks completely real to the people who are there. And we've seen throughout history that there are saints and yogis and mystics who have attained this, and they all seem to have similar abilities. We have two more come in here. We got LED League. I'm also telepathic with animals and humans, not yet. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight because of the countdown, LOL. I hope you can sleep. Mandolin007 says, shout out to my late friend, the legendary Gary Grant. May he R.I.P. He told me about David. And again, Krista Litjens, not Christina. Sorry that I was mispronouncing your name. So then, okay. Matt Kuhn, David, your amazing rock opera, Wander Awakening, is going to be re-advertised by me. I've owned the Galactic version since it came out. I've been re-listening this week. It has tremendous power. Yeah, thank you very much. My side is splitting. Stop with all the silliness, says Loose Sapphire. David, size in P.O. Box. I'll send you some cool goods. Yeah, we have that on the DivineCosmos.com website. Anyway, Larry Newkirk says 47's inauguration is tomorrow. God bless David 47 in America. David Wilcock. Yeah, let's just... yeah, okay. Thank you, team. We have good moderators. They caught it for me. I saw it. They caught it. I didn't even have to do it. So, when I got into this work and I was reading Graham Hancock's book, Fingerprints of the Gods, in 1996, I found out that 35 ancient traditions all predicted some type of ascension event, and many of them seem to include references to a solar flash. What does that mean? It means, apparently, there is a 25,000-year cycle, and at the end of the cycle, the sun gives off this big flash of light and heat and energy, and everybody in the Black Ops world, everybody in the secret government was expecting that this was going to be an extinction-level event, that we would have, believe it or not, 1,000 degrees Celsius sustained burn on the surface of the Earth. You think LA was bad? Imagine if it's the whole surface of the Earth. And at the same time, you might also get a pole shift. You might also get tsunamis. You might also get a worldwide 200-mile-an-hour hurricane winds. You might also get supervolcanoes going off. And when the supervolcanoes go off, all these rocks blow up into the air and they fall down and everything gets buried underground, which is why every major insider who's been real has said that we don't even have to leave the Earth. You dig down and you're going to find evidence of ancient cities underground, because they used to be on the surface, but periodically the Earth tills the soil and everything gets covered over, and then that's where the Law of One used the term harvest. Well, harvest is what you do at the end of the year. You take the crops out, you harvest the good crop, and then you till the soil, and lo and behold, once the soil has been tilled, then all of a sudden, nobody has any traces of your old civilization. So 75,000 years ago, as I say in the Michael books, we had the Lake Toba supervolcano explosion, about 75,000 years ago, which is exactly when they say in the Law of One that third density started on Earth. That means that you have sentient humans who are fully self-aware, and they're not just like cavemen anymore. 75,000 years ago was when that began, and 50,000 years ago would be the next 25,000-year cycle. And there's another catastrophe that happens then, and then we see in the fossil record a massive increase in human intelligence, the dawn of complex religious beliefs, complex religious iconography, petroglyphs, cave paintings, beaded jewelry, tools, weapons. All these kind of things start exactly around 50,000 years ago. It's very, very anomalous until you understand that as the solar flash happens, you get this upgrade of human consciousness. We're having a very cold day here today. I had turned off the heater over there. I may need to turn it back on. But anyway, that's the positive side. The solar flash is the positive side if it doesn't kill you. And so we were led to believe that there was going to be some sort of catastrophic solar flash, but then the Michael Prophecies comes in and says, no, you've actually been spared that because everybody on earth, to enough of a degree, has learned the lessons that Jesus meant to teach you. People on earth might not be perfect, nobody's perfect, but you're positive enough that your planet has not been condemned for destruction. And they were planning on this the whole time. I've talked before about the fact that the whole COVID situation was what prevented this total pole shift extinction level event. And I've also argued that the original material of Jesus' teachings seems to have that prophecy embedded into it. Why do I say that? Well, Jesus was stuck on the head with a crown of thorns. That's like needle injections. He was pierced by the sphere of Longinus. That again is like an injectable. He was pierced with nails on his hands and feet. That again is resembling an injection. And best of all, it was the crown of thorns, and the name for crown is corona. And also in the Bible, it talks about the mating of the bride and the bridegroom, this analogy of the solar eclipse. And the solar eclipse, when it comes into a full concrescence, that is called a corona. So maybe this whole entire plan started over 2,000 years ago and was intended to bring us through this non-catastrophically if Jesus had gotten his message to work, which apparently it did. So Jesus talks about demons in the Bible. It seems very out of place. We don't see demons in our world now. During his time, they apparently were openly around. There were people who were demonically infested. They talk about this in the book of Luke, and I believe in the book of Mark. There are these statements about this. In Mark, it's 2 people. In Luke, it's only 1, I believe. But the idea was that there was somebody who was turning into demons and killing people and bringing them into a crypt and then eating the bodies. And Jesus cast out the demons from this person, throws them into pigs, which again is possibly analogous to swine flu. These pigs all run into the river and drown themselves because they got demons in them. It's a very, very strange thing. And then after the demons were cast out of this man, he's totally fine. So I've argued before that the man represents humanity. The demons represent part of what we're dealing with now, and they are being cast out on a global level. And again, that's just one of so many symbolic analogies. 35 different ancient traditions all predicted solar flash and ascension. So why was this demonism so much more prevalent in the time of Jesus? Well, it appears that in the Carthaginian society, they were doing live offerings. They were doing burnt offerings. They would take infants and they would offer them. And there was an arch that they typically have there as this was being done. And apparently, demonic manifestations, creatures were visible inside the arch if you did these offerings. And it worked well enough that people really got into this, and they would even do mass offerings where they'd do dozens of sacrifices all at once. That's a known part of Carthaginian history. And then Rome invades Carthage, and they learn, hey, this technology really works. And then beginning in 55 BC, Rome migrates to Great Britain. Julius Caesar creates the first Roman baths. So by the time Jesus shows up in 1 AD, the Romans had already started settling in Great Britain. And Jesus was speaking out against the Roman emperor. He did not like the Roman emperor. The Roman emperor was trying to kill the firstborn of everybody because he was worried about the Jesus prophecy, the prophecy of the Messiah. So that's why Joseph and Mary are hiding out in the manger. They didn't want their kid to get killed because everybody was looking for the Messiah the negative was trying to bring him down. Jesus came through anyway. He fulfills the prophecy, rides into Jerusalem on a mule. And that's the messianic prophecy. It turns out, John 14:12, Jesus said, as I do these things, meaning his miracles, so will you do them in greater things. So Jesus was here to get rid of the negativity, There's multiple places, as I say in the Michael books, where he is seen casting out demons. And apparently this was a visually arresting phenomenon where people's faces would actually shapeshift and look demonic. They'd scream and you'd see them totally change into something else. They're writhing like that, and all of a sudden they go back to looking the way they are, and everything's great. Whew. Thank God, you know? So now it appears that because of Jesus' ultimate payment, the ultimate sacrifice, his own life, and then resurrection, that we got a path to salvation that includes that the demonic had to go way undercover. It's much harder to get demons to emerge than it was in the time of Carthage. Now it only happens in very secretive ceremonies where if you do the right stuff, you wear the masks, the robes, you light the candles, you do the chants, and you engage in other violent activities, that you then get these manifestations, and they are visible. And so, as weird as this sounds, people fetishize this, they get into it, and they participate. What I didn't know until 2021 was that this whole ensemble of satanic stuff, which is the candles, the masks, the robes, pentagrams, the chanting, is a technology that was developed by, believe it or not, evil aliens. And so every time these aliens go to a planet, they're going to set up Satanism. They do the same stuff. And this is the bait that lures in certain vulnerable members of society to participate in these. And if you do, they make you into the negative elite. You become rich. You become famous. You become powerful. And they build these networks, and they have the help of the negative. So Uncle Jack, my Cabal insider, told me that this was being messed around with in the Elizabethan era in Great Britain. Her court astrologer, John Dee, was the original 007. And he found these old grimoires, these black magic textbooks, and he learned how to do this, and they practiced it, and they got results, and they came in contact with entities. The entities told him, Spain is going to invade you, don't do anything, we'll take care of it. 2 different times, according to Uncle Jack, the Spanish Armada was invading Great Britain. Britain was told, don't go anywhere, just stay at home. And then there were these massive storms that came up, and all of the entire Spanish Armada sank in the sea, twice in a row. Is that a miracle? No, that's the result of gravity. The same technology that could make your UFO levitate could also be used to churn the oceans. That's why they told Great Britain, don't go sailing out there. You're not going to want to be out there. So they were getting supernatural assistance, and the negative is allowed to get a head start. If you really practice this stuff consistently, this negative, evil technology, you can apparently develop some type of supernatural capability, including the ability to supernaturally kill people with consciousness, with your own mind, to influence their thoughts, remote influencing. So these are very dangerous practices. And typically, in almost every case, if you mess around with the demonic, you're going to end up being killed by a demon somehow. It'll look like a normal death, but the way that demons work is they use other people. They use telepathic influence. And the law of one explains that anybody who messes around with negative emotions, which is anger, jealousy, prolonged depression can cause it, prolonged sadness can cause it, constant fear and anxiety can cause it. All of the negative, pride, greed, ego, ripping people off, sexual conquest, all these types of negative behaviors that make other people feel bad, they will enhance negative power, but it comes at a great cost, because ultimately the demon gets to decide what's going to happen to you. And so, again, if you have any of these negative thoughts, negative entities influence you to make those thoughts stronger, but it also works the other way, which is that as you have positive thoughts, you're influenced to go more positive. So, if you are channeling negative entities, if you start practicing this stuff, they will teach you how to make money, how to set up a big government, how to control people, how to repress freedom, how to ultimately become the dominant force on earth. To do what? To lead their reign in. They want you to pave the way for them. They eventually come back, and even you are just a slave to them now. You don't get any rights. You're not considered special because you helped them out. So the negative elite are being dominated by evil aliens. That's actually the big secret of all this. And as crazy as it sounds, This is why we have a very organized group that's become obvious to everyone, and that one of their main goals is to greatly reduce how many people are here and enslave the rest. That's the way the negative likes it. They feed off of the energy of suffering, sadness, pain, hatred, unforgiveness, and fear. So if you want to play along with them, you'll be famous for a while, you'll be rich for a while, but ultimately karma plays out because there is only one God in the universe. It's a God of love. And if you're going against that, you're going to be corrected until you eventually decide to become loving or your soul dissolves. That's what the law of one says. So what's interesting is that when a solar flash happens, there is a cosmic reset. If there is a catastrophe, either way, there's a cosmic reset. And what's so weird about this is that once the flash happens, the negative is completely cooked on Earth. People go through an evolutionary leap, and some of us will be able to have incredible ascended abilities, and that includes the ability to dispatch the negative. So we have heard from various ancient traditions that even one person who has gone through this full ascension process has enough power to defeat all of the negative aliens, all of the demonic, the whole demonic realm gets cleaned out. Earth's lower astrals, which we could call hell, is completely transformed. The demons actually upgrade into what will eventually become human life. They dispatch their karma. All souls ultimately are renewed, so demons also get renewed. And what happens is that there is salvation for everybody. So this is a very, very exciting thing. The fact that the solar flash, the first wave, is going to be non-catastrophic. It's supposed to be this year, and it represents the end of the negative on Earth. But the ancient prophecies say that it is a co-creative process. Higher beings can't come in and do all the work for us. We have to do this ourselves. So we're going to see that in Zoroastrian prophecies and so on. So one other thing that I would like to point out is that this is not a joke. We had a donation come in, Kay's Thought Palace. There is a low, deep hum on your audio today. It's worse when you speak. I think it's making me dizzy and I may not be able to watch. Well, I don't know anything about that. I don't... we need some angry daddy to remind us to be more loving and make this planet great again. God bless you. Okay, I just turned on my recording. I'm sorry if there's a hum. Everybody else says it seems okay for me, sounds fine to me. I don't hear it, I don't hear it. Fix your headphones. Okay. Don't blame me for your crappy headphones. I'm glad that's not me. But anyway, I'm recording now, and I can also run noise reduction, but nobody else is hearing it. Sounds fine, sounds good, no hum, no hum, no hum. Well, he's not lying. It's just that he's having a hum, but he thinks it's my fault. It's actually not. I'm very glad to hear that's not the case. So this battle between positive and negative has become something that is right in your face. Even people who didn't want to see this are being forced to look at it. And that is part of what we're calling the Great Awakening. Well, if you can see that such massive evil exists, and they're not even trying to hide it, they're making it obvious. So if you can see that that kind of evil exists, then the ultimate lesson is that, hey, you know what? If this kind of evil exists, I want to go in the opposite direction. So as people learn about this evil, they have a spiritual awakening. And in fact, there is a very high source of good to counteract the very high source of evil. So we've been talking about, for example, the Fatima event in Portugal, 1917. Flying disc appears in the sky, attributed to Mother Mary. This is a Virgin Mary apparition. And it ultimately dried off 90,000 people who were soaked to the skin in the rain after it had parted the clouds, revealing the stars in the night sky, covering up the sun, shooting huge rainbow colors of light throughout the sky. And that is a precursor event to what we're expecting in 2025. The positive cannot be defeated. The negative is only allowed to think that it can win, but it really can't. But they do get a head start. So at first, if you practice these things, that's, the only way you're ever going to get magical powers, unless you happen to be somebody who really does your work, and you go monastic, and you're a saint, and you have a levitation capability, healing capability. Many other saints have appeared, not just in Christianity, but also in Hinduism, in Sufism, which is a subset of Islam. Many traditions around the world had people ascending. So if you practice loving consciousness and meditation, then you can actually attain this type of ascension. So this is a very real struggle, and we're all going to have to pretty soon learn to expand our consciousness and realize the spirit world is very real. There are positive and negative entities that exist in the astral planes as well as in physical bodies that we would call extraterrestrials. And the ones that we're the most interested in are beings who originate as points of light, but then they actually manifest into a normal-looking human body. They don't have larger eyes. They don't have a skinny body or a bigger head. They look just like us, but they have astounding capability, and they often are luminous. So this is a battle that is very real. This is not science fiction. This is not superstition. I'm trying to summarize it as quickly as I can. I'm glad that we don't have any humming audio or anything. Praying for peace and calm at the rally. Yes, that's another thing we got to worry about. That's why they moved it inside. Isn't it weird that this extremely cold weather showed up? I'm fighting it right now. I've got all the drapes closed in the house. I've got to have space heaters running. That's why I wondered if that's what you were hearing, because there's a heater running upstairs, but it's very faint. I also do have real-time denoise and de-reverb running off of my Apollo unit here, so that there shouldn't be any way for any humming to occur. So I'm glad it wasn't me. Anyway, this is not superstition. This is not fake. The most important part of this that people don't often respect enough is the degree to which people who are strongly hateful, strongly angry, strongly manipulative, strongly dominant towards others can be manipulated by negative demonic entities. And that type of demonic manipulation is not to be taken lightly. They themselves do not often realize what they are doing. They themselves do not realize that they are contributing to what's going on. So another principle that I've often talked about is stacking. The negative doesn't need to get you to have a car crash. The negative doesn't need to get you to have a big, big accident for you to lose your loving consciousness and go into a state of anger, hatred, suspicion, fear, worry, anxiety, and jealousy, greed, etc. All that's required is a series of small irritations. And if you get a number of these small irritations, let's say somebody insults you, and then you find out that you can't pay your bills, and then you find out something else, and then and 4 things happen that upset you, now you have a stacking effect, and you go into this traumatized state. You're upset, you're angry, you're frustrated, and that will appear to be, where you've now fallen away from the light. You've fallen away from your positive path. So one of the main teachings of the Law of One is that we have to keep getting disrupted until we learn to always remain loving, to always remain peaceful, even in the face of stress, even in the face of hardship. And it also turns out the Law of One says that the harder you fight to try to bring peace back into the world, to try to bring humanity to a higher level, the harder you fight, the harder is the negative greeting. Now, you're not going to see demons. The only way you can see one is to have an offering take place in this ceremonial context. And that's thanks to the work of Jesus. Before then, you had demons roaming around visibly. That's described in the book of Luke again. Here's this guy that changes into demons and is killing people and eating them. And Jesus cast the demons out into these pigs. Okay, that's a historical record of what people were seeing back in the time that we now call Scripture. So, there are no longer any demons visible, but I could really feel them. I mean, leading right up to the LA fires, I was feeling this constant sense of something sneaking up on me, dark entities around me, intense danger, somebody wants to stab me, somebody wants to kill me, there's something hiding in the other room, there's this presence, there's this darkness, there's this cloud. I'm like, dang. If you start feeling that, what you have to do is meditate, go into a loving place, raise your vibration. They cannot defend against that. It is the equivalent of holy water. It is the equivalent of the anti-demonic inoculation. So you want to be loving and positive, and the universe, as a loving one infinite creator, according to the Law of One, allows this game to be played. The negative will keep on upsetting you until you no longer are affected by it, until you no longer get knocked out of a loving consciousness by these events. So you ultimately are being given a benefit by these negative greetings. It may not seem like it at the time, but the whole point is, can you learn to stay in a constantly loving space? Or at least be 50% loving towards others. You can be 50% negative and still qualify for the Ascension, but if you are more negative than positive, if you're more of a manipulative, lying, angry, jealous, deceitful, greedy person, then you're not Ascension compatible. However, according to Archangel Michael and other sources, we have now graduated, and everybody is going to go through this. Everybody on Earth, that's one of the main things that said in the Michael Prophecies, blew me away. Everybody on Earth is going to go through this. The people who are still negative are going to be really surprised when other people here get a Christ activation and become ascended masters. And they're going to be walking around, they're going to be able to do hands-on healing. They can heal anything. You know, they can heal any problem with your body that you might have. And I don't know how many people are actually going to attain this. I hope it's thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions. I really don't know. But there will at least be a good number of them. And it's a very exciting thing that's going to be happening. Plus, as you keep doing your spiritual work, you will now be able to learn to develop ESP, telepathy, telekinesis, levitation, bilocation, all this kind of stuff, hands-on healing. It's all going to become available to you as you train yourself to have the meditative discipline to be more loving. So the stakes are very real, and negative entities do influence people all the time. When I was regularly using cannabis, you know, one of the ways that the universe was telling me I was going to need to stop is that every time I came down the end of my driveway, there was somebody that was coming down the road. I'm on this crazy hairpin turn right at the end of my driveway. It's very, very dangerous. Almost every single time I'd come down my driveway, there'd nearly be a car crash where I have to stop and wait for the car to show up so that I don't have this danger, because people drive really fast. They don't expect you to be coming out of a driveway as you go around a hairpin turn. So, but you know, negative entities can also get people to stack on you. So they don't know that you had 3 other triggers that day. When they trigger you, they don't realize that the reason why they're angry at you right now is because something is influencing them to do that. And also, negative entities don't usually talk, but they can telepathically influence people. So if people get really angry, if they start yelling and screaming or just simply being mean and rude to you, the words that come out of their mouth can be directly inspired by negative entities. This is one of the things we're going to have to learn. Once you learn this, you don't want to do that anymore. You don't want to be participating, feeding the negative with more negativity. But the stakes become very high. And so I'm obviously on the front lines of this. I'm telling you things that have consistently come true. We were telling you there was going to be UFO sightings, that it was the final card of the DS, and sure enough, the drones showed up November, December, just like we were being told they would by both Michael and what we're calling the Alliance. Now, the Alliance is pretty amazing. If you haven't heard that before, a secret group within the U.S. military and intelligence community has been working to expose this corrupt, evil, worldwide dictatorship that tries to lure you in by getting you to lower your virtue, lower your positivity, engage in negative behaviors, engage in elitism, pride, vanity, ego, and, you know, materialism. All of those things are actually being manipulated. The news is being manipulated. They're trying to lure you into becoming more negative because that's what's going to feed these negative entities. If they get what they want, if the negative gets what it wants, they can take over your planet and it becomes a planetary dictatorship where all of us become a slave race to reptilians, greys, insectoids, etc. Sounds really scary, and it is. But that's not going to happen. However, in order for us to avoid it, we had to be brought right to the precipice. We had to see that it could go that way and then consciously choose we don't want to participate in that. So again, the negative wants you afraid. The negative wants you in terror. The negative wants you in fear. Fear for your life. Fear that something's bad is going to happen to you. The negative wants you broke. The negative wants you to lose all your money. The negative wants you sad. The negative wants you alone. The negative wants you depressed. And so if somebody is trying to create those things, then whether they know it or not, they are telepathically being influenced. So it's a very important point to learn that negative people are a different type of brain print. They have psychopathy. There's 17 parts of the brain at least that are affected by this. The frontal lobes, where all the emotions they get shut down. I've been talking for a long time. I just want to hear what you guys have to say. Oh, we're almost up to 6,000 people already. Chris Sickler, hey David, can you speak more about what you are referring to as the state of feeling loving? is it similar to the absence of feeling separate spoken from the concept of non-duality? It's actually really simple. Jesus gave it to us in a very simple container. And the container is, Charlie Winner, thank you for the donation. The container is, all you have to do is be nice. So when Scott Mandelker and I, when I did my first tour as talking about the Law of One, we jokingly said we should just call it the Just Be Nice Tour. Because if you listen to what the Law of One, what these positive ETs have to say, wow, we're up to 6,500 now. So that's pretty darn good. For less than an hour, and we're already at 6,500 is amazing. So anyway, if you know what Jesus taught, which is love thy neighbor as thyself, as you sow, so shall you reap. It's really that simple. That's the irony of this, is that our minds want to make the positive path complex. Our minds want to make the positive path something that is very arcane and has all these things you need to learn. And I was just talking with my body worker last time we were there about Los Angeles, and that there was a yoga religion in Los Angeles. And there's just this enormous, it's mainly women, but there's a lot of men too, but more women than men. And their whole life is going to yoga class. And if you have a lot of money, you go to yoga every day, and that's your whole life. Now, yoga is supposed to be a preparation for meditation, but I don't ever see any evidence of people doing that. Now, granted, you practice yoga, your body's going to look amazing if you keep doing it. You're going to look cut, you're going to look hot, but whatever that religion was doing for those people, it did not prevent these fires. So you could be very adept at yoga and still not necessarily be protected from the negative. The real importance is on the loving consciousness. The real importance is on how you treat people and also how you think about yourself. It's very important that you're nice to other people, but if you're one of these angelic souls, as I've talked about before, the wanderer type, if your soul is inherently positive, then one of the biggest problems that you have is that psychopathic individuals can manipulate you. If you have enough trauma in your life, if something traumatizes you enough, your body will shut down the parts of the brain that are feeling the trauma so you can survive. And that mental shutdown is what causes psychopathy. It is a deliberate turning off of these regions of the brain that are more loving and more spiritual so that you can continue to function. Now, the problem is, if this happens to you, most of the people who have their brains shut off, it never comes back on. And we also know that in lieu of the pleasure that you would normally get from being loving and happy and kind, they have a part of the brain associated with sexual pleasure, we all do, called the striatum. The striatum lights up when you're feeling sexual pleasure. And it is a distinct feature of psychopathy that if you show them images of people being hurt, like somebody getting their hand stuck in the car, somebody getting hurt, that they will actually have their striatum light up on the MRI. They feel pleasure from seeing people in misery. And psychopaths have 20 common characteristics. It's a list of 20 characteristics called the PCLR, is what the psychologists call it. And this is a 20-part questionnaire, and it describes this standard set of behaviors that all psychopaths seem to have. They talk way too much. They don't care if you talk. They just want to keep on monologuing. They're very, very narcissistic. They're very, very high on themselves. They have notable learning disabilities that they cover up. They are sexually promiscuous. They lie about everything, and everybody in their life is being manipulated. The latest show I've been watching is on Paramount Plus. It's about the CIA. It's called The Agency. I actually really like it. I think everybody in the cast does an incredible job. Michael Fassbender is amazing. Richard Gere is amazing. It's top-notch acting. But the beginning of the show, if you go watch this, the beginning of the show is this guy screaming. His name's Jack White, and he's going, "Love is blindness!" And he keeps saying, "Love is blindness, love is blindness." I'm like, yeah, wouldn't it figure that a show called The Agency says love is blindness? Well, that's how psychopaths see it. And they talk, the whole show is about people working under NOC, or non-official cover, where you have a regular job, but then you're also actually working for the CIA, and nobody knows it, and you have to lie to everybody. You might be in a romantic relationship, and you really love the person, and then they tell you you have to leave them because your assignment is over, and you have to cut them off, and you can never speak to them again. And I've spoken to people that were working this way, and the whole show is designed around that. So psychopaths like it if you love them. If you love a psychopath and they're very narcissistic and it's all about them and it's always their ego and they're always having tantrums and they're always getting mad and they're tone policing you, you're not allowed to raise your voice, you're not allowed to criticize them, you're not allowed to get upset, you're only allowed to be happy. No matter how angry they get, you're only allowed to be happy. These are common characteristics. If you love them and they're still insulting you and dragging you down, now they've got a willing victim. Now they see your love as blindness, and they will manipulate you. And you're going to keep hoping that if you love them the right way, that if you give them what they want, that they will love you, but they never will, because again, the frontal lobes don't even work. The only part of pleasure they're getting is when they manipulate you in the striatum. If they're hurting you, that's what they get pleasure from. So psychopaths are very real, and they're on a spectrum, and it goes from very mild behavior all the way up to, in the extreme examples, serial killers, murderers, people who want to torture. And that's where you will ultimately be led to this worldwide organization where you see, hey, there's other people like me. They think the way I do. I know I'm different. I'm not like everybody else. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in love. I don't believe in being kind. I believe in manipulation. I believe in dominating people. And I don't work hard. I work smart. I get other people to do the work for me, then I take all the money. That's the psychopathic mindset, and it's a global thing through this elite. So psychopaths do exist, and this past week, unfortunately, we received very serious death threats, 2 of them in 2 days. And this included attempted extortion and terrorism. So this has never really happened to me before like this. Whoever is doing this appears to be very concerned, and I believe it is because of the inauguration on Monday. So we have already filed federal police reports. We've already filed local police reports. We are taking serious action, and we believe it's all the same person I've been telling you the whole time. It's just one kid. I only have one kid hating on me. There's very, very compelling evidence it's him. So he is now, if he does anything else, he's probably going to get arrested. So he really should just stop, because we've got serious federal interest. We have a cozy relationship with federal agencies as a military contractor. So don't feel bad. I really don't think this person is going to do anything, but there's been a new escalation, and I just wanted to document that. Who is we, somebody says. Well, that's Stavati Aerospace. So our entire board was given a terror threat, believe it or not. That, and the only way we can prevent the terror is to pay a whole lot of money in cryptocurrency. Well, that's very, very dangerous. You start making threats like that, there's going to be an investigation, and we're going to find out who it is, and we already know. Because we only have one hater, so it's like, well, who else would be doing this? It's obviously the same guy. So I don't feel threatened necessarily, but it is upsetting. But I am not going to let one negative individual stop me from coming on the air, stop me from sharing these messages with you. I believe this is very important. Shelley D, oh my God. David, Sybil Haynes, oh wow, David, I'm so sorry you're getting scary threats. What do you mean when we say we? You just answered the question, thank you. Yeah, so anyway, I don't want to dwell on this. In a way, it's really good that he did this, because now, he's easily there's 2 different crimes here that could be 10 or 20 years in prison each. So, I don't know. It's pretty wild. But anyway, the point is we have the alliance, and the return of 45, now 47, to the office unleashes their full agenda. We can expect that they are going to be arresting people, and we can expect fully, hold on, let me move this. We can expect that there is going to be disclosure. Disclosure means disclosure of the negative, disclosure of a global negative elite, and the idea that there are extraterrestrials, there are UFOs, and this has been a battle playing out in front of us of good and evil. Now, normally I would never make any mention of anybody threatening us, because you don't want to encourage that behavior. However, given the seriousness of the threats, I do think it's important that they are publicly documented here on the show, just in case this person decides to keep walking over the line. But, there's so much evidence, we already know who it is, and so everybody's being alerted. So, mass arrests are going to be happening. It will probably begin with, what we're expecting, that people are going to be brought back to their own country, as you know that whole story. And once we get to the point where the high-value people are accused and the high-value targets are now being dragged in, that's when we can expect massive, violent, weird counterattacks that may not be obvious right away why these things are happening, but I believe the deep freeze around DC is one of them. If there is weather manipulation technology, isn't it interesting that it was so freaking cold that people would be suffering hypothermia? And there appears to have been some great threat, so they had to move it indoors. I'm glad they did. That way people are warm. And if there was any type of attack threat, that, it can be greatly thwarted by being indoors. But again, disclosure is one of the main things I've focused on in this show. And Trump, sorry, I got to be careful I don't say that. Think about where we are. His son, Don Jr., just hosted an amazing disclosure video. I haven't finished watching it. It's on Rumble. I was watching it last night. Out of This World, breaking news investigation on secret alien aircrafts, live with Ross Coulthart and Lou Elizondo, episode 207. So this also led to the show on News Nation that began at midnight last night, and we'll have some slides on that in just a second. I'll show you what's going on. But again, this is the son of the newly elected president, and he's talking about disclosure openly on his own program. And as you can see here, look at how many followers, 1.55 million followers, so he's got triple the number that I do. That's amazing. Whoever gets above 1 million? Very few. And then not only did this thing just happen last night, we had some donations come in. Sorry, I missed those. Mossy, have you heard of CIA technology targeting important souls at night as they sleep? I've experienced force trauma technologies at night. Most of the people, I'm not saying it's you, Mossy, but most of the people who think that they're being gang stalked or tortured or, electromagnetically manipulated are really not. And so you can protect against all this kind of stuff with a loving consciousness. It's not just like because the negative wants to zap you with something that you're helpless. Positive beings are always around and they will help you. So you can call upon the Christ, you can call upon whatever form of higher divinity works for you, and you can surround yourself in white light and think loving thoughts, and that will protect you against any of these types of attacks. You've never done yoga. Yes, I have. I just thought that it became very cultish in Los Angeles. That's all I'm saying. Beverly Adams, interesting way for the Alliance to create a situation, your hater, to make heavy protection for you. It just seems to be naturally happening. Yeah. This activated the whole board. It means there's going to be a lot more money put into prosecuting this. It means we can do police reports. And it means that we do, injunctions, restraining orders. And if the person ever does anything again, he's subject to immediate arrest. That is coming very soon. I expect you're going to find out everything about this pretty soon. Anyway, disclosure is happening. This blew my mind. And the News Nation show was great. We'll get into that. And we still haven't seen Dr. Greer's new insiders. I know some of you were talking about that in the comments. That is going to be coming up probably as early as tomorrow. I don't know. I've been seeing some scuttlebutt around there. But this other News Nation thing happened first. We have a new insider. We'll talk about him. So if you haven't already figured this out, it seems that there was some intention behind recent events that we saw, speaking, interpolating. Yeah, if you haven't seen that, it's pretty obvious to me because, wait a minute, you got the 100-mile-an-hour wind. It starts in all these different places at the same time. And it just so happens to be very convenient because you could destroy a whole bunch of evidence before anything would happen, where people are kicking in your doors, law enforcement kicks in your doors, looking for criminal evidence. Well, if your house is gone, there's no evidence. And another big part of this would be that if you get your insurance, if your insurance actually pays you out on your claim, then you can leave the city and try to relocate somewhere that's safer. You get this big burst of cash. And again, their cash is being systematically drained out by earlier executive orders. So a much needed cash infusion, and it gives you a getaway car. Plus, another very sad level of this, as I said, is that you can authorize the demonic to give you more power if you engage in what is known as offering your own. So last week I talked about the Zuni elder. Zuni's similar to Hopi. It's the next tribe over from the Hopis, same region of Arizona and thereabouts. And the Zuni elder said that there are people in his culture, it's actually illegal. This is one of the things I forgot to mention last week. In the Zuni reservation, the tribal government, it is illegal to practice the techniques, the religion, whatever you want to call it, of being a skinwalker. Now, what is a skinwalker? You offer your own, and it can't be new. It's got to be somebody who's been around for a while. So maybe you throw them off a cliff or whoever. I don't think there's any one way to do it. But you offer your own, and in the aftermath of being that crazy that you're willing to do that, now you apparently can turn into an animal, which is part of what the demonic does. The shape-shifting is described in the Bible. Here's this guy outside of Jerusalem who's killing people, and he turns into a demonic entity. Well, that's real. You see the same thing in Native American Zuni culture, and the Zuni tribe has made it illegal to practice skinwalking. So if you wanted to murder somebody, you actually turn into a wolf, and then you go kill them as a wolf. People say, oh, it's so sad, they had a tragic accident. No, no, no. That was a human being who looked like a wolf, but really was actually shapeshifted. Now, is this true? I don't know, but I wasn't about to be rude to Clifford Mahooty and say, I don't believe you. And so apparently these traditions are worldwide. You see Santeria, you see voodoo, you see all different types of dark magical practices, and it always seems to be involving interacting with some type of negative entity. So this concept does apply to what we just saw in the Palisades, right? If you offer your own, which would include your own town, your own home, etc., that's the last-ditch effort when all else fails to try to gain more power. And it's part of the standard tradition of black magic. But on a way more superficial level, for the average person who doesn't know about all this stuff, the people who have been living in this city are saying, wait a minute, this is the result of our leadership being inept and corrupt. Why didn't they have enough water in the tank? Why weren't the fire hydrants working? Why did nobody get the emergency notification? There was no sirens, there was no stuff on your phone. Thankfully, only 25 people died. Why did all of these things happen? Well, the leadership did not make sure that the reservoirs were properly taken care of. They did not do wildfire mitigation. They didn't clear out the forests. And that potentially raises questions of huge liability. So even the people on the far, far left of the spectrum are now going, wait a minute. We don't really want somebody this corrupt or this inept, whether they did it on purpose or not. It's like, we don't want anything to do with this. And as you can see here, I mean, this is a picture from the event where, you know, many houses, way over 10,000, 20,000. All that's left really is just the chimney. The whole house is gone. Everything is gone. This is very, very shocking that we actually saw this in modern society. Now, here's another thing. What if you have a certain type of roof, and when we go back to the previous event that was very similar to this, there's a widespread amount of stuff you can go look at, if it's still surviving online, that if you had the right color, everything was going to be okay and you would be spared. So, the technology, whatever is being used, and I believe it is that, appears to exclude this color. And if it is being caused by certain types of beams, it appears that these beams do not hurt a tree as much as they hurt man-made structures. Because if you think about it, if you were to accidentally leave your spoon inside the bowl and then you put the bowl in the microwave oven and you start doing that, what's going to happen? You're immediately going to get these outrageous sparks, outrageous fire. Everybody knows never put metal in the nuke, right? So your house has metal, but organic stuff doesn't. So the metal goes up a lot faster than the organic stuff. So it's very interesting, the idea that the color blue may have some strange correlation. I saw this, and this was something I found on The Guardian. This was the headline above the thing. There is magic in that van. Former owner Preston Martin tells the AP. It should have been toasted, but here we are. So sure enough, here's this Volkswagen hippie van. Everything around it is completely gone, and it's miraculously unharmed. So here's the article. He says, there is magic in this van. We read that part. He figured the retro blue Volkswagen van he slept in for a year during college was a goner, given that he parked it in a Malibu neighborhood just before the Palisades fire ripped through, reducing homes and cars to rubble and charred metal. The surfboard maker was stunned to find his vehicle had survived. Not only that, a photo of this vibrant bus taken by an AP photographer circulated widely on television, giving viewers a measure of joy. There is magic in that van, he said Tuesday. It makes no sense why this happened. It should have been toasted, but here we are. Well, it does make sense if you already go back and look at previous examples. So on Thursday, now he's talking about the girlfriend. A neighbor sent her a photo. In the background was the bus, still blue and white, not at all damaged. I freaked out. I was in the bathroom and I screamed, she said. She called her boyfriend. He also freaked out and called his mom, who was ecstatic. I've never cried for a car before, the mother texted her son. They were even more surprised when the photo aired on television, popped up online. We made the news, he said in a reel on her Instagram page, and this journalist contacted the photographer. So some people are aware of what's going on. Some people are hip to this. It's not like everybody's in the dark. So this meme started going around. Says how people in Utah are preparing for the 2034 Winter Olympics. Yeah, that sounds about right. Now, another strange thing is that over 60% of the people who live in the Palisades, as I found out from statistics that were presented, they make less than $200,000 a year. So wait a minute, if their insurance got canceled, which is another strange thing, why'd everybody lose these policies? If you make less than or around $200,000 a year, even if the insurance company repays you to build your house, you're not going to have enough money to buy furniture. I mean, you have to have so much excess money to actually build a whole new house and set up yourself. I mean, maybe you could just put a mattress on the floor and not have any furniture for a while. But the point is, if you don't have that much money, you know, it's going to be very, very difficult to rebuild. And then your only option is going to be to sell. So sure enough, just like I predicted last week, you're now seeing rental price gouging and scamming fueling the flames for California wildfire victims. Quote, it's a dire situation here. It's devastating for those who lost everything. They're all scrambling to find a place to rent. Landlords are jacking up the price because now there's less supply. Governor Newsom has valiantly tried to pass laws to prevent this, but as I told you, I expected this was going to happen, and we had slides on it last week. Now, here's another interesting thing that I hadn't thought of on my own, so I didn't have it in last week's show, but the CEO of Stavati Aerospace, our company that we intend to build Area 51 type technology, hover cars, anti-gravity, all these different cool things like free energy. We want to get into all that stuff. We're also doing airplanes and a bunch of other supplies for the military. Chris was the one who brought this to my attention, that the fires may have been vastly worse than what they originally planned. In other words, it might have spread a lot more and done a lot more damage than the original intent had occurred. And he brought up a forgotten phase of history, which was World War I and the history of chemical weapons. They originally thought, oh, we just release these and we'll get the enemy. No, 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 no. It turns out that if you release this stuff into the air, it can spread everywhere and it can hurt a lot of people who you didn't intend to hurt. It doesn't just stay contained. Same thing with the fire. So history may have repeated itself, where once again, you know, somebody at one point thought mustard gas was a great idea. Now, actually, it turns out it's really, really a bad idea. Everybody is affected by this. I don't think the intention was to wipe out as much of the city as we saw. I think it went way, way out of hand compared to what was intended. So, as we talked about last week, the biblical meaning of Gehenna, this is what Jesus said 11 times in the Bible. That's normally translated as the word hell. This was on Bible Reality Check. We're just going to cover this very briefly. There's 3 words that are used for hell: Sheol, Gehenna, and Hades. Sheol and Hades both refer to grave sites, but the second New Testament word, she says, translated to hell, is Gehenna, or the Hebrew Gehinnom, which is a valley outside of Jerusalem where the city dump was located. Now, the dump was using fire to purify garbage. So there's constant fires going on. They're burning all the garbage, and if there's a dead animal, if there's a dead body, They're not burying anybody as much as they might be burning the bodies in Gehenna. So Gehenna is a very specific term that, again, Jesus was using, saying that this is the punishment for people who engage in the darkest evil. And even in Japanese spirituality, Shinto has a very big thing that's a recognized teaching. And again, Shinto came from flying boats from the universe, which in Japanese is anemono torebune. The flying boats from the universe came to Japan. On Onokoro Island was where the first contact occurred. I went there. I went to all the top Shinto sites when I toured Japan in 2002. The Japanese tradition is, and this came to them from benevolent ETs that came in flying boats from the universe. That's where they got the kimonos. That's where they got how to cultivate silk. That's where they got the tea ceremony. That's where they got how to make sushi, sashimi, the usage of ginger, the usage of wasabi, the fermentation of soy paste into the soy sauce. All of these things apparently came from the Dogu, which were the name they gave for the beings that came from the flying boats from the universe. But one of the other things that Shinto higher ETs taught Japan is that there are demonic entities, and their Shinto acupuncture is intended to get these out of your body. And they also say in Shinto that fire is the most powerful purification of the demonic. So I definitely do not recommend this, but there is a moxa bustion or moxa bishu is where you actually burn acupuncture points with these little pieces of burnable material. They put it on there and they light it on fire, and you actually end up with a scar. But moxa bustion, please don't do that at home. I would not recommend ever doing moxa. It's very stupid, but this is an ancient practice that they were actually conducting. But the point is, another one of the big Shinto teachings is that fire cleanses the demonic. So if you have an area that is heavily demonic, it will eventually attract fire. And the fire purifies the demonic. And that appears to be what Jesus was talking about when he mentions Gehenna, that fire purifies the negative. And then, since I just talked about this last week, we did a whole show on it. It also gets into Matthew 13, which is the main passage about ascension in the Bible. There is the metaphor of tares, which means the wheat. So now I want to read this to you. And again, I have so much material to get through, I got to keep talking fast here, but I'm doing it. I'm getting it done. So here it is, Matthew 13. And I'll explain what it means as I go along. And we're already at almost 7,000. Somebody just donated $50. I got to honor that. Kayla Lynn, thank you very much. David, thank you. My name is the shortened version for Michaela in Hebrew and is derived from Michael, which means who is like God. David in Hebrew means gold. I heard it meant beloved, but okay, gold is good too. You have been helping to bring and inform the world of the coming golden age. Bodhi Gaia says, I'm burning with gratitude. Bill Clayton says, the Ashtar Command is helping fight dark forces, thanking Sananda and Christos. Charlie Winter just donated, and we saw this one before. I was told by blankety blank I was involved in the secret space program. Even though it explains facts about my life, how do I know it's true? Will they ever disclose the names of people who were brought in? Again, I'm not so sure that I agree with everything that person had to say, but yes, I think that a lot of people have been involved in secret space programs. I think if you have an ET soul, if your soul is extraterrestrial angelic, you are being periodically brought into space. You're only going to remember it in dreams. It's not going to seem real. They're very good at making it so you can't normally remember this, but yes, I think many, many people we're going to find out have been involved in the secret space program. So if you suspect that it happened to you, I would say you are very likely telling the truth. Wow, thank you everyone for your tremendously generous donations, says UFO Mark II. And I'll just say this as a procedural thing, smash the like button, and please subscribe if you haven't already done so. I would love it to get up to anywhere close to where Don Jr. is. 1.5 million fans is incredible. David Savage, even in Japan, wasabi is mostly Western horseradish. Even so in the rest of the world, real Japanese native wasabi is milder. Yes, that's true. The actual wasabi root is very different, and most of what you get in the sushi bar is actually just pureed horseradish that's dyed green. Real wasabi is milder. That is true. However, again, I had a girlfriend from Japan, so I know this from firsthand experience. that the Japanese traditions were given to them by the Dogu from the Flying Boats of the Universe. All right, back to Matthew 13 and back to how that links. Remember, Jesus said that the punishment for being evil is Gehenna, that if you're evil enough, you're going to suffer purifying fire. And it's not like it keeps on happening. That was the quote we read last week. It's not eternal, but there will be a purifying fire. And so this is very, very aptly described in Matthew 13. And I want to set this up because it's the biblical ascension metaphor par excellence. Another parable put he forth unto them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is likened unto a man who sowed good seed in his field. But while his men were sleeping, his enemy came and sowed tares, and again, that means weeds. He sowed wheat. The enemy came and sowed weeds among the wheat and went his way. But when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. So just to give you a preemptive view, it's going to explain that the tares represent the evil people and that the wheat represents good people. And the enemy is the devil. They're going to say all this. I don't want to get ahead of the Bible here. Kayla Lynn, yes, it does mean beloved. Sorry, the numerical equivalent in gematria is equal to gold. Great. Thank you very much, Kayla. So check this out. The enemy comes and sows weeds into the wheat crop, which normally, this is the metaphor. It would be very easy to just go and pull them all out. You walk up and down the rows, you get down on your hands and knees, you pull out the weeds. Jesus creates a paradox because, wait a minute, we're not going to pull out the weeds. We're going to leave them alone, let them grow along with the wheat to full maturity first. Yeah, right. Nobody's ever going to do that unless you just really don't care about your crop. But anyway, this is where it's going. The servants of the householder came and said unto him, Sir, did you not sow good seed in your field? Why does it have all these weeds in it? He said unto them, An enemy did this. And the servants then said, Will you then decide that we should go and pull out all the weeds, which is normally what anybody would do? He says, No, lest while ye gather up the tares, you are going to root up also the wheat along with them. Well, that excuse doesn't really make sense because it's easy to pull the weeds out one by one. But again, this is a metaphor of earth, and the weeds represent negative people, and the wheat represent people on the positive path. Let both grow together until the harvest, which is what the law of one says is the ascension. This is where that came from, Matthew 13. That's why they used that word harvest. In the time of harvest, I will say to the reapers, gather ye together first the tares. So before anything else happens, before any other level of ascension takes place, the Bible says the first thing that's going to happen is all the weeds are gathered together. And then what does it say? Bind them into bundles to burn them. Whoa, that's the fire again. That's Gehenna. Jesus already made the analogy of burning your karma in the garbage dump, that demonic is cleansed by fire. So now he's saying it again, that before the time of any other harvest happens, first you gather up the tares, you bind them into bundles, and you burn them, and then you gather the wheat together into my barn. Then you've seen this one before. The kingdom of heaven is like a grain of mustard seed, which a man takes and sows in his field. It's indeed the least of all seeds, but when it grows, it becomes a tree. And the birds of the air come and lodge in the branches thereof. So this is another strange thing because, again, the symbolism is a spiritual teaching can be given to you in the smallest dose. Love thy neighbor as thyself. As you sow, again, the seed metaphor, so shall you reap the harvest. Just be nice is what we were calling it in modern terms. So if it really is just be nice, if that's the big teaching, Haley Powell, thank you, Dezembi Nzenga, Matrix, Mother Satan, Patrix, Father God. That's interesting. The Jimby Nzenga, thank you very much. So, the tiny seed, the smallest seed becomes the greatest tree. That is the symbol of how you get a little bit of spiritual knowledge and then it becomes ultimately your whole life. Another parable he spoke of. The kingdom of heaven is like leavening, which is what makes bread rise, right? A woman takes the leavening, hides it in 3 measures of meal until the whole was leavened. So again, you are brought into levity, levitation. It makes you rise. It makes the bread rise. The kingdom of heaven, when you taste that seed, the mustard seed, it leavens your soul and you begin rising. All these things spoke Jesus unto the multitude in parables. He never spoke without parables, that it might be fulfilled, spoken by the prophet, saying, I will open my mouth in parables, and check this out, I will utter things which have been kept secret from the foundation of the world. Wow. And again, there's all this stuff that we don't already know, but we're going to learn as we go through this ascension experience. Then Jesus sent the multitudes away. He went into the house. The disciples came unto him and said, okay, man, what the heck is this thing about the weeds in the field? It doesn't make any sense. You told everybody this Sermon on the Mount, 5,000 people. You fed them bread. It was really cool. You talked about it, but we don't know what it means. Could you please explain this? He answered and said unto them, he who soweth the good seed is the Son of Man. So the wheat represents Jesus' positive, loving teachings. The field is the world. The good seed are the children of the kingdom, but the tares are the children of the wicked one. The enemy that sowed them is the devil. Whoa! The harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels. There you go. He just said that the end of the world is going to be this event where the negative is separated from the positive one by one, plucked out one by one, gathered into bundles and burned. And then the good wheat is kept separate and put into the barn. Here we go. You know, the field is the world, the tares are the children of the wicked one, the harvest is the end of the world, reapers are the angels. All right. As therefore, let's go back to that. As therefore the weeds are gathered and burned in the fire, so shall it be in the end of this world. Well, dude, do you think maybe we're seeing Bible prophecy come true? As therefore weeds are gathered together and burned, the seeds of the wicked one, so too shall it be in the end of the world. The reapers are the angels. Angelic beings are responsible for making sure that the fire only happens where it needs to. The Son of Man shall send forth his angels, and they shall gather out of his kingdom all things that offend, and them which do iniquity, and shall cast them into a furnace of fire. There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Now, I lived there. I loved this place. The place that I used to live in, everywhere I used to go, is all burned down now. It'll take years for it to return to the way it was. Plus, if 60% of the people in Palisades are only making $200,000, I don't think they don't have enough income. You know, so, frankly, a lot of that is the result of generational wealth. Your family made money in the past. You bought the house when it wasn't expensive. Now it's worth $3 million, $5 million. A lot of these very expensive houses are not very nice. That's another thing. You go to LA, it's like, man, you know, these so-called very fancy houses, like this house is $1 million. This house is $2 million. It's crap. You know, it's not that great. So it used to be inexpensive, and then somebody in your family made a lot of money, and now you've inherited the house. Plus, they also have rent control. As long as you don't move, they can't raise your rent, which I think is pretty unfair because it means that everybody else's rent goes up even more. So if a landlord has an apartment building and there's a few people in there on rent control, everybody else's rent has to go up to subsidize the people who simply stayed put and didn't move. The universe doesn't like stagnation. So I don't know why, but I mean, again, it's very interesting that we've never seen in modern times any American city ever burn this much since, I guess, New York in 1853. This is a very, very significant thing, and it's oddly similar to Bible prophecy, as I was starting to tell you last week, but I needed to get into this. It's a two-part show. So they will be cast into a furnace of fire, anything that offends and does iniquity, which means, you know, all the stuff that the negative wants. Tares will be gathered and burned in the end of the world, wailing and gnashing of teeth. This is crazy, right? It's like, whoa. Okay, you know, maybe the Bible prophecy is being fulfilled. Then it goes on. Then, after this happens, which it just happened, right? Then shall the righteous shine forth as the sun in the kingdom of their Father. He who has ears, let him hear. What the hell does that mean? It actually is talking about light body activation. So, The Bible told us to expect a conflagration. That means a massive fire. We had the conflagration. We had the massive fire. And now, in the aftermath of that event, first the tares get burned, the weeds get burned, and it's very sad because, again, the place I used to live was lost. There's a whole bunch of people who are totally innocent who were there. I'm not saying that just because they were there, something bad happened. When big events happen like this, you have to, sometimes you need a certain number of people there who are positive to be there for everybody else who's negative. And there's massive soup kitchens now in LA. They're all over the place. One of the first articles I wrote when I first got to LA was called The LA Soup Kitchen. So I think on some level I've always known this was going to happen. So he says, first the weeds are bundled together and burned, then the wheat is separated, and then he just says, once this has happened, once the angels appear at the end of the world and gather up all those things that offend and do iniquity, then shall the righteous shine forth as the sun. That's the light body activation. When he says, who has ears to hear, let him hear, that means he's speaking in code, and you're supposed to listen for a metaphor. So the righteous shining forth as the sun is literally Ascension, which is exactly what we're now expecting in the year 2025 from multiple prophetic sources. So the Bible is coming true right in front of your eyes. History is being made right now. It's very exciting. And it relates to the legend of Gehenna, the garbage dump where dead bodies are burned. Then he says, again, the kingdom of heaven is like a net cast into the sea, gathering all kinds of fish. When it was full, they drew it to the shore, sat it down, gathered the good into vessels, and cast the bad away. Once again, the wheat and the tares, except now he's got, good fish and bad fish. So shall it be at the end of the world. I'm getting chills now, you guys. The angels shall come forth. They will sever the wicked from among the just and cast them into the furnace of fire. And again, he says there will be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Well, that is exactly what seems to have happened. It is exactly what seems to have happened, folks. So the next step is the righteous shall then shine as the sun. Now, is it going to happen next week? No. But they did tell us this year, in the Michael Prophecies, 2025 is when the big one is going to happen. Now, what is all this wickedness about? Is there any evidence of something much deeper and darker than we thought? The answer is yes. You got to look at these tunnels, and when you start to study the tunnels, you see this is part of the evidence. So a few years ago, somebody was going through this classic house, and they found these blueprints. If you haven't already seen this, what you see at the top of the blueprint there is the house. You can go look at it, or I don't know, I guess it's still there. I don't know if it burned down. But anyway, there is a secret spiraling staircase you can see in the middle of the house. So we're going to zoom in on this. It's not the greatest resolution, but it says schematic pedestrian tunnel, Hefner residence, north elevation. And you can read all the rest if you want to. Now, the first place down the staircase, it goes to the right. It says northbound tunnel to the residence of Mr. James Caan. If you're too young to remember this, James Caan was a famous actor in the 1970s. So wait a minute. You're telling me there was a tunnel? A secret tunnel? Nobody's ever talked about this that goes right to his house? Yeah, why would they need that? If you weren't doing anything bad, why wouldn't you just drive over there? Why would you need to walk in a tunnel? All that walking, for example, I mean, maybe they got golf carts or something, because these could be pretty long distances, but why do you need to hide out underground, do all this crazy stuff underground? If you haven't already seen this, it's pretty crazy. This has been confirmed, by the way. Nobody disputes the authenticity of these blueprints, okay? Then you go to the bottom of the staircase. It says there's a drainage pipe down there. That makes sense. You don't want it to flood. Then it says northbound tunnel to Mr. Jack Nicholson's residence. So there's a right turn you can take there, and you go down to that tunnel. Or you can keep walking straight, and then on the left it says clearance may vary. Further information requested on existing structures, ground conditions, and proposed construction. So if you're making Playboy magazine, you got unlimited money. This is what happens when people have too much money. But wait a minute, why would you need to build these tunnels, and why would you need to tunnel into celebrity houses? Well, that's what we found. Then it goes on. It says another southbound tunnel to Mr. Kirk Douglas's residence, another very famous actor in the 1970s. And then it says on the bottom, concrete slab, cement topping. And then at the very end on the left, it says earthbound tunnel to Mr. Warren Beatty's residence. So right here, we've got 4 celebrities: James Caan, Warren Beatty, Kirk Douglas, and good old Jack Nicholson. Whoa! Crazy stuff, right? So this has been found. They were cleaning out the mansion. They found these blueprints. Holy crap. Now, people believe this was all sealed off, but we've heard legends that there are many of these tunnels. And again, the main idea behind why you'd need something like this is if there's something really bad going on that you don't want people on the surface to have any idea of. You don't want them tracing your car. You don't want to be followed. You're going to meet up somewhere in somebody's house. Everybody can have a meeting in the house. There's no evidence because they're going to come down through one tunnel, climb upstairs into another house. Maybe something goes on in that house. Maybe nobody knows what it is, or maybe they have a room under the house. Everybody goes back home. There's no evidence. You can't see it on satellite. No PI is going to catch you going. There's nobody going to see your driver's, your license plate. It's all secret. There's really no reason to do something like this unless you had something bad going on. If it was positive, why don't you just drive there? Oh, well, I didn't want to be in traffic. Well, you're going to walk all that distance instead of driving? Give me a break. Everybody has to drive in LA. So they probably had golf carts. So that's part of what I think is just a little bit of a shadow of what's really going on, how bad it is, and why there was this biblical conflagration, just like Gehenna, just like Matthew 13. It's because they don't want you finding this stuff. They don't want you finding what's in their houses. They need the insurance money, and they want to get rid of all the evidence. That's what I think. So then, again, the fire seemed to be a lot worse than what they planned. This was what was really freaking me out 2 weeks ago as it was still going on. Extreme fire danger over Southwest California, January 13th to 15th. And right there in the middle, you see Thousand Oaks, Camarillo, Simi Valley, Northridge, Pasadena, LA. But then it goes all the way up to Ojai, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo. Goes all the way down to Long Beach. I mean, my God, you guys. And now we're up to 7,000 viewers. So once again, this is like the best that we ever really could ask for. 7,000 has been the highest I've reached. So welcome to all of you for being here. And isn't it interesting that when the fire was threatening to really go out of control and just destroy every single darn thing in the area, all of a sudden, magically the wind goes down. It wasn't as bad as we thought. And most of this extreme fire danger did not manifest, thank God. But already, again, as I said before, a great majority of all the richest places to live were burned down. In fact, if you look at Santa Monica, you can draw almost right down to the line, like around where Montana Avenue is. If you go past Montana Avenue, you're now into the northern Santa Monica, which is all the rich houses. You go below, south of Montana, it's all the poorer houses. All the richer houses burned, all the poorer houses survived. Everything on the ocean front, it was a massive, massive destruction of all of the mansions. And I think it went a lot more than they thought that it would, and it was a lot worse than they thought that it would. But it was stopped from turning into this, thank God. So that was an example of the burning of the weeds. This is a biblical metaphor, and after it happens, the angels show up. Well, they're already showing up, but they're going to appear in greater numbers. After this happens, the righteous shall shine as the sun. That's the Ascension prophecy in the Bible. Very different than most people's view of rapture, the end of the world, levitating up into the air, levitating into heaven, and then the world is destroyed. That's not what it says. It says the weeds will be burned, but the good crop will be saved. And that seems to be what we're actually seeing. So an example of positive things that are happening is this Israeli peace deal. I could not believe this. I'm so excited. This was on Wednesday, the 15th. That the envoy swayed him more in one meeting than all had been done in a year on developing peace in Gaza. And then here we see that the inferno is expected to top $250 billion in losses. And again, we see the blue van. So it's not all bad, right in the middle of this big disaster, all of a sudden now we've got these very cool things happening. There's peace in Israel. It actually is apparently taking hold, the ceasefire. I'm very happy. The hostages being exchanged. This is what we want to see. We don't want to see more negativity. Just as another little aside, I wanted to thank David Nino Rodriguez from Nino's Corner here on YouTube. He's got a big show. It's almost as many subscribers as me. He might go past me at some point. He does a lot more shows than I do, so he's going to build up his audience faster. So I've been on his show several times, and somebody hacked his X account, and because I was in touch with the top ad executives from X, I put him in touch with them, and it took all weekend, but they got his account back, and he actually thanked me by name. He says, my X account is back up and running. Thank you to David Wilcock for helping me out. So again, thank you, Nino, for the shout out. I'm glad I can help exorcise the demon and get the weeds out of your garden, burn the weeds, and get you back to the garden where you can garden your own X account, garden your own social media. And believe me, I know what it's like to be attacked on social media. Now it's just elevated to terrorism and, extortion. Okay, whatever. Anything is possible once we go past Monday. That's what I want to point out. There's very positive momentum. I don't know what to expect, but I think it's going to be pretty wonderful, pretty intense. He launched a new coin, a new crypto, and in no time at all, it shot up to a staggering valuation of $30 billion. This has to be acknowledged. 16,000% increase. And I have to say, congratulations, Mr. President. That is a stunning achievement. And it's just desserts after all these years of all these fake Trump coins. Everybody was selling the fake Trump coin, the fake crypto. He finally did it the right way. He's done a few other times before, but what an incredible, valuation. And he said he's not gonna rug people. That's a term like rug pulling where you pump and dump. He's not gonna pump it and dump it, but still, this has greatly increased his overall valuation overnight. And to me, that's another example of how the positive surges as the negative does its more desperate attempts. This is a great example. So, as the first wave of arrests occur, which could be starting as early as tomorrow or Tuesday, they're going to have lots of teams do this. They're going to have lots of people involved. Wanda Jurema, thank you very much. She says, thanks for all the info. I've used your expertise and guidance throughout the years, and I'm still reading Michael Prophecies. Ray Briggs says, hawk toi on dat thing. If that's what you feel like contributing to this discussion, God bless you. As Jamie Foxx would say, God bless you, right? When somebody's trolling him, that's what he does. I think it's a great move. What are your turkey friends doing? Says Paul Will 2012 US. They're all sleeping right now. I guess it's not technically hibernation, but we're not going to see them till April. So I have a good shoveling video. It's really funny, the patterns that I make in the shoveling. Oh, Kwan Hong Chan. Wow. I mean, 10,000 or whatever he donated. That's an incredible donation. Thank you very much. Dear David, do you think Saturn is the demiurge Yaldabaoth Satan? That is part of it. I've heard about the Saturn analogy. When I pray and call out the I am that I am I referring to the God source of the universe or just the Saturn demiurge? No, if you pray to God, you're going to get the right God. That's the way the universe works. It's not allowed to deceive you that way. How do we break free from demiurgic matrix controller? Is it not a problem? Okay, so the Terry Elston says a bong hit. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, that was a good joke. And we are definitely at 7,000 people now. 6,978. This is incredible. Don't hate the player, hate the game. So the demiurge thing is a big joke. I don't take any credence to that. The idea that the creator of the universe is a demiurge or half god, and that if you go to the light, it's a soul trap. That's just not true. The major world traditions are very consistent in explaining that loving people get the results the universe is built for, and if you're not loving enough, the universe will alter your behavior until you become more loving. But yes, so-called Gnostic belief says that the God that the Abrahamic religions believe in is not the real God. It's an imposter. It's a demiurge. I don't believe that at all. And there's some people teaching that. Billy Carson was one of them. He did it on Joe Rogan. He got totally pommeled in the aftermath. So it's not a philosophy that holds up under scrutiny of the world's great spiritual teachings, in my opinion. So if they're going around and they're arresting all these people in the first wave, as we were just saying before, that's going to involve large crews of people. It's going to involve law enforcement, federal marshals, local police, sheriffs, all different types of authorities. And it occurred to me, maybe what they're going to do is they do this first. They do these arrests first. Now they've learned the system, who can work, who can't work. And then comes the next wave, which is going to be when they try to arrest the really big targets. And that's when we can expect, apparently, that we're going to still see the fake alien invasion. The Alliance has now warned us, get ready, that is still going to happen. I got to drink some water, dude. I can't believe I went 2 hours without touching it. It's still all the way full. 2 hours, I never touched it. Isn't that amazing? When I go take my pee break pretty soon, I'm going to have to turn the heater on. It's pretty freaking cold down here. It's only like 7 degrees outside right now because we're getting that polar vortex. So once the real arrests start to happen, are they going to use Bluebeam? Apparently, yes. This was on the 16th. And then as soon as I put this into the show, it vanished. I don't know why. Maybe they only needed me to have it. Once they saw I had it, they're like, okay, David's got it. We're fine. Anyway, it's no longer up, but it was. And you can see the view count's only like less than 10,000. I caught it as soon as it appeared, and then it immediately disappeared. So this is the video that I just watched last night with News Nation. It was really, I found it very satisfying. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Air Force veteran Jake Barber reveals he was part of a secret UFO retrieval program tasked with retrieving exotic and classified craft, quote unquote. Among these, he claims to have encountered an alien egg-shaped aircraft that was described as being, quote-unquote, non-human in origin. And unfortunately, I have to say this, because I did follow the premiere, and it didn't occur until midnight Eastern Time, 10 p.m. my time, almost everybody, like 85% of the people in the live stream chat, all they did was make terrible puns about eggs. One bad joke about eggs after another, because the main new thing that we see in this show is an egg-shaped UFO being hauled around, supposedly by a 150-foot tether on the bottom of a helicopter. It's not that compelling of a video, but it is interesting. Because supposedly this is a 20-foot alien craft that just so happens to look exactly the same as a chicken egg. So everybody was making bad egg jokes, really bad egg jokes. A couple of them were okay, but most of them were really bad. So he says an egg-shaped craft. Another one that he mentioned was, he calls it an 8-gon. I couldn't figure out, was he saying acorn or was he saying 8-gon like an 8-sided polygon? I think he meant 8-gon. Anyway, his extraordinary account is reportedly supported by video evidence and corroborated by testimony from 3 fellow veterans. High-ranking military officials later confirmed to Jake Barber that the mysterious object was indeed advanced non-human technology. In the documentary, he's got 3 eyewitnesses that came forward who are all people that worked with him on this stuff. They, which would imply the negative, because it's not the Alliance, this is the Alliance, so they wouldn't refer to themselves. They, the DS, are slowly preparing you for Project Bluebeam. So this would imply that this whole effort is intended. It was actually planted by the negative. Now, I think Jake is a great guy, but he might not be aware of how this is all going to be used. And again, it's kind of working through that classic, like the AARO, Advanced Aerospace, or All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, I think is what it is. The Pentagon, official Pentagon UFO Department. Yeah, they're preparing you. They're getting people to believe in UFOs so that when they really need their get-out-of-jail-free card, when they really need the Hail Mary pass, they're in big trouble, and they got to create a massive distraction and hopefully, for them, loss of life, creating it where they need it to go, that they'll use this fake alien invasion, as we've said, like Project Bluebeam. That would be another form of Judgment Day. When that happens, people are going to think it's Judgment Day, and that's part of why I titled this, because we got Monday, the inauguration, arrests are going to happen, and then they're going to fight back with Bluebeam is the scenario that it seems we're now being painted here. So wow, that really blew me away. And there's Ross Coulthart who I think is very articulate. He's an amazing guy. I love the way his mind works. So yes, this is my feeling that it's going to be used as a last-ditch effort to try to deflect upcoming events that we expect. And then they link to post 33. He says, I'm hopeful my time was not wasted. Take good care. God bless. Well, it's not wasted because we're hearing the message and we're warning people to expect now that this is still going to happen. So this is actually something that I photographed. I went back last night. I took a picture after the show aired live. This is supposedly a UFO that looks like an egg on the bottom of a 150-foot tether, and on the bottom it's all harnessed in with the, and this is the point where it hits the ground. He lays it down on the ground with a helicopter very gently, 20 feet wide, luminous pearlescent white egg that is supposedly a UFO. Now, how did anybody get to film this and not get killed? That question is not answered. How did a film like this get leaked without anybody knowing about it? That question was not answered. But again, this show got quite popular. It was publicized by the president's son. And at the end of the show, it said, started 43 minutes ago. This was right at the end. 29,812 people watching. I was happy about that because, again, I don't want something promoted by the president's son, something this big of a deal. I don't want it to only park at like 7,000 like what we're getting. This should be bigger than my show. If my show is as big as this, then that's a big problem. Because I can barely advertise. I'm not allowed to advertise. If I try, they won't let me. So it's like, okay. Thank God that by the end of the show, after 43 minutes, 30,000 people were actually watching. Because that's a phenomenal turnout. The best turnout I ever had was about 45,000, but that was a few years ago, back when I was still married. So now the highest I can get is 7,000, but we're right there. Donna Miller just donated. Thank you very much. Then they had another slide that actually is still up on their social media on the 18th, where they actually show you this video. This was the main video. Again, the egg-shaped object was the main new video that we hadn't already seen that debuted last night. And it's just a minute and a half long. You can go watch it on this channel here. Project Bluebeam is becoming a reality. As newly released footage reveals an egg-shaped craft retrieved during a covert UAP recovery mission. Let's just breathe. This is so satisfying to me. I can't even tell you. I'm so happy this is happening, you guys. I've worked my whole life to see this. The craft bears a striking resemblance to the mysterious drones encountered by U.S. Navy pilots off the East Coast. Or not drones, I'm sorry. Well, yeah, they were drones, but they call it the Tic Tac, right? In 2015. And that was what we saw back when the footage first came out in 2017. So-called whistleblower. Now, this is strange because they put it in quotation marks, right? Which means maybe he's not really a whistleblower. Maybe he's not really in danger. Maybe this is all part of an orchestrated thing. That's what the Alliance is trying to tell you. I had another donation come in. Egg-shaped craft, it's the return of Mork from Ork. Nanu Nanu, Patrick Shea says. Now, that's actually funny, Patrick. Your joke's a lot better than many of the ones I saw. Porcelana de Carroll says, thank you, David. I am sure we are achieving our liberty. After all the lies and atrocities are shown up, the truth comes by the power of the Blu-ray, live from Brazil. We do miss you, Tarotina. I hope you didn't have some jealous husband who found out you were donating to David Wilcock and forced you not to do that anymore, and now you're not allowed to watch the show. I don't know. I hope Tarotina comes back to us. That's another funny one. Project Blue Balls. Okay, egg equals Tic Tac. Yeah, it might be. I mean, when I saw the Tic Tac video myself, it might be slightly more elongated than the egg, but it's pretty much the same kind of idea. Some of them may actually be the egg as well. There's some of them that do look like an egg. There's more than one Tic Tac type video. Back to the slide. So-called whistleblower, which means, again, they're implying that this is all being set up and he's not really in danger. Air Force veteran Jake Barber claims he was involved in recovering alien technology under a classified UFO retrieval program. He recalls airlifting a 20-foot propulsionless egg-shaped object from an undisclosed location, later confirmed by the Pentagon's UAP task force as actually being non-human in origin. Damn! They came right out and they said he's not really a whistleblower,
and Project Bluebeam's coming a reality. And here it is. And I had to say, this is funny. It's a very Christ-like metaphor, similar to the idea of dipping an Easter egg. Even the fact that the film is green, and it's like the green ray, like the dipping of the green Easter egg. And that's what it reminded me of, is like dipping that egg from the helicopter. So it's very Christ-like. So now we're going to talk about something else. All these different prophecies are converging around the year 2025. I didn't realize how big this was going to get, you guys, but wow, I'm really becoming excited and impressed. So a couple weeks ago, somebody mentioned that there was this song in the year 2025 and that it has prophetic elements. I'm like, let's go back and look at that. Sure enough, it starts out with the year 2025, but then he keeps raising the year. So again, I believe this probably was a telepathic viewing of 2025. But because, your mind is not going to be perfect, you're going to add elements of your own imagination. So as whoever wrote this song created more elements of imagination, the years keep increasing, but I think all of it refers to the title of the song, In the Year 2025. Now, the remote viewing, whatever he did, he didn't quite get the 20 part. It was 25, but wait for it, because they talk about Judgment Day, and it's correlated with the year, which could be 2025. In the year 7510, if God's a-coming, he ought to make it by then. Maybe he'll look around himself and say, guess it's time for Judgment Day. So Judgment Day is directly referenced in this song that appears to predict 2025. In the year 8510, God is going to shake his mighty head. He'll either say, I'm pleased where man has been, or tear it down and start again. So again, the years are all kind of off, but like, wow, it really does kind of talk right around 2025, Judgment Day, God returns, shaking his mighty head, and Judgment Day occurs. Now, judgment, thankfully, Michael Prophecies have already told us our planet is not going to be destroyed. It's not going to be torn down and start again, but wow, isn't this amazing? Like the degree to which this song is prophetic, I love it. Okay, next, Vicky Verma, who is a really great UFO researcher. I have high respect for him. He's done many, many great posts on X that I've appreciated reading. I'm not a subscriber, but I've seen it many times. He came out with something this past week that, again, just totally blew me away. Staggering 2025 proof from a vintage Groom Lake insider. So I'm going to show you that in just a second, but first I want to round up all of our 2025 prophecies I've said in previous episodes. And you got to go watch a bunch of old shows if you want to get caught up on all this. But if you've been watching regularly, it's all going to come together now. We have the Great Pyramid Timeline in Peter Lemzurier's book. 15 years after 2010 is when the suffering stops. That would be this year, 25. And I explained all that before. I'm not going to do it again. Saint Germain apparently said Jesus, Buddha, and angels are going to return in 2025. Alice Bailey, who is admittedly Luciferian, but whatever, she's the one that documented that prophecy. Saint Germain was a superhuman being, very likely. Sometimes these angelic ETs will project into human form. They will appear walking among us, and they will disguise themselves as normal people. Saint Germain could change silver coins into gold. He could take a number of small diamonds and make a big diamond. He could write with both hands. He could play violin as well as Paganini. He was a composer. And he apparently was friends with Benjamin Franklin and was invited to the signing of the Declaration of Independence. They called him the unknown stranger. In my books, Michael Prophecies, you get his entire speech that he gave, almost the whole speech, in front of the Founding Fathers, and that's when they signed the Declaration. Saint Germain, i.e. the unknown stranger, inspired them to sign. And so he actually said to people that Jesus, Buddha, and the angels are going to return in 2025. And I believe him. Okay? Gabriel Gomez, I saw a glowing ship when I was 15. David, have you seen the #1 doc on Max, The Cult of Mother God? I have not. You have rightly acknowledged Mother God on your live stream. I am grateful. Well, I don't know about cults, but yeah, Mother Mary is very important in all this. It's the feminine goddess energy has to be respected. It's not just a male god. The original term is Father Mother God. It was just lost over time. UFO Mark says, the United Federation of Planets salute you, dear David Wilcock, for your tireless work these past 30 years. Yeah, no matter what the threats are, we keep on going. So, St. Germain's prophecy is number 2. Let's tick down the list. We just talked about Roswell's EB. The actual being that was in the Roswell crash said they're going to come back in 2025. It's going to be a galactic family reunion. We have the prophetic pop song, 2025, which, again, he said 25, a little bit off, but he talks about Judgment Day, God coming back, very relevant. Luis Elizondo, the official mass return of ETs in 2027. It's only 2 years off, and I think they did that on purpose because they always want to disguise it a little bit. But apparently the official government recognizes this date. Then we have my 7 Michael Prophecies books, the time loops from 96 to 2000. Again, highlight 25. Last but not least, we have the new one, which is Jim Goodall. And this was dug up again by Vicky Verma. And he was talking to an insider from Groom Lake. And we're going to transcribe the whole darn thing that Vicky Verma posted because 2025 is it, folks. I could not believe it. I was so excited. This only came in like 2 days ago or yesterday or something. It was really recent. So he says, full disclosure, this year was planned decades ago. Now, who planned it? Apparently the ETs did, but he doesn't get into that. This is a video from 1999. Jim Goodall of Classified Programs at Groom Lake, quote, there are a lot of things going on about UFOs, but I won't be able to tell you about them until 2025. And then they mention, when he says the word 2025, it repeats 4 times and the voice pitch keeps getting higher. 1 minute and 42 seconds. Oh, we got more donations coming in. Gene Novacek says Kid Rock on Rally. And then we have Jane Kelly who says, thank you for guiding us through the Great Awakening, celebrating your 3rd super chat. Thank you very much. I Am That I Am says 45 is on now and rocking out, I gotta go. If you want to watch that, I'm totally fine. Just come on back, finish watching the show. But I guarantee that we are not anywhere near done with the amazing parts of the show. Hang in there with me. We're still only 2 hours in. We got a lot more to go. This is going to really, really blow your mind, folks. Okay, thank you again for the donations, everybody. I really do need them. But I will also say this big celebratory moment. Stavati has signed our first loan, $10 million loan. We signed it on Friday, and we're anticipating a payout in 1 or 2 weeks. So this is going to be enough for me to no longer owe money to the government or taxes or anything. I'm very excited. My ex-wife is very excited because she's been bothered by this too. So let's hope that it happens. But again, we signed it. There's no reason why it shouldn't happen. We privately raised the money we needed to close the deal. We paid them. And I am so excited, you guys, because it's the end of us being totally broke. It's a very big event. We're very happy. And there's many other things coming in after that. But this was our first investment of any real size. We'd raised, 6 figures before then, low 6 figures, but this is the first time that we're actually getting quote-unquote real money. So it's a wonderful, wonderful week for me. Just happened on Friday that we signed it. Okay, so here's the quote from the actual video, the transcript. I'm not going to transcribe the whole thing, but just the relevant part. I had the opportunity over the years to interview people who worked at the test site at Groom Lake. One gentleman spent 12 of his 30 years in black programs at GL, and this is Jim Goodall saying this. GL is Groom Lake. When I asked him, do you believe in UFOs? He looked at me with a straight face, one-on-one. This is a guy that worked there for 12 years. He said, absolutely, positively, they do exist. I said, can you expand upon that? He says, no, I cannot. A year later, we were talking about the activities at Groom Lake. I asked him, can you tell me what is happening out there? Wait for it. Here it comes. I'll let you read it first. He said, there's a lot of things going on there that I won't be able to tell you about until the year 2025. So this is probably more than just EB. I believe that very likely other extraterrestrials that were captured in crash disks said the same date. So this is huge. And I only saw this again like yesterday or the day before. We have things in the Nevada desert that would even make George Lucas envious. Think about all the stuff in Star Wars. The Millennium Falcon, you name it. TIE fighters. Another individual who was a non-commissioned officer in E9, that's the highest grade you can get if you're an enlisted man. He's a chief master sergeant in the Air Force, and he was a safety specialist. He had 3 different tours of duty at Groom Lake on different programs. He had no connection with my friend who works in other black programs. We were talking, I interviewed him at Nellis in 85, 86, all the way back then. So this is when the 2025 thing came in. Again, EB was in 1947. I said, what's out there? He looked me straight in the eye and said, we have things out there that are literally out of this world. I said, explain. He said, I can't, but trust me. We have things that are better than Star Trek. Wait a minute. Star Trek includes the medical device, right? And we've heard about med beds. Star Trek includes the warp drive, traveling at faster than light speed. Star Trek includes the teleportation beam, teleporting you from one place to another. And it includes all this great space technology. And he says we have stuff already in 1985 that's better than Star Trek. You realize the paradigm shift that this is going to involve when disclosure happens and people learn that this stuff is actually real? It's unbelievably epic. Better than anything you can imagine. So now we have 7 different prophetic sources that I just summarized for you in that list, all pointing to the year 2025 as first contact, second coming of Christ, and apparently a spontaneous first wave of ascension, according to Archangel Michael, a physics change. It's like if you're walking down the street, eventually you're going to hit the stop sign. The stop sign means you have to stop. We've hit a planetary stop sign, but once it's go, and once you go past the stop sign, you're in this new energy, and what it means to be human is going to change. Ascension will start to happen, and Michael promises us that some people are going to actually get really big results. So the disclosure of UFOs and of organized global negativity is an event like a jack-in-the-box, a springboard, propelling us directly into ascension. And historical prophecies are now taking on new light in the year 2025. So this is the next part of the show. Again, we have all these different sources giving us a year. The ancient prophecies don't give us a year, but they actually summarize what we can expect very nicely. So the first one I want to go through is Zoroastrian prophecy. Now, Zoroastrian prophecy came from Ahura Mazda, who was apparently a representation of some type of angelic human ET, and this is what they draw. So this is the typical Zoroastrian religious symbol, and you see that there is a man, a bearded man, who appears to be rising out of a flying disc, because you got a disc-shaped object with wings that could refer to a flying saucer. Plus he has this ring in his hand, which my guess is some type of advanced technology that shoots out bolts of lightning just like Zeus's thunderbolt, or the Vajra spear, or any of these other things we talk about in Ancient Aliens. So there you go. The Zoroastrian teachings came from this dude who the diagram clearly shows some type of human being coming out of a flying disc. That's pretty cool. So Boyce and Granette wrote History of Zoroastrianism, big 3-inch thick book. I have it. And this is what they talk about. The ultimate prophecy of this saucer-based human, Ahura Mazda. What did he say? He gave it to Zoroaster. The future expectations were fixed upon this loved and familiar earth. It is on this earth, restored to its original perfection, not destroyed, that the kingdom of Ahura Mazda is to come. The blessed will live here forever in his presence with solid flesh on solid ground. So the world is not destroyed. It was the end of history that he foretold, not the end of the world. Wow. That's like the metaphor of the tares. The tares will be burned first, and then the angels shall come, and the righteous shall shine like the sun. Zoroaster's fundamental message was that the triumph of goodness would come when evil had been progressively weakened, through the concerted efforts of the just. Progressively weakened. That is exactly what the Alliance is doing. This is a prophecy of what we're already seeing. I heard about the Alliance in 2009. The U.S. military intelligence community is aware of an organized worldwide evil, and they're going to stop it, and they're going to do it peacefully without any more loss of life than absolutely has to happen. And the presidency that we're now about to see was a big, big part of this. It's about to happen again. Evil is weakened through the efforts of the just. So that's why we need to be out there fighting in our own hero's journey, because this is how the prophecy's fulfilled, folks. Incredible. Human virtues such as justice, faith, liberality, joyfulness will then increase throughout the world, and vices such as tyranny, jealousy, heresy, and injustice will dwindle away. Zoroaster perceived the salvation of the world as dependent both upon cosmic influences as well as the sum of our individual human choices. This is very different than other prophecies, isn't it? But it again came from saucer humans. These two conjoined aspects of his teachings, the emphasis on individual responsibility, which is what the Alliance is doing, saving our planet, one by one, pulling the weeds out one by one, and the concern for the whole cosmos, made his doctrine strikingly relevant to the conditions and problems of the Greek Hellenistic age. Now, this is where it gets even better, because remember, what did the Bible say? After the harvest is the end of the world and the reapers are the angels, first the angels will gather out all those that sin and do iniquity, all those that offend, gather them into bundles and burn them. Then the wheat will be gathered into the barn, and the righteous shall then shine as the sun, and the angels have returned. Shine as the sun is the same thing that Zoroastrian called the future body. You will glow with light once you ascend. That at the last day, the bones of the dead, which represents actually people like us, spiritually dead, we're not yet ascended, will be clothed again in flesh and reanimated by the soul, which has been existing apart in heaven, hell, or limbo according to the individual judgment. According to Zoroaster, each created thing, animate or inanimate, has its own indwelling spirit. Ahura Mazda created spirit first and then clothed it in materiality. At the end of time, we will have this future body. We will return to that perfection of spirituality, with the blessed entering into the kingdom of Ahura Mazda, again means God, Christ consciousness, in the ideal form of a just soul, clad in an unblemished body, made immortal and undecaying. Wow. Then shall the righteous shine as the sun. So eschaton is a word for the end of the age. This is the Zoroastrian version of it. There's the definition right there. Divinely ordained climax of history from the original Greek word eschaton. Wow. Divinely ordained climax of history. So now we're going to dig in a little deeper on these prophecies, because again, this is all very relevant right now. Zarathustra, Zoroaster to the Greeks, prophet of the world's oldest revealed religion, lived in remote antiquity, sometime around the dawn of Iranian Bronze Age, 1800 to 1100 BC, before Christ. The three wise men were Zoroastrians. They had gold, frankincense, and myrrh, and they were waiting for the Messiah, which they called the Saoshyant, and they found it in Jesus, following a light, which could have been a UFO, that led them to Bethlehem. Zoroaster's place of birth was in the ancient land of Aryana Vaja in Central Asia, possibly somewhere around the Aral Sea. Zarathustra preached the monotheistic religion of a supreme god, Ahura Mazda, which translates as wise lord. I believe it's the same thing as Christ, ultimately, maybe a little bit different in the translation, but they're all talking about the same thing. These beings keep trying to teach us the same thing. His message is positive and life-affirming, demanding not so much belief as reason and action on the part of every individual. You don't just believe, you go out and take action. His was not a prescriptive ethic based on obedience, fear, or love, but rather personal responsibility. You have to clean up the evil, then the angels come and finish the job. A Zoroastrian is taught to lead an industrious, honest, and charitable life. There is no place for being poverty and asceticism. The generation of wealth is part of the ethos as long as you do it honestly and use it for good and charitable purposes. This is why I like Zoroastrianism. Because, you don't want to be broke. That's what the Judeo-Christian bias is. Oh, you're not spiritual unless you're broke. Well, that's not what Ahura Mazda said. The quintessences of his teachings are embodied in the triad of Humata, good thoughts, Hukta, good words, and Huvarshta, good deeds. I mean, that's standard ageless wisdom, right? The loftiest ideal for man, which again, sorry about the sexist language, is to emulate the Amisha Spentas, which are the attributes of Ahura Mazda. Vohumana is good mind. We must think for ourselves. I'm going to demasculinize this. We must think for ourselves before we can believe. We have the freedom to choose between good and evil, and we have a responsibility to reap the consequences. I agree. Asha Vahista is divine law, embodying righteousness, truth, wisdom, justice, and progress. Every Zarathustri strives to follow the path of Asha in its deepest spiritual sense. Totally. Tell the truth, be honest, have wisdom, follow the path of justice and righteousness. Kshatra Vairya is divine strength and service, gives you an ideal society. Spenta Armaiti, the benevolent spirit, is purity and devotion. That sounds great. That's Christian. Haruvatat, progression and perfection, and Amaritat, immortality and everlasting bliss, are the twin rewards of a righteous life. I love it. He presents a view of the world in which Ahura Mazda originally creates the ideal existence in accordance with the law of Asha. As the world progresses, there is conflict between good, Spenta Mainyu, and evil, which is called Angra Mainyu, and that might be where the word anger comes from. I've thought about that. In this cosmic bystander, in this cosmic drama, we are not bystanders, but rather human beings. I love this. Human beings are the prime agent, and through our actions, we achieve the ultimate triumph of good over evil. That is the alliance, folks. That is what we're seeing right now, and what we're about to see on Monday, the inauguration. It's all part of it. Ahura Mazda gives us not only the freedom to choose between good and evil, but also we have the responsibility to actively promote good and vanquish evil. We are responsible. Don't expect some savior to come and do it for you. You have to do it. Through the collective good acts of humanity, the world evolves towards a final resurrection called Frasho Kareti. That's my favorite part, that word and the whole concept, because it's the same thing. It's a solar flash. When all will be in a state of perfection, Haruvatat, and everlasting bliss, Amaritat. That sounds like every other Ascension prophecy we've heard. You shall be glowing. You shall have memory of your past lives, telekinesis, levitation, bilocation, instant healing. So there's all these weird similarities, again, because the same beings gave us both religions, I feel. Belief in one supreme and loving God, same thing in Christianity. Heaven and hell and individual judgment. The ultimate triumph of good over evil. A strict code of morals and ethics based on being loving and positive. They both have a Messiah that will come to restore the planet. There is concepts of resurrection, final judgment, and then an ascension and life everlasting. And we know that the word Satan, the word paradise, and the word Amen started out in the Persian, Iranian, Zoroastrian tradition. So now we're going to go to encyclopedia.com and talk about Frasho Kareti. This is the Zend-Avestan term that translates literally as making wonderful. So the world will be made wonderful. It's not going to suck like it does now. The rehabilitation of existence. This corresponds to Frashgird, a Middle Persian term for the last judgment or the final day of humanity's existence. Hence the title for today's talk, Judgment Day. The Avestan term derives from the expression to make existence splendid or wonderful, to rehabilitate the planet. And that's what it's going to be like once we all have these new abilities. Evil will no longer exist. People aren't going to be mean to you anymore. Everybody's going to be happy and very nice to each other. I can't wait. No more terrorism and death threats. With this concept, Zarathustra abolished the archaic ideology of the cosmic cycle and the eternal return modeled on atemporal archetypes, proclaiming the expectation of and hope for an eschaton. I do believe there's a cosmic cycle, 25,000 years, so I disagree with that. But overall, I agree with this. The eschaton means, again, the divine perfection of the world. He thus introduced a linear conception of cosmic time, an innovation in religious thought, with enormous influence on our subsequent spiritual history. According to his doctrine, this final event will be completed not because of a cosmic ritual, but by the will of God, the Creator. There will be the resurrection of your human body into a body of light and the last judgment. These are essential and significant aspects of Frasho Kareti. Can you tell me that there's a conspiracy theory that, oh yeah, it's just so happens to be a coincidence that the Zoroastrian prophecy is similar to the Christian prophecy, is similar to 35 other prophecies, or roughly 33, I guess now, because we got 2 of them. No. It's all the same beings in the same flying discs that look human, like Ahura Mazda. They come out of the disc. Egypt has the wing disc symbol as well. Isn't that interesting? Totally different culture. Same thing, wing disc. Slightly different looking because they don't have the man in the middle, but basically the same. Zoroastrianism says that the world will be made wonderful and we will have the future body where there's no more flesh and we don't die and we don't suffer. And that could be very close. It could be this year. E.T.'s return, the world is transformed. I love it. In the Gathas, the Frasho Careti is felt to be near. The Gathas are the books that they wrote through Ahura Mazda. Later, Zoroastrian developed an eschatological doctrine, situating it further off in time, which it was. Within the concept of a great year, that's the 25,000-year cycle again, they divided into 3 periods of 1,000 years. That part got distorted, just like the year 2525 wasn't quite accurate, but close. Each of these new cycles begins with the coming of a Saoshyant, a savior born of the seed of Zarathustra. We're expecting that to happen again. And that's, again, second coming of Christ. The last of these will be the Saoshyant par excellence, the maker of the final, making wonderful perfection of the planet, Frasho Careti. And other scholars do explain that there are multiple Saoshyants who appear at this time. Same thing St. Germain said, Jesus will return, Buddha will return, angels will return. The Frasho Careti is described in one of the hymns of the Avesta, Yash 19. It declares that Druj, which is the lie, the principle of or deity of evil, Satan, the lie will be brought down. The main thing Satan does is lie to you. Everything's a lie. That's what psychopaths do. They're never going to tell you the truth. The diva, Ashma, or fury, which is again a demon, an evil demon that has to do with anger, lying and anger, the demon will be destroyed by a bloody mace. The diva akamana, bad thought, will be overcome. Hunger and thirst will be defeated. Actually, let me take a drink. It reminded me. And the great god of evil, Angramanyu, again, probably the derivation of the word anger, deprived of his power, will be driven to fly away. The weeds will be gathered up and burned in the barn. And it's the same thing as Gehenna. Now we're going to go to another encyclopedia. This is an Encyclopedia Ironic, and again get data on Frasho Careti. The only more explicit description of the events believed to take place in Frasho Careti is found in the Zamyad Yast in verse 19 at the end of the initial 3 sections as well as the final one at the end. The agents who will make life Frasha or wonderful are the creatures of God, Ahura Mazda, 1910, the Amisha Spentas, 1915, the spiritual and corporal Yazatas, those who are making the world excellent, Fraso Karatar, and the saviors, or Saoshyant, which is 1922. And above all, there will be a single savior. My God, I'm having all the hair stand up on my arms. The victorious one among all the Saoshyants. That's in 1989. I.e., Astuat Areta and his companions. It is clearly indicated what making life Frasha or wonderful implies. The human body, that is your body, you're going to be going through this eventually. Maybe not right away, but this is what's going to pave the way. Some people, if you're positive enough, loving enough, this will happen right away. Your body will become ageless without decay. It will not rot or purify. It will live forever, thrive forever, and rule at will. The dead will rise, revived by the one who does not decay, and life will be created anew in an excellent and perfect way. Falsehood will be driven out of the good creation, back to that place. Remember, lying is such a big problem, as they say, with the negative. Lying will be brought back to that place where it had come from for its destructive purposes. Ashtuat Areta will emerge from Lake Hamun. I mean, these are symbolic things. It's not literally this, I don't think. There is no one lake, per se, but it's just a metaphor. Ashtuat Areta will wield the victorious weapon. You saw he had that ring in his hand, right? Other heroes bore before him, and that means, it's incredible power, lightning and everything. And he will drive falsehood out of the world of truth. And what's 4547's main social media platform? The only one he's got is called Truth Social. So you see where this is going? driving out falsehood and making the world a world of truth. It's a big part of this prophecy. And we have to do it. It's not going to happen by saviors. We have to do it first, then the saviors arrive. With his gaze of insight and strength, he will render the whole corporal world indestructible. I love it. I love it. His companions will advance and rage will flee before them. Good thought, vahumana, overcomes evil thought, which is called akamana. That's great. The rightly spoken word overcomes the falsely spoken word. I'm not going to try to pronounce that crap. Wholeness and immortality overcome both hunger and thirst. And finally, Angramanyu, or Satan, Ahriman, will retreat and becomes powerless. And again, Boyce and Grenette, the first book we showed you, said it's from the concerted efforts of the just. The transformation of our planet, not the destruction. That evil will retreat and loses all of its power. Now we have Revolvi.com. On Earth, it says the Messiah, Saoshyant, will bring about a resurrection of the dead in the bodies they had before they died. Again, I think this is symbolic of our spiritual death, not literally dead people. But there will, the afterlife, if you have a relative, they will come back in the Ascension. So it says, as long as they're authorized to. This is followed, so there's resurrection followed by a last judgment, again, judgment day, through ordeal. That's what we're experiencing right now. The fires of Gehenna, the burning of the tares. The Yazatas, the negative beings, Aryaman and Atar. That's different. Ahriman and Aryaman are different. So these are good beings. Aryaman and Atar will melt the metal in the hills and the mountains, and molten metal flows across the earth like a river. So this is about as close as it gets to predicting a solar flash, because it's actually saying that you're going to see the mountains turn into molten metal. Well, 1,000 degrees Celsius burn would cause that, and there are all sorts of vitrified forts in Europe. There are melted piles of rocks where all the rocks are fused together. There's all this weird stuff in Egypt that looks like it was burned, old pyramids that were burned. Billy Carson had a great post on that at one point. I took a picture of that. There definitely are solar flash events, and this is what would happen. So thankfully, we're not going to go through that. But even if it did happen, if you are ascending, the fire would not hurt you, as it explains in the prophecy. All of us, both living and dead, resurrected, have to wade through this river of so-called molten metal. But for the righteous, or Ashavan, it will seem to be like a river of warm milk, while the wicked will be burned. I don't know why you'd want to take a bath in warm milk, but maybe back in the day they thought it was great. How are you going to get that much milk? It's just really weird. I don't know. I don't really want to take a milk bath, but if you want to do it, go ahead. The river will then flow down to hell, where it annihilates angry Minyu, right? Angry daddy, angry Minyu, and the last vestiges of wickedness in the universe. So that's the same as the prophecy that even the demons in hell will cease to exist once we go through the solar flash. All the negativity will be gone. Thereafter, humankind will become like the Amisha Spentas. We will not need food. We won't get hungry. We won't get thirsty. We'll live forever and we won't ever die. Right at the end of the movie Cocoon, when the old man says that, I love that film. Without hunger or thirst, and we won't need any weapons, there will be no possibility of any bodily injury. That is the Ascension. The material substance of your body will be so light that you will not cast any shadow. That's pretty exciting. All of us will now speak a single telepathic language and belong to a single nation with no borders, which is just like the John Lennon song Imagine, right? Same kind of thing. All of us will share a single purpose and goal and join with the divine for perpetual exaltation of God's glory. Okay, so now we're going to shift and we're going to go to Egyptian and Greek prophecies, where they actually, Plato interviewed the Egyptian priesthood who told him about Atlantis, and they also said that there's this cycle where after a usual interval, there is a stream from heaven, sounds very similar to Zoroastrianism, the molten metal, stream from heaven comes pouring down. That's the solar flash. It leaves only those of you who are destitute of letters and education, and so you have to begin all over again, like children. You know nothing of what happened in ancient times, either among us or among yourselves. That's the catastrophic ascension But again, we're going to get the non-catastrophic version, so we will not have to begin over again, and we will definitely not be wiped out of our memory. And now this is the Egyptian priest talking. As for those genealogies of yours, which you just braggingly recounted to us, Solon, they're no better than the tales of children. Solon was the guy that actually interviewed the priests, and then he gave it to Plato. In the first place, you remember a single flood only, but there were many previous deluges. In the next place, you do not know that there formerly dwelt in your land the fairest and noblest race of humans who ever lived. And this again would be the human ETs. They were here on Earth at one time, and they already had ascended ability back then. And that you and your entire city are descended from a small seed or remnant of those who survived, which otherwhere he says is Atlantis. This was unknown to you because for many generations the survivors of the Atlantean destruction died and did not leave any written word. Now, there's also, as we've said many times before, there are other legends as well. It was kept very secret in mystery schools, this concept of the end of the age and the concept of ekpyrosis. Ekpyrosis is the word that literally means the sun blows up, gives off a big flash, as opposed to cataclysmos, which is not the destruction of the earth by fire, but the destruction of the earth by water. So the word cataclysm literally means giant flood, whereas the word ekpyrosis means solar flash. All that stuff went deep underground and became part of mystery school teachings, not available to what they call the profane, which means everybody who's not in the group. Well, that's not really where it's going. We're all going to experience this. It's not just people that know the secret handshake. Last but not least, in our section on world religions, we have the Islamic prophecies or Muslim prophecies. They have a very similar thing to Christian prophecies, Zoroastrian, Egyptian, you name it. They call it the Day of Atonement. And this is what it actually says in the Quran, so this is very cool. Now, this is called Meditation on the Holy Quran, so it's a new translation of the Quran, and somebody sent me this. I could not believe it. The Djembe Nzenga says thank you. He donated. I say thank you very much. I want to keep on going because I'm going to take a bathroom break pretty soon. But thank you again for the donation. I really appreciate it. So, when time suddenly disappears in the eternal, this is, again, an Islamic prophecy. Okay, this is in the Quran. Time will stop. Time disappears in the eternal moment of illumination. That means the sun becomes bright. It says right here, the brightness of the heavenly orbs, meaning the sun, will be split open and dissolved into transparent light. Isn't that wonderful? No more time. The sun gives off this huge brightness of transparent light, which is a weird paradox, isn't it? How could light be transparent? Those who fail to live in the constant expectation of this mystical day, which again is supposedly 2025, is the first wave, if you regard this teaching as a myth or imagination, you will be severely disappointed when the last day, Judgment Day, actually arrives and you haven't spiritually prepared yourself. Because again, if you have, you're going to get Christ-like abilities, but if you haven't, you're only going to get an upgrade that's nowhere near at that level. But everybody gets upgraded. Everybody gets more psychic and more powerful. Upon that mysterious day when time ends, wow, Judgment Day, all manifest being will tremble at the first thundering blast of divine resonance, apparently from the sun, that will utterly stop the world. That's the first wave. Time will come to an end. You'll go into timeless space. You remember your past lives, and you can see the fullness of your soul. The momentary terror that everyone experiences will then disappear as each soul realizes it does have a spiritual body that is perfect, limitless, and holy. And if you want to see the original of the Quran, go to 79, 6, and 13. You must come to know with absolute certainty that from above your conscious being, as stars are above the earth, there are angelic beings protecting you. With absolute certainty. Now we're starting to learn about them because they fly around in UFOs. And the negative ones do too, so you got to be careful. Upon pages of light in the invisible book of your life, which will become visible on the day of truth, Judgment Day, you will now know the book of life. You will have absolute certainty that you have angelic protectors. Why? Because they return. Apparently this year. We have 7 different prophecies for 2025 now. These heavenly beings record all of your actions and reactions. Even your most secret motivations, they will perceive and transcribe with perfect clarity. You go to the original Quran, chapter 82, verses 10 through 12. Now, this is another name for Judgment Day, the Day of Enlightenment. I like that. When the Day of Enlightenment dawns, your soul, now expressing itself as a luminous body, remember Matthew 13, the righteous shall shine as the sun. The face of your being is now suffused with calm joy. You awaken into the supernatural garden of divine presence. I love it. And you are overwhelmed. I'm getting the hair standing up again. To comprehend at last the full significance of your spiritual commitments. Unfrickin' believable. You will become a luminous body on the Day of Enlightenment. You awaken into the garden of the divine. And now you understand, yeah, it was a really good thing that I was working so hard to be loving, because look at what happened to me. 88, 1 through 5. On that timeless and transcendent day, again, many call it Judgment Day, human beings will experience resurrection in bodies composed of light. This is in the Quran. Did you even know about this? Until I read this, I did not. Light body resurrection, and it will be shown clearly all the thoughts and actions of your lifetimes, and that's Quran 99:4. And another name for Judgment Day is the Day of Clarification. Remember, they just call it the Day of Enlightenment. How few human beings understand the intensity and the magnitude of the swiftly approaching Day of Clarification. Those who do not really comprehend the nature of the last day might be impatient. I think we have some of them in the comments here. And they would like to speed its arrival. I hear that all the time. But maybe not. Whereas those who know the immense power of the living truth stand in trembling awe before the dawning of this infinite day. Quran 42:7. And then this quote might have been a little doctored from the original, but this is Meditation of Holy Quran. If each spiritual nation practices faithfully the path revealed through its own holy prophets, then all humanity will return together to the source of love. And that's chapter 5, verse 51. So I had somebody haze me online and say, that's not really what the Quran says. Well, okay, but that's how this author decided to translate it. And I believe that this is spiritual truth. This is ageless wisdom. We all need to practice our own spiritual teachings, whatever our country gave us. We don't need to force people to be in any one religion. If we practice our own stuff, what our own teachers said, all of us together go through this frashokareti, this ekpyrosis, this ascension, this day of clarification, day of enlightenment, judgment day. We are the ones that judge our own soul. It's very, very cool. So now in the last little thing that I'm going to do before I take my now well-earned and much-needed bathroom break at around the 3-hour mark, maybe less, we are going to pick up where we left off in last week's time loop. And I'm happy to be doing this because guess what? All of this stuff that came through the time loop in this week's show, it again totally reflects on everything that happened. So I want to point out that I had one tape left from the time that I went to Canada that I hadn't actually transcribed, and I just did that this past week right after I got sober. And I'm going through the withdrawal. It's like, okay, this sucks. I feel nervous. I feel tired. I'm really exhausted. What better thing to do than to have a spiritual contact, unseal Michael's words, and let's get down to the core of what is he predicting. But in order for this to make sense, I got to pick up where we were last week so you can remember where we were. So let's do that now. We had this prophetic dream on January 31st, 6:39 a.m. And remember, what happened was I put my mattress on the floor. I had this kitty in the barn. It was not it was a wild cat, and it peed all over my bed. This was horrible because I was freezing cold. And so, as we said last week, this was in the time loop. The idea of surviving, anybody that stayed in their house in LA, this is what happened to them. They were freezing cold. Not that their cat peed on their bed, but rather the fire made it so cold for them. So this was prophetic. I knew I could put on long johns. I just thought of that now. It has been very, very cold, and today is also very cold here, almost 0 degrees. The only thing I have to sleep on now that the kitty peed on everything is a sheet that I had in my drums, in the bass drum, to make it not as loud. It's called a damper. Everything else I had is ruined. Again, that's prophetic of what happened in LA. So the guy who was running the farm, John, got very mad at me because he had specifically forbidden me from having the cat stay in my bedroom. But I, being the sassy guy that I am, I didn't listen to John, even though it was his house, even though it was his barn, and I'm up in the loft barn apartment, literally in the loft of the barn. But he didn't want the cat getting through the door. He wanted me to keep the door closed. I let the cat sleep on my bed, and I got nailed because the cat peed all over my bed. So I felt bad about that. He was very upset. Now, again, this last week's time loop, and I'm skipping a lot, I'm only doing the very end, said that something bad was going to happen in California. I don't know if it was going to sink, but it was something bad. Again, this is a fire prophecy. San Francisco was in there. And when I thought about California in the dream, I got the image of the tree trunk with a hole in the middle. There is some place in the redwood forest where there's a tree that has a hole in the middle you can drive through. So again, that tree ultimately fell down, and all this is prophetic of the fires. Next. Oops, sorry about that. I forgot to fix that. There was another plot having to do with driving somewhere and having trouble getting there. Well, this is everybody evacuating from the fire. Obviously, waking up in the cold made it hard to remember the dream. If something like this deluge is going to happen, I'm sure I will get a lot more than this. So again, this is prophetic of massive traffic jams as people were fleeing the fire. So I got a very clear look at 3 words in Arial large print: parades and raising. And again, Ray. And it's also R-A, Ra, which is another name for Archangel Michael. So parades and raising, it implies that you can combine these 2 words together because they have the same sound. And then I seem to get to the next center as an afterword. So then I wrote it out, parades and raising to the next center. As I said last week, if you watched the show, this was a dazzling prophecy. Just take the word parades, leave it alone, and then raids and raising. So take the same 2 letters after the word R-A shows up again, Ra. The next 2 letters after R-A in raising is I-S. If you take that I-S and you add it to parades, you can make precedes, which is just 1 letter off from palisades. Now, something else I didn't point out last week is that we had just had that dream before where there was a bully with playground balls and he was throwing them at the little Japanese guy who was only a head, and his whole body had been destroyed by apparently radiation, because he said cho itai, radiation sickness in Japan. When they didn't know what it was, they called it itai itai. And if you're ever around Japanese people and they get hurt, they just go itai 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 itai. They'll also do that. Itai. But you'll always hear them go itai itai itai. So that's what they called the radiation sickness. So if you pronounced palisades like a Japanese person would, they can't say L. They don't have they have connective tissue under their tongue, so they have to. So they wouldn't say palisades; they would say palisades. That's how you'd pronounce it if you were Japanese. So the actual pronunciation of palisades is a Japanese pronunciation, and that again equates it with Hiroshima. Plus, again, there's also another one I hadn't thought of before, which is Paris AIDS. AIDS was a big disaster. It was a disease. Paris is overrun with the same kind of problems we have here. So Paris AIDS, the overrunning of the problem. And then you got, again, it's like a Japanese pronunciation of palisades. And you got the word Ra showing up in both words, parades, R-A, and then raising, R-A, starts with R-A. So that's very interesting. Now we're getting right to the end of where we were last week, 7:50 a.m. on February the 1st. He said, Freudian in action, let's boomerang into the higher realms with our own desire to be of greater and greater surface. Put the desire behind you for sexual gratification, and you will indeed have come a long way. I could not believe this, you guys. If you saw this last week, I was so blown away. This pillar of Clinton's arrival has indeed been a vast method of cleansing. Now, is Clinton going to be involved in what we're expecting to happen? Absolutely. Will he, she be arriving for these events? Yes. Is there a vast cleansing going on at the same time? Yes. Were these people involved in planning what might have happened? Well, probably at least one of them. It is both fun for the people on one level because they are ascending, and very difficult on another because it is a mirror of self. So the vast cleansing, again, was the LA fire, which was very difficult. Then I had this dream, and I went back and read it again, where Axl Rose was trying to cover up all the track marks on his arm. He was trying to surgically cover them up, and it wasn't really working. That's, again, symbolic of what's happening in LA, that they're trying to cover up how sick they really are, but everybody can see it. And then right after that was another metaphor of the sinking of the Titanic. And so I just did the final unsealing, the last tape, as I said, this past week. I hadn't looked at it until after I got sober, and the final tape ran from the dates March 26th to April 4th, 1999. Now, I decided to jump ahead because I read this. It was very time-looped. There was a lot of great Michael Prophecies in March 31st, 1999. It was very noteworthy. This was the very day that I got kicked out of the barn. One of the reasons I got kicked out of the barn, again, was because I let the kitty in the room and she peed all over the bed. John also had a daughter who was in college. She came back for spring break, and I was a little flirtatious with her, and I unexpectedly made him really, really mad by doing that, and I think that had a lot to do with it. And, you know, he had a weekly study group, and I was so busy getting my new website together that I started missing the study group, and that was a bad mistake, because even though I was paying the rent through doing the work on the barn, I was doing all this construction labor, I wasn't being a good steward of being his guest. I wasn't going to the meetings, the spiritual meetings, flirted with his daughter, let the cat pee on my bed, which was his bed, ruined the bed. He got mad at me, and he kicked me out. This was on, again, March 31st. I got really sad. I cleaned up my mind. I prayed. I got deep into a Jesus Christ meditation. And again comes the words of Archangel Michael, which you're now going to read, right after I got kicked out. So why is this so significant? Because I got kicked out of my home. I had to suddenly go move somewhere else, and that's exactly what happened to the people who had houses in Pacific Palisades in Los Angeles. If your house burned down, you got kicked out basically by the fire, and you got to move somewhere else just like I did. So that's, again, very prophetic. So I had a really interesting dream. It's very similar to the other dream we saw last week about the woman in the red dress and then the flying car. I was going to fly with my car, my Subaru. I was trying to put wings on it. Everybody was telling me I couldn't do it. So there's your flying car once again. And this is a prophecy of Stavati, what I'm doing now, where we want to make anti-gravity hover cars, working with people who worked at places that are classified military bases on this UFO program. Now I just cued on the words punchline. So this is another direct prophecy of making hover cars with Stavati Aerospace. And that's the punchline of what my life is built up to. Now we just signed this loan, $10 million, everything's great. There was definitely some difficulty associated with this flying car. I was trying to repair it, but it wasn't working. It was a pain. It was taking me a long time, and I was waiting patiently. Then the flying car shows up again in this next dream, except now it's a motorcycle. But first, this is where John kicked me out. I just got nuked. I am sitting here in bed. I'm just telling what happened on the tape. John just told me he wants me to move out. This is not easy stuff. And I go on and on complaining. I'm not going to give you all of it because we don't have time. I don't know if I'm supposed to be upset and cry or whether I should be angry. I know I feel profoundly uncomfortable right now. It's not a good feeling. And then I induce the reading, and now the first words that he says is right there, talking directly about Jesus. I should have capitalized him. I'm sorry I forgot to do that. I didn't back in 1999 when I transcribed this. For whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. That's the Ascension. The old collection of things must become different. Isn't that true? Look at what just happened. The old collection of buildings in LA, they all burned down. Narcotics and drug addictions are now a thing of the past. And remember, we just had Axl Rose covering up his heroin addiction, and at the same time, I unsealed this in the middle of kicking the medication on day one. So that was another message. I'm like, okay, I'm definitely going to stay sober because they really want me to. But this also refers to, I mean, there's so many people who are addicted to substance abuse is so rampant in Hollywood. There's so many people. It's also called chemical dependency. Narcotics and drug addictions are now a thing of the past. So it's all changing. You're not going to want to be addicted to anything once you go through this ascension process. You won't need it. You'll be blissed out all the time anyway. We move in a greater step towards the inexorable conclusion of sainthood that will mystify all others who see you. And if you're watching this show, you're probably going to become one of these people who have this happen. You will be in the first wave. You will get this saintly ability. You'll be glowing, etc. It will mystify everyone who sees you, just like the ancient prophecies I read you were saying. Let's hear it for those whose explanations are derived from the most basic opportunities to serve the one Creator possible. So they're applauding all of us who are loving. The apples and pears have all worked very diligently to keep your boundaries intact and a smile on your face. So there's many, many trees in Los Angeles. There's many, many fruit trees. Everybody seems to have fruit trees in your yard. If you got a better house, more expensive house, you might have tangerines, you might have lemons, you might have limes, you might have oranges. So again, unfortunately, many of those burned down, and I think that's what it means when it says apples and pears worked very diligently. And again, keeping the boundaries intact, that has a lot of things to do with whatever is supposed to start happening tomorrow, wink, wink, and a smile on your face. Now we must find new piping, new carpentry, and plumbing. Well, that is exactly talking about how people are going to have to rebuild their houses. And you got to hire a carpenter. You got to have a home builder. You got to do plumbing. You got to do pipes, everything. And it's also talking about spirituality. New piping, new plumbing means the water of spirit flows freely within you. The will of the one Creator is satisfied in all its various forms. And again, the prophecy of Matthew 13 is of the burning of the tares, then the righteous shall shine as the sun. Speech comes about. Now, these are very weirdly symbolic things, so I apologize if I'm going too fast, but speech comes about when we transfer the focus from the tornado or the volcano within you to those matters of more transient importance, centered in the who, what, when, where, and why, and how of our lives in the present. The house made of stone has withstood the test of time, and now it is ready to be topical. That's what it sounds like. I kind of mumbled that word out. It could be tropical as well. It might mean both. It probably does. Again, if you can't see this, remember, we just had the LA fire. I unsealed this passage, and it's talking about a volcano, and it says the house made of stone has withstood the test of time. And the only thing, as I showed you in that picture, that withstood these fires in most of the houses was the chimney, which is made of stone. So in this case, the house made of stone is a pyramid reference, and it's also a reference to your light body, that it will withstand this test of time. It's strong enough to go against the fire, the tornadoes and volcanoes within. Very, very interesting fire prophecy. Huh? Amazing. Let's instead look to the house that houses the throne of the divine. They know people's houses burn down. Don't worry about that. Look to the house of the throne of the divine. That's the office of the Christ. Keep radiantly exclaiming how delightful this change really is, from top to bottom, inward to outward, upward to downward, etc. Let's stay loose and keep it happening, if for no other reason than to say that we did it. So again, dazzling. I mean, they're directly talking about houses, and that the house of the divine will not fall down. It will be made of stone, and that this is actually a delightful change, even though there was the burning of the weeds, the Gehenna of Los Angeles. We have accomplished our objective on this planet to a large degree in the present moment. Holy smokes. And tomorrow is the inauguration. Is that not prescient? Wow. Many of the goals we have set are being accomplished even now as we speak. The mission moves towards its completion point at its totality. I mean, I don't want to blow through that too fast, but like, wow. I mean, yeah, my glasses keep my eyes from burning. The mission approaches its totality in the now. many of the things that we wanted to happen are happening now. So we're very close. We're in the year 2025. 7 sources predict it. We're already most of the way done. The Zoroastrian prophecy says evil is defeated by the concerted efforts of the just. And that's where we are. And now it goes on. This is such a beautiful reading. I love it. Ageless saints and sages of old. Let me try that again. Ageless saints and sages of old have convened. That's the return of Christ and the angels, right? That's the galactic family reunion. The harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels. The angels shall gather forth all those that offend and do iniquity. Ageless saints and sages of old have convened in the now to produce this ascension for you, this opportunity. When you think about its many products, you understand the ultimate format because of Thanksgiving dinner and the appropriate preparations made thereafter. Well, this is very interesting because what started the Michael Prophecies as I was finishing book 1, the very last day I was putting it together was Thanksgiving, and then I had this very strange apparition show up in my room that I felt was Mother Mary, but it felt like 10 people in one place, and it rolled through my body like every atom was rolling like a ball. It made me almost want to throw up. I felt myself entangled with the room, and I felt this very, very powerful entity that was right there next to me. It was so freaking amazing. So, Thanksgiving dinner and the appropriate preparations made thereafter. Yeah, it's personal, but that was the saint and sages of old, in this case Mary, showing up for me on Thanksgiving. They already knew this was going to happen in 1999, and then once it did, I wrote Michael Prophecies, which were the appropriate preparations made thereafter to again signal 2025 and produce this ascension opportunity. Do not think of this as a stumbling block or as the underarm deodorant that causes you severe distress. That's also talking about me. I have allergies. I don't need deodorant, actually. It turns out that I'm fine without it. If I really need it, I'll use the salt stuff. That's about it. But rather the method by which this personal growth comes to fruition. And no, I don't smell. Don't haze me. It's just that it actually, I'll use salt if I have to, but most of the time I don't need it. Rather, the method by which this personal growth comes to fruition, where you are no longer responsible for anyone but yourself. You're not living through a benefactor of any kind. Well, we all want the government to take care of us, or many people do. No, you want to get to be independent, more like the Southern mentality. You're out on the range, pioneering, you're doing it yourself. So, for you see, he says, and this was talking to me also about like staying at John's barn and not getting my own place. There does continue to be a reinforcement of perpetual adolescence by not having a circumstance that entails the full participation in your own reality field, so to speak. So because the DS, the deep state, whatever, is attacking us, hurting us, we have a perpetual adolescence because we are not fully participating in our own reality. We're like children, and we're looking to them, and we're trying to understand what they're trying to tell us and seek their approval and vote for them. That's not going to be happening anymore. 2 arms and 2 legs are all that is necessary to move forward to accomplish this process adequately well. You have denied access to the deepest portions of your own selfhood in the past by not allowing yourself to become truly independent. While each step can be seen as a further advance made forward, it is not your position to feel that you can stagnate. You have had a very lucky opportunity here for an easy life and a life that does not present you with very many stresses. This has allowed you to do much good work. So that's talking about, I think, the people that were living in LA as well as what I was living like in the barn. Now again, it is time to move on from here. Again, everybody had to, move out of their houses. Think not of the past, but rather of the future. The marriage of self to capital S self that is so soon to occur, the higher self. The dealer deals out another hand of cards, and again, LA was dealt a very bad hand. The deck is all the one creator. We feel confident in your ability to make the right choices and decisions in this matter. Now, I asked a question. Is there any chance that I could still stay here? And the answer I got was no. Believe it. So again, this is leaving your house. Well, I've been through this many times before, I said, guys, so it still sucks, and I'm still feeling the pain the same way. And then they responded. Look instead for the opportunities within the self. Realize the panic button does not need to be pushed. Simply go with the flow, and the pieces will snap into place calmly and smoothly. And again, as you build a new house, you got to put tile in, and you tile them together, snap the tiles into place. So that's part of what I think it's talking about. And the panic button won't need to be pushed anymore. We're not going to have catastrophes anymore. You will see what we are talking about. Stay calm, David, and peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. And now we got one more before I take a very short bathroom break. This is now from April 2nd, 1999, and it again directly features an airborne vehicle. So let's go back to the original dream that I had last week, and remember, it was all prophetic of the LA fire in 99. We had the woman in the red dress from The Matrix, which hadn't even come out yet, and she killed herself in a hearse limousine. Everyone in Hollywood was mourning her loss. This is symbolic of the loss of their houses and the loss of their power. They're not respected anymore. And then, remember, in the dream, there was a staged event that caused a vehicle to go flying in the air, again like the winged car. And then as the car flew overhead, you remember it landed, and it turned into a boat. It was the Titanic sinking, but it was purple, which definitely seems to be talking about the death of wokeism. So in this dream, we have an airborne motorcycle crash, but it's very interesting. Wait till you see this dream. This is so crazy, you guys. 7:39 a.m. I had just begged John, please let me stay, please let me stay. I'll pay you, I'll do whatever you want. He said, no, you got to get out of here. He's continued to make the decision I have to leave. It appears it's because my success, so he said, drew him away from the focus he needed on himself to do the things he should be doing. I had my website. My website was becoming very popular very fast, and honestly, this seemed like a mild or moderate form of jealousy on his part. He felt that I was drawing his attention away from himself, and it was very sad. I didn't want to leave. So again, this is talking about people being displaced from their homes. So, nope, he's not going to let me stay. He's kicking me out. Okay, whatever. And, you know, I flirted with his daughter in college. I was only a couple years older than she was, but he just did not like that at all. So here's the dream. Here it comes, folks. There was a friend I had growing up, and I just changed his name to Dale so as not to confuse him with anybody else. There was a scene at Dale's house. Dale's father had a heart attack and was in the hospital. This, again, is symbolic of Hollywood, and the heart attack represents their loss of power and prestige. So now he's in the hospital. The mother and daughter were there. They had a piano, and they needed to set it up straight eventually. Now, the piano plays music, and Hollywood is where the music industry is. So this is reflective of that. They got to reestablish the glory of the music industry, and I hope that will happen. I think it will. Right now, the piano was on its side on a moving platform to roll things around. Again, this is the idea of moving out of a house, moving your piano. Again, the home displacements in LA. Oops. Got a couple more here. That was a mistake. Sorry about that. It happens. There was a bass they had to put on the bottom of the piano. They were concerned about how it went on, whether it was going to stick. There was an adhesive on it, a flat base that was rectangular. It sloped down with a very gentle slope. This is not really relevant data, but I just left it in. I showed him where the base would stick on, and basically that solved the problem. So we're now successfully moving out of this place. There's the guy in the hospital. We're going to bring the piano to safety. This means the music will be saved. These people then told me I had to go and try to see and figure out who had created a traffic accident. Well, this is investigating the accident of the fire. I believe that's what it is. They said I would need to listen for clues and I would hear the answer. Somehow they already knew that there was going to be an accident and they wanted me to investigate it. They told me where to go, and when I got there, the accident had already happened. Again, this is all about the fire and investigating what really caused it. After Dale's father had his heart attack and I visited him in the hospital, he was riding a motorcycle. This is my friend. So this represents the children of the Hollywood elites who were dying off. And this motorcycle is what has the big accident. And the accident, again, represents the death of the showbiz. He was chasing after someone on his motorcycle, some other guy. He then hit a ramp and flew over the bridge. This is the plunging to the death, right? It was a terrible accident. I don't know whether he died or if he just got messed up. So now the collapsing motorcycle represents the end of Hollywood and the fires. They had spread out bed sheets on a blanket on somebody's driveway, which probably, is reflective of people having to sleep in really horrible circumstances if they tried to stay home. Underneath the bed sheets was a lot of dirt, and I lifted it up. Again, when your house burns down, there's dirt everywhere. An overweight guy with a deep voice was there, and he had witnessed the crash. Right after I looked at the sheet, I started running after this overweight guy, and I realized that he was the one who had set up the crash. He was the one that had tried to murder or had murdered my friend Dale on his motorcycle. He was the one they were talking about. And I had just been talking with my friend about Bob Dylan's crash in Gardner, New York on the highway called the 4455. Bob Dylan had a big motorcycle crash on this hairpin turn in the area near where I went to college, and that's what kind of was like around the late 60s, and it kind of really took the momentum out of his career. So again, Dylan, once he crashed, that's a symbol of Hollywood crashing. And Dylan's house is in, Malibu and that area, not right where he was, Point Dume, but a lot of Malibu, the first third of it was destroyed. Then the dream shifted. I was now listening, wait for this, folks. You're not going to believe it. I was now listening to Art Bell on the radio. There was hail falling outside, and it was incredible. This is like earth changes, the fire, the disaster. It's another prophecy of that. The hail started to become the size of ice cubes, and then it started falling in huge clumps. Again, symbolic of a huge disaster. I was saying to myself, I'd never really seen hail like that before. We'd never really seen a fire like this before. All of a sudden, it now looked like one big piece of hail. I realized, this is like the fires turning into one big fire. I realized that even though it was in the middle of the night, the sun suddenly seemed to explode like a coronal mass ejection. That's your first wave of ascension, and of course, explosions mean fire. So wow, this is a direct solar flash prophecy, just like the ancient prophecies tell us. There was a bright flash of light in the middle of the night, and again, this is prophetic of the Great LA Fire and the Ascension. Obviously, you couldn't see the sun at night, whether it had a coronal mass ejection or not, but everything became bright, and it was a huge message. I was shocked that there was a solar explosion right in the middle of Art Bell's show. He hadn't even said anything about it. I was totally floored that nobody was calling in about this huge fire that had just happened, and I said, I got to call in Art Bell and let him know. So this clearly shows, I was obsessed with Art Bell at the time, that the LA fires are segueing right into the first wave of ascension. Again, the Bible says the weeds will be burned, and then the righteous will shine as the sun. That's the first wave. So this is crazy. Then it segued into this theater. People were there, including the guy from Cheers who was the mailman. We were all trying to get this dinner prepared, and then the dream ended. And that, I believe, is partly prophetic of people having to be fed in soup kitchens after they lost their houses. And again, it's showbiz. It's the show Cheers. And they need to get their mail. He's the mailman. And again, the meal is prophetic of the bread of life, the Christ consciousness that we are going to commune with after the first wave of ascension. So, I haven't driven you guys away. I still have 6,000 people. R.I.P. Art Bell. Looking a bit plump there, David? No, I'm not. Trolls are just crazy, right? I mean, you can't take this stuff seriously. My God, I'm perfectly healthy. Whatever. Who cares? Anyway, at the end of the Michael Prophecies in Book 7, the last book ends with the house next door to me burning down, and that's another prophecy of the LA fires. At the final stage before all this stuff's about to happen, the inauguration, whatever they're going to do, that all is really very much upon us in the immediate present. So, here's the deal, folks. I've got an additional $33 that I knocked off of the bundle price. This is my only commercial for the whole show, so please bear with me, little trolls. It's now down to $144. It's now going to only cost you $144 to get all 7 of the Archangel Michael books, which are all Very prophetic, and probably have lots of time loops I'm going to be discovering. Now that I'm basically through this time loop, I'm going to go back and be reading the books, and I'll be reading you many more passages from them. But you can get all of them now. They're wonderful. Every prophetic text is highlighted in red. And now I've dropped the price even more. This is the flash sale. I might not do it for very long, but I'm going to do it right now. I'm dropping the price because we really need you to invest. I mean, the loan should process within a week or two, but up until then, I still have a financial need. So I really thank you for your help. You can get the complete Archangel Michael suite for $144. This will show you how all the dots connect, revealing the Ascension. So you can get it at thedisclosure.com. That includes 2 video courses, Sacred Science and The Disclosure, a total of 35 hours of video, and all 7 of the books. So again, thedisclosure.com. I'm now offering a $189 discount. There's over 35 hours of amazing video that goes into so much wonderful stuff. And the new word, the discount code, is concrescence. And I didn't have time to put this into the description on the video yet. I'll get it in there later. But we only got the coupon code updated late last night. So this is the huge new deal. It's only $144. And with that said, we're at 3 hours and 15 minutes in. I can't believe I made it this long. I'm going to go take my bathroom break because I need to do that. I have a human body, at least for now. So I decided, okay, which one am I going to show you guys? I don't really need to eat anything. So I think that we're going to be okay. I think what we're going to do is the loose moose by the window video, because this one is almost 3 minutes long. It does repeat. Let me make sure that it repeats just so that I don't have any problem here. I want to make sure that you don't get hanging with no video. So if you have to watch the moose more than once, yeah, it does. Okay. So this is the loose moose video. And I decided we'll wait for the shoveling if I need a longer break later. But I'm just going to run really quick to the bathroom, be right back. So 3 minutes should be enough for me. If not, it's going to loop. But this was pretty amazing because this moose came right up to the window. And I started talking to the moose. And then if you saw it before, I throw the moose an apple. And it kind of scares the moose. But don't do this at home. If there's a moose right outside your window, do not go outside. This is a very advanced spiritual technique. And I've built a rapport with this moose over a long time. The moose is the most dangerous animal in the forest. It is more dangerous than the mountain lion. It is more dangerous than the bear. It is more dangerous than the bobcat. It is more dangerous than the coyote. All those things around here could potentially kill you. But the most dangerous creature that I have wandering around in my yard is the moose. Ask anybody. They can get really mad. They can charge you, and they will stomp you to death. But what do I do when I see a moose in my window? I go talk to the moose. All right, so I guess I'm going to really quickly take this break. It's not going to take very long. So I will take my microphone off, and I will then be right back to you guys momentarily. But in the meantime, you get to see me fearlessly talk to this moose and walk right out there, which, again, do not try this at home. They are very, very dangerous. So I'm going to turn off my microphone now. Mute it, and then unplug myself, and then go run into the bathroom, and I'll be right back in 3 minutes. Here we go. Okay, so first we turn it off. Okay, now my microphone is off. I'm talking loud so you can still hear my voice. We're going to play the tape, and then I'm going to run to the bathroom, and I will be right back to you in just a minute. Here we go. And we still have almost 6,000 people. Thank you guys for hanging with me. If you can't wait 3 minutes, you got to come back tomorrow. I understand, but here we go. Boom. Let's do it. Loose moose. Here we go.
Hi, Moosey. We love you, Moose.
Don't try this at home.
Yeah, you're my friend. I've seen you so many times, and you've never been mean to me. You've been good to Daddy. You want to come here and talk to me? Hi, Moosey. Oops. What are you doing? What are you doing? You don't seem scared at all. We've been around each other for 4 years now, so you're not scared. No, you're not scared. I can see you. I can see you, Moosey. You want some food? Would that help you? I could throw out an apple for you. Yeah. You want an apple? Let's give him an apple. Give him one of these. Hi, Moosey. Look. Look. You want this? You want this? No, it's okay. Look, it's for you. It's for you. Yeah. You want another one? You kind of screwed that up. I'll give you another one. Oh, man.
And I lived. I
Hey,
didn't get
Moose.
killed.
Hey. Look. Look at what I got.
Apples are one of their favorite things.
Hey, look, buddy. That's for you. That's for you.
All right, that's basically the end. So now I'll show you the next one while I eat my little thing. He showed up, this is a female, because there's no horns, showed up again just a few days later, because I guess she really liked the apple. She wanted another one. So here's that video. I could not believe it. It was literally right out the window of my house. The moose is just hanging out, totally relaxed.
Well, everybody, we got a loose moose. So we're gonna spice up the deal, make it fun to be here. Look, you see this? You see this? Oh, there's another one down there. Here.
That little black spot next to the tree on the left is another moose down there. She was happy. She came back and ate them later.
No worries, buddy. Those apples are for you. You see that? Yeah, those apples are for you. And he's like, it's getting too close. Sorry.
Okay. So there you have it. And now I'm just going to run a little bit of the turkeys in the snow video as I put my microphone back on. So I'm going to mute and we'll watch the turkey video. Here we go.
Don't have to worry about shoveling. I got a shovel guy, plow guy. Yeah. We got so many great turkeys.
Isn't it?
Here.
I did count them. It's exactly 17. How
this.
weird is that, huh?
Look at them all. The turkeys. They've had 3 rounds of food. They do fight a little bit because 17 of them. Normal group is 12, so there's 5 more. Hey.
All right, enough of that. So, boom, I'm back. You lived, you survived. Did you miss me? No, Cindy Marks says, Oh, David, you're such a sweetheart. Honestly, watching you relate to the animals and wildlife is so cool. You're a good man with a brilliant mind and tender heart. Happen to love your sense of humor. Wow, that's beautiful, beautiful place. Charlie Winter just donated. For those who have activated their light body during the harvest, could they be the angels that return? Maybe so. I mean, it does say in the Zoroastrian prophecy that we all do this together. So now we're at the 3.5 hour mark, which means it's probably going to take me an hour and a half to get through the Alliance slides. So we're probably not going to get out of here before 5 hours, but this is very critical stuff. So don't hang up. There's many, many things the Alliance is telling us this week that we really need to know. And it is a very, very exciting time for all of us. This is the final moments that the Bible prophecy, Matthew 13, seems to have alerted us to. Again, there's never been a conflagration, a great fire like this of such size, except for 1853 in New York, and it's very much related to Matthew 13, the burning of the weeds. The angels shall come and sever the wicked from among the just, and then the righteous shall shine as the sun. So, as the Zoroastrian prophecy says, this happens through the concerted efforts of the just. Well, that's us. Let me get back to my other show here now, so that we're all good. And again, just one more time, the discount code, if you go to thedisclosure.com, concrescence is the new one. The other one will still work, but this one, it's only $144. If you help me out, it will really be great. And as soon as we get the loan, I really don't need to worry about fundraising as much anymore. I'm not going to turn off the donations because I still like the idea of paying for the bandwidth that we use on YouTube. We should. And I still very much appreciate you offering me financial support for doing this show. The show should be self-funding, ideally. And we're helping to pay for the bandwidth by these donations. So I'm not going to turn off the donations, but I won't need to push products or sell products anymore. As this loan comes in, I can pay my taxes. I mean, we signed it. We paid them. They want to do it. They're going to make a lot of money off of this for their own side. And they said that we could get it in as little as a week. So it's very exciting. It's corresponding precisely with the inauguration, which is really interesting. So now we are going to go into the latest posts. And again, this is what I believe to be the definitive source of what the Alliance is telling us, the main way that they're communicating. They've already said it, military-grade communication. And again, the formula is, it appears on X, and I have to be careful, so there's a lot of things I'm not going to read because of various restrictions, but you can read it even if I don't. And then there's often a video. Most of the posts, very few of them don't have a video. And the video has a certain number of minutes and seconds, and then we add them up, and that makes us then go back and look at the original stuff from 2017, the original posts. We go back and look at that, and we see, does it correspond with the number they gave us, and is it symbolic, and does it add context to what they put on social media? And in every single case, the answer is yes. They definitely want us to do this. They definitely want us to read the numbers. I don't know if anybody else is doing this but me. I feel so good about today's show. Before I do all this, let's just hear, what do you guys think about today's show so far? Zolchka says, I noticed there were photographs posted. If you look closely, there's numbers at the bottom, and the posts they lead to are interesting. I hadn't even thought about that. They could be doing other codes. Can you get Ezra on the show? Maybe in the future, I think they are going to come forward, and I hope that I'll be working with them directly. Valentine Puppy says, very positive show today, David. Guitar Rhonda says, I love it when you talk about history. Vacapalo, thank you for reminding me. And she donated too. I thought, or he, I don't know what the gender is. I thought it is golden race, not age. That is true. Yep, it was originally called Golden Age. It's actually Golden Race. There's a whole paper that was done on that. All is love, love is all says, awesome. I love you. I waited the whole week for this. Astorama says, great. Day of God says, this is an awesome show so far. Very good, thank you, David. Shira Notes says, I'll see you all when we begin anew to make divine love the only ruling force on earth. How do you know the DS isn't financing your loan? Well, we do know. We have vetting sources in the Alliance that we can talk to. We're definitely plugged in. And now all of a sudden my view count is climbing up again. It was down at 5,000. Now it's 5,600. So, we always lose some people. Please get Chris on the show soon, says Sky Moon. Galian could interview him. I agree with part one, but he's really freaked out by grays. So if I go and I put on a freaking gray mask, right? This is the basis of the Galian character is this mask. Can you imagine with Chris having all his PTSD around grays, if I wore this mask? I'm not going to do that. We're going to be nice to Chris. We're not going to put him through the alien mask, okay? Deacon Batista, great show as always. Have you ever seen Bigfoot? I had a whole joke video I made about that where I pretended that I invited him into my house for a smoke. You never mentioned Samvartika. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I only have so many hours I can do this before it's just going to be too much. But yes, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. The Hindu prophecies also predict a solar flash, and in that they call it the Samvartika fire. Hilarious mask, LOL. The president is speaking now. I'm aware of that. We're kind of crossing over each other. But, you know, if you want to come back later, that's fine. I don't care. Will you interview 47? If he wants me to, absolutely. I don't think that this stuff is fake. I don't think that what's happening to me is fake. I think that this is all very real. I couldn't have created time loops like this on my own. I mean, they're all, as I've said, there's like 10 or 12 hard drives that have these files on them, although this one I only transcribed off of the tape fresh just this past week. And then, of course, it's all time looped. You got the flying car again. You got Titanic metaphors again. You got the solar flash metaphor again. You got the death of Hollywood again. It's amazing. And it really does seem like it all connects up with the Bible. Joyce Eddy says, thank you, David. Eric Ketchum says, fabulous show. Robert George says, I got to know. N Goddess says, great show. Thank you for sharing. You're awesome. Los Ojitos, I love your show. Valentine Puppy, you did predict the solar flash last year. Jimmy from Ireland says, bring it on. Love the show today. Thank you so much, David. Says Matrix Breaker. I ran into you by happenstance. I'm very grateful. Glutathione for your colds really helps. I do have some of that stuff. I'm in bed watching your whole show. Scientific Mystic. It was kind of hot in a genderless way. Burn that mask, bro. Joke, joke, joke. 45 knows it's real already. Yeah, I mean, look, if you haven't been watching these shows, then every week the Alliance gives me these shout-outs. People were like, well, I don't know if they believe in UFOs or not. Well, now they definitely showed us that they do. Love you from Bali. David, awesome cabin, says Patrick Shea. You might want to consider a color change on your roof. Just a thunk. Actually, we have building codes in Boulder County, and we're not allowed to have any other color but green because it blends in with the tree. So I could not get a blue roof, actually. Angry Daddy Firewall. David is unhinged. I appreciate you keeping it real. Everybody except for a couple people who were too sensitive, I guess, were down with that. Did you see that Roseanne Barr is now a rap queen? I didn't know if she's rapping or not. That's cool if she is. I saw a photo of a laser from space. Yeah, that could very well be. Deanne Roy donated. Thank you very much. Mr. Sauce. David is on target. Look in the mirror. How do we get rid of anger and bad energy? Well, the key really is focus on the good. 35 different ancient prophecies. We got Hindu prophecy, Samvartika fire. We got Zoroastrian prophecy, Frasho Kareti. We got the Christian prophecy of the burning of the tares. Then the righteous shall shine as the sun. You know, being sober has really helped me. I actually feel a lot better today. I really have gotten through all the worst of it. It's really great. Gary Hyder Music, who's been here with us many times. Amazing synchronicities with your dreams again. Great show. Laura S. says her song was hilarious. I guess you're talking about Roseanne. Sounds good to me. Mike P. Scientific Mystic says the song is a bad Saturday Night Live skit. ICU says you could put a blue tarp on your roof. Finish that story about how and why you stopped using cannabis, your driveway, and the hairpin turn. Yeah, that was just a point that while I was using, I would always have these weird negative greetings, and I was aware that, you know, when I go down to the end of my driveway, there's always going to be a car there, and I have to wait for the car because if I don't look, I'm going to get likely hit. You know, after I do the alien mask, I got to make sure the hair is all right. You know, we don't want to have any flyaways. That could get you in a lot of trouble if you're in a studio. Are the General and Ezra the same source? Charlie Winter says, I believe so. Denise Turton, I've been with you since 1999. You rock. Sharks with lasers, says Greg Gilarowski. Marina Maven, very inspiring, David. God bless. Larissa Cosmos says Roseanne was rapping with Tom McDonald. Any news on Tarotina, Flying Sparrow? I mean, it's probably, my theory is it's a jealous husband who saw her donations and said, "You're never watching that guy again." That could be what it is. I have no idea. David Wilcock, who is Donald Marshall and why did he predict you? I don't know. I wish I had David's hair, says Vin. Well, you can do this too. As long as you have hair on your head, I guess. Crazy Professor Hair flyaways. Yeah, well, if there's flyaways, then we'll fix that right now. Put a little water on that stuff. Woo, yeah, look at that. Make it a little bit less wild and crazy. Listening from Ontario, Uncle Jack, mate. Thanks for bringing me up, mate. I'm happy to say a few words here and there. Little of this, a little of that. My glasses fell on the ground, mate. You gotta be careful about that kind of thing. Convex mirror for your driveway. Wow, the ego. It has to be a jealous husband? No, but I mean, look, she was a very, very reliable, consistent supporter. She donated every single time we were here. She talked to everybody, and all of a sudden she disappeared. I hope she didn't die, but that's my theory as to what might have happened. I don't know. Don't take things personally. You're right, Vicky. Thank you. Fluff it out, Rockstar, says Tammy Lott. Has the solar flare changed your diet? There hasn't been a solar flare yet, but yeah, I eat as healthy as possible. Right now, I'm having these. I've said this before. These are great. Maple syrup and coconut. No real additives. Plus, you remember a couple weeks ago, there was a prophecy that said the word vital twice. This was the Vital Farms egg brand that was expired. If you can look at it here, let's see. It says sell by December 25th, 2024, if you can read that. So anyway, this was I saved the egg carton because we had that whole thing where they used the word vital twice and it was about this. So I just decided to bring that out anyway. All right. So in order to not be here all day, I want to soak in your love. It's really nice, but I also need to get to work. So Sandy Kaysen said, please use CC from Ponce de Leon, Florida, celebrating your first super chat. Sal Sajida says, I recently stopped smoking too. Can only be divine intervention. I've been an avid smoker for years, nothing stopping me in sight. I feel and think so much more clearly now, and I don't crave it all. Yeah, I mean, I actually am noticing, maybe you notice it too, I'm talking a little faster, my mind is a little faster, and I'm remembering all the specific details of the things I already said more than I would have when I was using. Ooh, we got some crazy flyaways here, don't we? Wow. All right. Anyway. Would you consider getting a curly perm hair like Bob Ross, says Vacapalo? Absolutely not. I am not going to be firing in the happy trees. And there's no pain here. There's only peace here. We had, Valentine Puppy said we had a flash bigger than Carrington. Do you remember that? Well, yeah, we had that last year, and that was immediately after I was unsealing the stuff about the Virgin Mary of Garabandal prophecies from 1961 to 65. Right in the middle of that whole thing, after we had just said that, the sun had its largest emission since the Carrington event, and that was another one of these dazzling synchronicities. We have many of them, but that was a particularly good one. So now I want to get through these posts, talk about the chair you once talked about, says Jose Enrique 333. I don't know what you mean by the chair. I loved the moose video, says Sarah Love. I ditched the vaping and went back to cigarettes. Good on you, mate. Good on you for taking those cigarettes seriously, mate. If you were Uncle Jack, you know that you got to have one of these in your mouth at all times while you're talking, and it's even better if it bounces up and down over and over again just to add a little bit of comedic effect. Woo! This one doesn't have any smoke in it, mate. How about that one? Oh, yeah, look at that, mate. Woo! See, these are fake cigarettes, so I got to blow in to make it do anything. I've learned a lot about holding a cigarette in my teeth or on the side of my mouth and my lips like this. And last week we had Trama who had cigarettes in both sides of her mouth. This is a very advanced technique. I don't recommend you try this with real cigarettes, but it works. You know, that's how much talent I bring to this show, that I can actually talk with two cigarettes in my mouth at the same time It's very, very amazing. That's the A-level material. I don't want to bring that out too early because I don't want to scare you guys. But some of them smoke and some of them don't. This one is pretty good. See that? All right. You guys are bored enough to hang out with me while I'm smoking on the air, fake cigarettes. You got to love me for that. All right. Anyway, I've had my little burst of food. I had my little pee break. Sober as a judge. I feel great. We're going to get a little lip balm action going on here. And let's do this. All right. Okay, yeah, I kind of like this. I kind of like this. It looks pretty good, huh? All right, keep it wild. Back to the show. The latest Alliance posts are up and running, and here we go. You are not going to believe some of the stuff they say. First of all, they talk about the celebrities' homes being destroyed in this massive fire. Remember last week, they had all these videos at the bottom, and I didn't go through them, so I promised I would. We got 28, 12, 15, and 19. So I don't know how 28 leads up to post 124. That's kind of a crazy mistake. I guess I didn't fix that. But anyway, it's the plus marks. Sorry, I don't know how that happened. 28 is not 124. Maybe I was just, very tired when I did this. Then we have post number 12. This is one we've seen many times about the military intelligence, that they're giving us real intel. Good guys are winning. Then we had post number 15, where it says, we are not going to let another satanic POS control the country. And it also says, deals must be cut, otherwise 70% of elected politicians would be in jail. And I do believe that. A deep cleaning is occurring. That's, again, Frascio Coretti. We're going to make the world wonderful. The prevention and defense of pure evil is occurring on a daily basis. They never thought they would lose. Post 19 is one we've seen so many times. It's like, dude, I don't want to read this every single week. But you can read it, about controlling the black population. It's just very hard to say any of this out loud, so I don't really want to jeopardize the show. But who exposed these networks? The network that controls the false narrative is being dismantled, and false leaders will be exposed as shills for the party. How did they get these expensive houses? One question that will help paint the full picture. Here's the other one that I missed out on last time. And again, we already read it. It's talking about the wildfires, and then there was 3 videos. So we got 5, 24, and 40. So post number 5, follow the money. It's key. What was her net worth? We've already seen this one a bunch of times. I mean, pretty much all of them we've seen a bunch of times. But again, they're talking about gangs, paying gangs. At the bottom it says, could people pay gangs to kill their opponents? Absolutely. I mean, we just got threatened. So it happens. The truth is mind-blowing. It cannot be fully exposed. Many are thinking from one point of view, the U.S. only, but this evil is embedded globally, and the U.S. is only the first domino. Have faith. So it's going to be a worldwide event, folks. And then this is a classic one. Any person saying they're not going to seek to be reelected means they were put in submission. For the betterment of our country, not everybody will be prosecuted, but everybody will do what they are told. That sounds pretty intense. Then we have post number 40, which mentions the DJT as 41020, the letters of the alphabet. You can see what that is. Okay, now we're back up to the present. I got through all that stuff. In June 1970, the U.S. Forest Service, under the sponsorship of the Advanced Research Projects Agency, published a report entitled Forest Fire as a Military Weapon. It was initiated in 1965 from the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and they were seeking to explore the use of forest fires as a tactical weapon in military operations. I wonder. Well, you know what they're trying to get you to think here. The research aimed to determine whether intentionally set fires could be used to destroy enemy resources, create barriers, or force movement by making large areas impassable. You can really see what they're implying here. That is exactly what happened. And you can see the title of the paper, Final Report, June 1970, U.S. Department of Agriculture Forest Service. 56 seconds brings us to another one of the classic ones that I can't read at all because it's too many keywords, but it's talking about Muslims and where they came from and how they've infiltrated in various ways. So you've seen this one many times before if you watch my show. And then the fact-checking was from McCain. I mean, this one basically shows up every week, so I kind of look at it as a burner now. We can go through it really fast, but read it if you haven't already seen this, because it's pretty interesting. This is the guy with the classic face that says, "Oh my God, you're not my boyfriend." I love the guilty look on his face. It is so funny. It's so funny. He's a former member of the Parliament for the UK's Labour Party, ex-minister for veterans, and he was arrested after he had a meetup that didn't turn out the way it did. Oh my God, you're not my boyfriend. I mean, does that not reek of guilt? Like, if you have that face, it's like, yeah, okay, you got me. Yeah. He was also a patron of other things in labor. He played a key role in organizing pride events in his region, and the party had refused to launch any investigations into this kind of stuff. So there you go. That's officially the "oh my God, you're not my boyfriend" face. I know. Oh, that's where the 124 came in. That's how I ended up getting it. Plus, plus, plus. Well, those are crosshairs, so you can figure out what that's about. Ooh, spicy. Then, once again, we got underground tunnels, this time in El Paso. Border Patrol uncovered a network of them stretching all the way to a northern Mexican city. It was described as a historic discovery, and it was used for various purposes. The tunnel was built in the past year, they suspect, though nobody's been arrested so far, and the Department of Homeland Security is now investigating. And then we got 31 seconds, which brings us to this. This is another really great one. I'm so happy they put this one in. World stalemate. We have all the goods on everyone. As part of the reason some things tie back to foreign heads of state will be classified. And we are in one of the most critical times of our country. 45 and others are working to balance all the good we're doing for America, at the same time purifying our government, removing any bad entrenched actors. So many people are pulling strings and doing blackmail, and we just had a blackmail attempt on us. So, yep, I know what that sounds like. We need to cut these off and truly regain the power granted to us by patriots and hardworking people. I love it. Now we have a liberal who's saying, "Oh my God, the Christians are going to take over and they're all going to be nationalists. It's going to be so bad and horrible." He's urging you to flee the U.S. immediately, saying we are just weeks away, or now one day away, from becoming a fascist dictatorship. I don't believe that. If there was any truth in this, I would not be supporting the alliance at all. I do not support this, and if they started doing this, I would speak out about it. I would not go along with it. He alleges that the team compiled an enemies list, including people like himself. No, I think they say the primary targets are at the top and mostly in D.C. He warns in 2 years other nations may no longer accept all the Americans trying to flee. I just don't believe that. This is why you shouldn't watch MSNBC. And now we got 170 seconds, and it leads to this: good will always defeat evil. That's 171, but right after it, it says 170 is, why am I here during the day? Why is this relevant? What does this infer? And then I think in the next one, he answered the question. So we will defeat the evil, just like it says in the ancient prophecies. Hi, David. Recently, I experienced too much fear. It says Trust 100. Just keep meditating. Focus on the positive. We're going to be okay. Ooh, this is a spicy one. Cutting the funding? Oh my God, really? Yep. $100 million, while at the same time $3 billion was allocated for other purposes funded by taxpayers. And what's up with the slicked back hair, man? I mean, if you want to lose your hair, there's no faster way to do it than to put gel in your hair. I would never do that. Anyway, 30 seconds, here we go. And this is one, again, we've seen, I don't know, 20 times, something like that, where they're talking about a device in the White House. And so I think this is about them listening in on people like this and getting all that intel. When he was elected, you can't possibly imagine what the DS did before they lost to try to stay in control, apparently including surveillance devices in the White House. I can point but cannot give too many highly classified data points. Okay, so then we have, on January 14th, everybody got shafted in North Carolina because their shelters were canceled. Oh my God, what? In the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, snow now blankets the devastated areas of this area. And that's because of the polar vortex, right? Many victims are still living in tents amid mountains of debris. And that, again, was predicted with my barn kitty, where I was so cold because I only had one clean sheet left after she peed all over my bed. Got me kicked out of the farm. FEMA has announced temporary shelter extensions will end on January 14th, leaving vulnerable families with no choice but to face this brutal winter with no support. That is very sad. Please donate to them if you feel so inclined. I haven't had the money to do any donations, but I can certainly get you to do it, and that's what I want. So thank you if you do that. 44 seconds. Once again, setting up that Friday could be very cool this week. So yeah, he's going to be in office by then, and I would expect some major stuff will have gone down by Friday. God bless you, they say. Now he's talking about they want to make it into a 2.0. Do we want them to do that? No, because you know they want it to be a smart idea. He's got a sweeping plan to rebuild Los Angeles, LA 2.0, a Marshall Plan-inspired initiative signaling major changes for the city. He's already mobilizing city officials, civic influencers, powerful business moguls, and labor unions to execute his vision. Yeah, I'm so not in love with this. I'm so not in love with this idea right now. I'm just like really sketched out and freaked out about what we're seeing. He says the region will be completely reorganized, vowing to seek federal assistance ahead of the Olympics. This sounds more like a fantasy. Yeah, and you know what they want to do. They want it to be 15 minutes and blah, blah, blah. Just, you know, Wi-Fi everywhere, really nasty. 2.5 million views, though? Holy crap. 85 seconds is one we don't see as often. Who funds this various group? And why were they... So this is what's happening in LA. I think this group is very penetrated into LA. And again, I can't really read most of this because of what's going on, but you can read it. So all this kind of stuff is going to come out in the open really soon. And then sure enough, our favorite little puppet of the elite, his house was miraculously unharmed. Imagine that. His LA mansion remains untouched as the wildfires tore through the surrounding area. He joins others whose mansions also escaped damage, whereas other celebrities saw their homes reduced to ash and rubble. These three individuals seem to have plenty of things in common. Yep. 17 seconds brings us to this one. And this is one again, you know, because we've done this so much now, all of these keep popping up over and over again, where he's traveling ahead to foreign locations and why this is relevant, and the power of the Marines with the president, using military intelligence to prosecute bad actors and avoid the corrupt agencies and judges. And this is why shills are so upset. And believe me, with the threat level going way up for us in my company, and me personally, personal death threats, I totally get it. That is absolutely true. Then we have the former FBI agent who exposes the same kind of thing I was showing you at the beginning. That's why I put that in there, so you can get a little taste of what's really going on. Ted described in his investigation that there were these, in fact, tunnels in various places, and one of them was this area. People said that horrible things happened. There were secret rooms underground, I guess. That makes sense. And then people were trying to figure out, now, how could you be flushed down the toilet? Well, it would have to be a very different toilet with a wider hole inside it. I saw in the comments, people are like, flush down the toilet. How the heck do you get flushed down the toilet? Well, if it was a very big hole in the toilet, you could traumatize somebody by making the special toilet. You put them in there, you get flushed down, and all of a sudden you go into this other room. I believe it. I think it could happen. UFO Mark II just donated. This is why we fight. Remember JFK, U.S. Liberty, Lahaina, Carolina, East Palestine, L.A. Yep, thank you very much for saying that. Free Queen C963 says, I am so happy God took out bad actors from my own life. I consider my experiences to be a micro version of the worldly stage. Lisa Lywolf says, wow, I haven't been here in a long time and David is still going. Yeah, you haven't gotten the news? It's like, when is it not 5 hours at least anymore? Tracy Ann, popcorn money for Tramaw. Happy National Popcorn Day. LOL, does Tramaw even like popcorn? Oh, this is one that doesn't smoke too well. Let's throw that in the garbage. You gotta love your Tramaw. She is the embodiment of love, and she comes into your life to bake cookies for you, and then she does the macrame. She has these beautiful, beautiful ways of explaining how the name carries on. Grandma loves you, baby. That's why she knitted this for you. To respect your name and give you some love, and you can wear it just like this. Oh, it's so beautiful. I could put one of these on one side. I got another one I could put on the other side that says, I am. This was in my, when I'm working really hard, I go in and I do all these little things with my needles. You guys know that. I'm so focused on what I do, and I'm very meticulous, and it says I am. So we put this one on this side. Baby, come to Grandma, give her your love. I identify as a trans woman. It's not creepy at all, I promise. It's very above board. Mark Zuckerberg doesn't want you to think that I'm sane. He says you can attack me, say I'm mentally ill. Okay, whatever. Last week I didn't really want that, but no, it's okay. Thank you guys so much. Grandma, peace out, baby. Love you. Oh, my God. So glad this isn't a real... I got to get more cigarettes, man. I'm running out of cigarettes here. Anyway, back to the show, back to the slide. Woo! So flushed down the toilet. People had a lot of trouble with that one. Like, what do you mean? How did they get flushed down the toilet? Well, it's probably a big toilet. Woo! The hidden chambers were where these various things happened. Men and women were in robes that were black and hooded. And the accusations also included accounts of animals. And the building was demolished in 1990. The site was now redeveloped. Love you, Grandma! 140 is a big one here. Wealth over generations buys power. Power buys more wealth and control. More wealth and control buys countries and people. I think the reason they keep repeating this is that a lot of people still don't really know this to the full extent they should. Families combined, TRI equals NWO. The triangle, I guess, inner triangle families will collapse. What is the keystone? What nation dominates all the others? And then they say return to Saudi. Strings cut, plus, which is crosshairs. So that would mean wet work. Puppets in the shadows. Each side of the triangle controls a certain subset of power brokers, labeled as puppets and servants. Why did he have a sword dance when he went there? What does this culturally mean? Well, it means that he was treated with respect. Remember, they had that big revolution. They got rid of the DS in there. How did they remove one side of the pyramid? That was the revolution, November 5th, 2017, 4th, something like that. And what happened when he went to China? Where did he dine? What is that significance? And then here's the bombshell. What if China, Russia, and others are coordinating to eliminate this threat? In other words, nothing that you think you're seeing is real. It's all part of a big coordinated effort to create the Great Awakening. And now we're talking about North Korea, who's really in charge there. And why is this no such agency so vital? Joint missions are underway now, I believe that. The world is fighting back. And then Cat Williams jokes that Jamie Foxx was cloned. I think this is kind of just comic relief. I don't think that's really true. The clone kept slipping up. According to Cat Williams, the clone had too many freckles. You can see that here on the right, I guess. But it's just a question of how much sun he's been getting, as far as I can tell. But anyway, he had too many freckles, something the real Jamie Foxx never had, and he was supposedly missing a tattoo on the back of his head. He concluded saying the real Jamie was having butt-naked basketball parties. Baseball would be pretty cool, too. Don't worry, I'm sure he was just joking, wink, wink. So I think that ultimately there are clones. This is part of what's going on. Whoa. Let's go to a camera that you can see me on, not the side of my head. So anyway, I've heard about cloning. I think it is totally real, but I'm not sure if this is an example or not. Oh, we had a big donation shoot by. I don't want to miss that one. Oh, TRI is Trilateral Commission, main family. That's a good point. OLI 369, I'm very happy to advise for AI projects with your company, Stavati. I'm a senior architect for a huge tech integrator. I've consulted with the top leadership of 100 plus Fortune 100, 500 companies about responsibly adopting and innovating AI. Great. Well, Stavati.com is our website. We are happy for all submissions. Let us know what you want to do. We are going to be hiring thousands and thousands of people. And we have so many investments coming in. It's really quite amazing. Daniela Montana, Tarotina, Buenos Aires empties out from January to March. Vacations are taken seriously in Argentina. Many travel to the coast for both family time and commerce. She may have tons of work. I hope that's all it is. I really hope that's all it is. Where's the Stoner Act, David? Rosa Truchinsky. I think you're being ironic. But yeah, I'm not going to be a stoner anymore. The beings really want me to do this, and I decided, you know what? My own, whatever satisfaction I got out of this is ruined by the fact that I'm not remembering my dreams. So I had an incredible long dream this morning. It was so exciting. So anyway, butt naked basketball. Yeah, that's kind of weird. I wouldn't be doing anything like that. I'm sorry. Don't ask me to go to your butt naked party. I'm not going to do it. 12.5 million views, post 156. Ooh, there it is again. The crosshairs. Ooh, okay. And now we see that he is targeting these people that want to buy low and sell high, get your land for 10 or 20% loan to value, which I think sucks. I mean, we've seen so many predatory lenders in our business. California Governor Gavin Newsom admits he's in talks with Hawaii Governor Josh Green to address land speculators swooping in, buying up people's ruined properties. Newsom stated his legal teams are actively working on solutions and promised to roll out measures within days, not weeks. I really hope that's true, because I don't want to see people lose everything and get sharked. It sucks. 21 seconds gives us this one. At this point, we are far enough along we can paint the picture without jeopardizing the operation. I love it. Now we have good old James O'Keefe, you know, the fiery firecracker himself. Pow, pow, pow. Just put a fuse on that guy, light it up, and wait for the magic. An internal Veteran Affairs memo reveals an unprecedented request for the upcoming inauguration. Paramedics, registered nurses, emergency surgical expertise, licensed medical practitioners, specializing in emergency medicine. Why? The memo outlines a heightened medical readiness initiative that insiders confirm has never been requested for any other recent inauguration. I wonder why. You know why. Health insurance policies have been updated to include new exclusions, stating coverage will not apply to, quote, treatment of injuries or illnesses resulting from war, riots, or insurrections. Oh, great. So you cancel our insurance. That's wonderful. Are they preparing for a mass casualty event? Well, that's why they moved it indoors. So the answer is obviously yes. That's what they're implying. 2 minutes and 3 seconds brings us to 1:23. Nothing is random. Everything has meaning. Crosshairs, crosshairs, crosshairs. So they are not going to let this happen. And the people that are planning all this stuff should be having a swivel neck based on that. And again, I didn't write this stuff. I'm just reporting on it. Don't judge me. Good old Ellen has already gotten sick of the UK, mate, and she returned to America. She made her way back to the United States after retiring and relocating to the United Kingdom. And she was spotted touring an exclusive retirement community known for hosting some of the world's most iconic figures in their final days. I think I know what this is, and I have driven past it. Now she looks like Bill Gates. This is admittedly a highly unflattering picture, the funny facial expression, the funny way that her arm is being held there. But yeah, okay, I laughed. I admit it. I'm laughing right now. It's insult comedy, but it works. It's bad karma. Okay, but it works. It made me laugh. There, you got what you wanted. And now they're admitting that humans were involved in originating this disaster. Authorities are now slowly admitting humans were involved, started by someone. However, they say it was an accident. Yeah, right. But not done deliberately. They're suspicious of teenagers who started a small fire on New Year's Eve with fireworks on a popular hiking trail. Sounds like a cover-up. I would agree. And then we got 69 seconds, brings us to this. And I love this. This is one of the greatest ones. So again, obviously I'm one of the people they're talking about. So thank you, Alliance. Thank you for once again honoring me and others like me who are doing this work for you guys, doing this work to bring in what the Zoroastrian prophecies said is the defeat of evil through the concerted efforts of the just. Angra Mainyu is gradually defeated. And this also corresponds to the biblical prophecy of the pulling out of the weeds one by one. It doesn't happen all at once. Then the righteous shall shine as the sun. Godspeed to those who, try to actually be on the right thing here. Glad I caught that. Godspeed to those who will be put in harm's way. You are the bravest men and women on earth. Oh! Thank you very much. I'll take it. We will never forget you. And I think they're going to make it public. I don't think it's just going to be a quiet acknowledgement. All of you share one title in common. That is the title of hero. I love it. Then we have, the Lord is my shepherd, I lack nothing. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He refreshes my soul. He guides me along the right paths for his name's sake. I'll say it the other way. Yea, though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup is overflowing. Surely your goodness and love will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Whew, I love it. Now we have the comedian, Eddie Griffin, who did the, Undercover Brother is one of my favorite movies, I have to say. It's like the Black Austin Powers, and I just laughed almost the entire way through. And then the female lead in the movie was Charlie Sheen's former wife, Denise, and I saw her at the health food store Erewhon in Calabasas, and I called her White She-Devil, which is her name in the movie, Undercover Brother, and I said, it's just one of my favorite movies of all time. I love you so much, and I took a picture with her. I have it somewhere. Maybe I'll use it later, but it was really great. And anyway, so Eddie Griffin I'm a big fan. Let's just put it that way. Sure enough, he's already saying, yep, they're trying to destroy the evidence. Time to call Undercover Brother. Smokescreen to destroy the evidence. He alleges that the elites are using these fires in an attempt to cover their tracks, and he insists they will eventually be caught. He also urges people to take note of celebrities who mysteriously left just before all this started. He knows something that the rest of us don't. That's interesting. So then we have 78 seconds, and this is one that's got 3 parts. Disinformation is real and distractions are necessary. Saudi was the primary. U.S. is the secondary. So again, disinformation, some of the things they tell us are not really going to happen, but they have to do it to trigger the enemy into productive behavior. So then this is another one here. Why does he have military guards around him in Hawaii, and why is this relevant? I'm not really sure if this is all relevant or not right now. Do military guards typically assist Secret Service, and why is this relevant? What flying object was recently shot down? Well, that's very relevant to the present, isn't it? So that's what I think is going on. And then they also say that Alice is the same as this particular 17th letter. You'll soon understand the meaning behind Alice and Wonderland. Everything has meaning. God bless you. Yep, I believe soon is the right word. Anything can happen now. I am very excited. David, you shouldn't call people names. Well, come on, it's fun. Give me a break. Most disturbing one yet. Filed by a woman identified as Jane Doe. Yatta yatta ba 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 da 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 da. Yeah, I'm not going to read any of that. Woo! 39 seconds. Brings us to this. Would it blow your mind? We read this one so many times. If he's been in North Korea and he's there now, why did they do nothing to slow down nuclear and missile capabilities? Yep. Why was it sealed top secret? Why, after he leaves office, all of a sudden they have all these great toys? When they also had confirmed the tech wouldn't be in place for 5 more years as of 2016. Ooh, I hope this doesn't lead to anything else. I mean, let's just hope that we're going to be fine, but it says, what does it tell you? The big picture is rare. Let's just keep praying for a positive outcome, folks. Now we see, lawsuits being filed against SoCal Edison because they blaming the power utility for the power lines causing the fire. Explosive lawsuits have been filed against SCE by homeowners and renters who lost their properties in these devastating fires. The legal action accuses this utility giant of failing to shut down electrical equipment even after urgent red flag warnings from the National Weather Service. Yeah, that's kind of bad, isn't it? I mean, it happened to us here. We had one case where they turned off our power preemptively, and it was freaking horrible. It ended up being a whole week right before the storm came in. They are a subsidiary of Edison International, a company with major shareholders, including yeah, I'm not going to say that at all. Thank you. Thank you. You're a beautiful audience. Post number 22, who controls our National Guard and why were they activated in select cities? Okay, expect that this is going to happen in coordination with the Marines, and what conditions are satisfied? Well, they've already happened. Using the military to save the Republic. And here it is, 22 at the very end. This is very epic. Study and prepare. This is the biggest drop we've ever given you. People tend to panic in these situations. No war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. So, if you thought that, oh, it's going to be this yawning fest and it's going to be boring and it's going to take them months and months and nothing big is ever really going to happen, no. When it gets down to them wanting to arrest people, they're not just going to go willingly. They're probably going to do a Bluebeam thing. So, yeah, get ready for National Guard. Get ready for the emergency messaging system. I know I've been saying this for so long, but believe me, I do believe it's going to happen. And they keep telling us this is not an accident. They did this on purpose. So get ready. Now we have Jimmy Kimmel on Hollywood's darkest moment. He was crying. I do feel bad for the guy. He broke down in tears, said it was the most stressful time Hollywood ever faced. Again, Gehenna, again, the burning of the weeds. Evacuations have forced many to flee their homes. He spoke of heartbreak, sharing stories of friends who lost everything. He then accuses 47 of launching charged attacks against firefighters and claims they weren't sufficiently white. Yeah, I don't think that happened. But this is the kind of race baiting they're always doing, folks. You know that. 116 seconds. Crumb dump is incoming fast. Archive immediately. Okay, what does that mean? This is a new one. We don't usually get new ones anymore. So I love it when they give us a new one. Crumb dump incoming fast. That means get ready for a whole bunch of new information to get dumped on us. I think this is coming. They just told us. And they want us to immediately process it. So I'm going to be ready next week. If anything happens, I'll try to assimilate as much of it as I can. Maybe the crumb dump incoming fast is about Dr. Greer, right? We were waiting for that. We've been waiting for him to say, here's these new insiders, 6 different military bases, video proof. It'll be more than the dipping Easter egg, I think. That was cool, but not shockingly overtly compelling like some of the other stuff that we're going to see. We want really clear, high-resolution video of these craft flying where you can see every rivet on the darn thing or whatever it's got. That's what I want to see. Really amazing, high-definition stuff. And I think we're going to get it. So this is really exciting. And I will do it immediately. If something really big happens, we'll be on top of the story as soon as we can. Then we have Pete Hegseth, and they're saying here, they're kind of throwing some shade on him, and this is a little controversial because a lot of people like him. I'm not saying I have an opinion. I'm just going to report on what they said. He openly identified as a CZ playing unwavering support for various things and their military actions. He has previously declared that the Third Temple is going to be rebuilt, and many link this belief to the prophecy of the reign of the Antichrist. So again, right now he's in power, but if they don't like him, then that's probably not going to continue. Everything we're seeing right now is a big movie. So get ready for some deck chairs moving around as time goes on. 29 seconds. Some things must remain classified to the very end. These networks are being dismantled. If you learn the truth, most Americans would riot, revolt, and reject. And these various things are being paused but not terminated until the players are in custody. So that still hasn't happened. We pray every single day for God's guidance and direction as we are truly up against pure evil. You better believe it. We had a donation come in, so thank you for that. 09 Dark Maiden, I just got to say I love the title, Musical Sounds in the Places You Cannot Read Out. The little musical sounds in places you cannot read out. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Sorry I'm late. I've been watching 47's celebration speech live. Well, you can go back and watch the rest. I know we overlapped. That happens. It's no big deal. You can watch this anytime you want. He's live right now having a victory rally, says 3D Kernahan. The drops are known as crumbs, like a crumb of info. When we get crumb dumps, it means a load of new drops. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Margie Chisholm says the body is the temple. TV preachers can be wolves. Oh, woo! The speech will be on repeat, and I will see it later. Well, I'm not asking you to choose me over him, but thank you for doing that. The Talmud and the Zohar, says David Savage, say the third temple will descend from heaven fully built. See R. Ariel Bard Zadok's 12-minute scenario to consider from over a year ago. How many times are they going to try to build this temple? It got knocked down twice, says El Sheba Sekmet. David, my 17-year-old son would like to tell you a joke. Well, fire away. Please be able to remember your dreams. I do, and I had a really great one today. Wilcock is greater than black. I can't say the rest. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Try not to be pitchy when I do these funny singing. Okay. Back to it. I mean, where are we now? 4 hours and 15 minutes. We might even get done 4.5 hours. So Representative Luna is reintroducing legislation that wasn't there before. It was there before, but it didn't go through. And this, so some people are really not going to like this. Okay, that's fine. I can sing jazz scatting. Congress previously approved to support the bill. Oh, yep, I can't really, we're facing a serious crisis. There you go, last sentence. So 124 is post 84. Please, again, add the crumbs above in a new complete graphic, organize in order, critical for your understanding and review. Spiderweb, da-da-da-da. This is staged and deliberate. And then we have the newly slimmed down Alex Jones. Some people thought it was like a clone or something. No, he's just on a diet. He's working out. He's lost a lot of weight. His face is a lot thinner. I think he looks great, man. Don't diss him for that. Come on. He's taking care of his health. It's probably because he's hanging out with Joe Rogan all the time, and Joe Rogan's teaching him how to work out better and eat better, which is good. Alex claims LeBron has been quietly selling off some of his U.S. properties and wants to relocate to Europe to start his new basketball career. I wonder why he wants to go to Europe. Well, you guys know. 98 seconds, again, they say the graphic is good. This is the map of all the posts up until then at 96. Please update, continue to log. This is more important than you know. So definitely some new big dump of data is going to be coming in this week. I am totally ready, cracking my knuckles, ready to dig in there. Review each sentence after these things happen. The big picture, signatures have necessary meaning. This was really interesting and weird where LBJ in new leaked audio is blamed for the assassination of Kennedy. That was the vice president. I have heard this, but then they give you a very different spin on it. An audio recording emerged in which Clifton Carter, former DNC executive director, close associate of LBJ, allegedly implicates him in this assassination. The recording suggests that he was the orchestrator and hired Mac Wallace to carry it out. The timing of this release is unusual, given that 47 is going to declassify everything in the files. So maybe they're trying to set something off they don't want you to hear about. Before his untimely death, he was working to have this particular group register as a foreign agent. Ah, of course. They always keep coming back to this. The new theory shifts the blame from what they're saying it is and then places it on LBJ. So they're already forecasting when the files come out, guess who's going to be implicated. I hope they can reform because, I want the best for them. I really do. But, there can be bad actors in any place you go, and this is one of them, apparently. So they say. Post 120. Why, by coincidence, is there some kind of attack or a mental health type of attack every time they shortly after they have bad news? Do you believe in coincidences? Obviously not. They think you are stupid, that you have your puppets with no power. They want your toys. Why? Because then you don't have any power. And who funds these various groups? Why is this relevant? Why is it so important they control the narrative? They don't want you to know what they really are. Are most people investigating for themselves, or are they simply followers? Up until now, yeah, most people just follow along. Why is the media so hostile, and who is controlling it? Why do they push a particular topic every day? Is this coordinated? You bet. They set the narrative for the day. They communicate this to the media. And what did military intelligence have that they can use to collect data with? Why do they have a limited ability to capture and unmask people in the U.S.? You can see why. And then who has the ultimate power to designate classification? Fantasyland. So something weird happened. Ben Affleck was flying his drone apparently, and then he collided with a firefighting aircraft, and he got in a lot of trouble, and they ended up parking a military vehicle in front of his house. We'll see that a little later. He had an intense conversation with police just 2 days after he got a surprise visit from the FBI. FBI agents and deputies from LA Sheriff were spotted arriving at his home on Sunday. They waited outside the gate for several minutes before leaving and investigating an incident in which a private drone collided with a firefighting aircraft. I had wondered if the drones were attacking the aircraft, but no. I think this was just a tragic accident. Apparently no damage was really done, but they definitely came after him and they knew it was his. So, wow, you don't want that to happen, man. I feel bad for the guy. 184 seconds. We just saw this one. This was a new one, last week or something? Their need for symbolism will be their downfall. Follow the owl in the Y-shaped head, which I guess is like a goat, around the world. Identify and list. They don't hide it. They don't fear you. You are sheep to them. You are feeders. Well, they do fear us now. I think that's the case. Altadena, next to Pasadena, is a scene of absolute ultimate devastation. Very sad. When viewed from the air, it's unimaginable, entirely erased, nothing but desolation. And he compared the California fires to the aftermath of a nuclear bomb, just like my dreams did. So that's a nice tie-in with what we said last week. And he warns of the tragic discovery of countless lives lost. Well, right now, last I saw it was only 25. And Gavin must be held accountable. Well, you better believe the Alliance is going to do that. So then we have 47, which goes to this one. You can now paint the picture based solely on the questions that we are asking. Be vigilant today, and uh-oh. Another one, expect a major ba-ba-ba. How many more of these can we take? Well, we're getting there. We're almost done. Gehenna is still active. Does anyone find it to be a coincidence there is always an attack as the bad news breaks? Well, they already said that. So again, this very clearly fits with the idea that these video lengths are intentional. What is that called? Why is the military relevant? How has he made so much progress in such a short time since he's been president? Well, this is all the Alliance. And then, I just got to dance and sing. Dance and sing and lots of fun. Anyone connected has no legal grounds to prevent their names from being revealed. Good enough. That's all you're getting. 3.3 million views. Wow. And post number 47, they actually just had that one before, so they did it twice. Thank you for speeding up my show. And now we see that, yeah, sure enough, they want to build a bunch of apartment buildings and no longer single-family dwellings. And everybody's going to be, in their very smart city. LA might take a bold step, this reporter says, to reshape the future, changing the zoning laws, limiting single-family homes. Yeah, let's make it even more overpopulated and crowded. If you try to drive on these roads, it takes an hour to drive your kids to school. What's going to happen? You're not going to be able to drive anywhere. It's going to completely ruin the city. So this is not a good idea. They don't have the room. There's not enough roads. There's not enough. It's a bad thing. Believe me. I don't think this is good. Developers may soon be allowed to replace single-family homes, duplexes, and apartment buildings, paving the way for a modern smart city. He's publicly stated he will not change the zoning laws, but he has been proven to be a stone-cold liar and a use of hair gel. A user of the gel. You want to lose your hair, just put gel in your hair if you're a guy. Trust me, it'll help you. If you want to be bald, it's a great way to do it. He's just got good genetics, I guess. I don't know. So we saw this one before. Again, I'll just read the bottom since we already read it. We pray every day for God's guidance and direction. We are truly up against pure evil. I wonder who they're talking about. Maybe it's Gel Guy. And so here's another one that we're just going to dance through. Pentagon official. He was caught just like our, oh my God, you're not my boyfriend guy. Reading the first sentence? Yeah. Okay. He was exposed for trying to undermine. He also worked under the other administration, and that faced various accusations, and he was finally fired. Almost every single person who tries to undermine is in this category. Don't I know it? Don't I know it? Don't I know it? 215 seconds says focus on his wife. If you want to go back to that story with that in mind, I would say go ahead. Maybe she's his handler, intelligence agent, who the hell knows what. But that's a weird one. That's a new one we haven't seen before. Very precise. Then in Argentina, this is Tarotina's home country. They had their own forest fire. Very sad. I hope she's nowhere near this. Maybe this is part of why she's not participating right now. Massive forest fire reaching unprecedented havoc, tearing through homes, businesses, and schools with relentless force, burning for over 3 weeks, no signs of stopping, escalating to a scale we've never seen before, devouring dense, hard-to-reach vegetation. Containment efforts are exceedingly difficult, almost like Los Angeles. There must be some reason why they're doing this there. It's very freaking sad. I don't even want to watch these videos. I've seen it myself. It's like, no, I don't need to look at more fire. So we got 3 seconds, 9 seconds, but the 3 is actually a 5, so that's important. I clicked on it. It's actually 5 seconds. So again, this is one that, they keep talking about this, that the surgery and how they got the money. How do they make all this money if all they're doing is getting the government salary? Is that a cover for a possible future indictment? Yeah, there you go. Oh, my memory is going. Oh, his surgery was a cover against prosecution, transferring bulk private funds, public funds to a nonprofit, massive slush funds. And, the truth is mind-blowing and cannot be fully exposed again. The idea of paying gangs to take out your opponents. And many are thinking from one point of view, U.S. only, but the evil is embedded globally. U.S. is the first domino. Have faith. So it's going to be a worldwide thing. They're collaborating with other countries. Don't just think it's the U.S. If you're overseas, you're going to be taken care of just like everybody else. And we're now at like almost 5,700 viewers, so thank you all for being here. And then this is one about, the black population. They can't lose control. There will be a great awakening at some point. False leaders will be exposed as corrupt and paid off. And what happens as the truth is revealed through the looking glass? They rely on the media to keep this narrative going, but technology entrenches on their controls. Media is hardly being seen. Ross Coulthart was saying the average newspaper is only getting 100,000 viewers. I saw that last night. I was like, wow, that's really low. They missed it in 2016, and they're desperately attempting to censor us now. Lots of cash infusions, but this will fail. Then they're speculating that the Obamas might be getting a divorce. That could very well be. Strong rumors circulating. Speculation is growing. Michelle has already missed, first of all, Jimmy Carter's funeral, and she's going to skip the inauguration. He will be there alone. These high-profile absences lead many people to speculate that both their marriage and political careers are about to end. I'll just say, anybody divorcing, it's a sad thing. I feel sorry for them. We got to love our enemies. That's the Christian way. So 1.1 million views. And then we saw this guy who's always out there throwing slings and arrows and making lots of big old, attacks and attack cartoons. And sure enough, wouldn't you know, he gets busted. Authorities discovered 134 different pieces of evidence in his possession, and also AI-generated films. He absolutely hated 47, created a cartoon depicting him as desecrating the military Arlington National Cemetery. And this same newspaper he works for has long dismissed various things as conspiracy theories. Well, guess what? He was one of them. He was playing on the inside. Ugh. And here they are, his podium has the Hitlerian Iron Eagle on it, so you can see what he's doing. Post number 57. Senator McCain and others who roundly criticized in 2012, warning about, again, at the bottom, Muslim infiltration. So, again, they're making that connection. This might have something to do with the Washington Post or this guy. Maybe he was connected to it. That's probably why they brought it up. Outspoken Georgia state senator was arrested. Once again, this keeps on happening here by there. The weeds are picked out one by one. He was an outspoken supporter of 47. His name's Colton Moore, and he was arrested today as he was trying to attend a State of the State joint session. And he is a senator arrested by the Speaker of the House. Can you even believe that? That's what this is. They're trying to knock down the people who support the new administration. So this senator was expelled from the GOP caucus last year for calling on them to investigate said individual, and he's now obviously been vindicated. However, the establishment remains hostile toward him for having taken a stand on that issue, so they actually dared to arrest him. Unbelievable when you see how this war is working out. 36 seconds leads to this post, and this is a big one here. We've seen it many times before. Military intelligence, no media, no leaks. Military intelligence generals going in and out of the White House. That's about to be happening again. What is the common denominator in the military backgrounds close to him? Well, I don't know, but maybe you do. And here's this guy transferring his funds. Again, they mentioned this to a nonprofit organization. Well, apparently that's how he hides money. And he's owing a lot to very bad actors, or she does. How can she repay? Because this was under the promise that she was going to win. So that might have happened again with Kamala. I mean, who knows? So, I really don't want to read this stuff. I want to keep my channel, you guys in the Alliance. Please respect that. Yeah, you cannot imagine the full and complete picture. We're only giving you the crumbs. If he failed and we failed and she assumed control, here it is. We as patriots were prepared to do the unthinkable, which I guess would have been a hard military coup. That's not going to be happening. Dig deeper, missing critical points to paint the full picture. There is simply no other way than to use the military. It is that corrupt and dirty. Please be safe and pray for those in harm's way as they continually protect and serve our great country. So here's the same guy. They've dissed him now, what? This is the 4th or 5th time? He keeps spouting this crazy stuff. He thinks that, no, there's not going to be any inauguration. He's wearing a Space Force jacket declaring silent heroes and 3-letter agencies are about to save the U.S. He confidently claims that no office will be taken tomorrow and it's all staged. Sounds like he is trusting their plan. Well, this is interesting because it reveals they do have a plan like that, but obviously they wouldn't tell us this unless the plan is not going to work. So we have 69 seconds, and this again is the hero honorific, so thank you very much. Godspeed to those put in harm's way. You're the bravest men on earth. We will never forget. All of you share one title in common, and that is the title of hero. And then again, we got the Lord is my shepherd. I already read that. So this is the one that I decided to stick right at the beginning. They're preparing us that there is still going to be a blue beam. So if you thought that just because he got inaugurated that all this stuff is going away, as soon as they try to do any arrests, we can expect something like this might happen. And then after I put it in the show, it just vanished. So we already read this before. I don't need to read it again. But again, Jake Barber, part of the secret UFO retrieval program, an alien egg-shaped aircraft, and video evidence. We saw that little bit frame of it. And other officials, 3 others in the movie, show that it was indeed advanced non-human technology. They are slowly preparing you for Bluebeam. 33 seconds. I'm hopeful my time here was not wasted. No, definitely not. We're listening. Note if there's few or any shills inside the thread, it's being monitored, recorded, and analyzed. So they're aware of everybody who's attacking them. And we don't want the clutter. So they're getting those people out. Take good care and God bless you. Then Mel very bravely says, I don't care about being publicly humiliated. And then they say at the top, do-do-do-do-do. And scene. That's just what directors say at the end of a... sometimes instead of saying cut, they say and scene. At the end of my last show, I did that. I just thought it was funny. It freaked some people out. They're like, oh my God. But it's A-N-D, scene. And scene. That's all I can say on that one. 19 seconds. And we already read this, so we don't have to do it again. Thank you guys for making it faster for me once again. But again, we're talking about the black population. Why are they kept poor and in need? Yeah. So, exposing their network. It is being dismantled, and they will all be exposed. So this is coming. Obviously, there's going to be some big reveals very soon. And then this guy says, you may not see me again. What does he know? He says, you may not see him again ever after the new presidency comes in. The comments were made as he says this is the last show under the old administration. He calls it a good run and thanks Joe for the effort. Yeah, he knows. He says we're going to take it one day at a time. I watched this one, 35 seconds. This is one of the best ones of all. Again, warning us that something big is coming. They are going to fight back. They're not going to be willingly taken in. So again, he will be insulated and protected on Air Force One and abroad in specific classified locations. Operations are going to be conducted. It is time to take back our country and make this great again. Let us salute and pray for brave men and women in uniform undertaking this assignment to bring forth peace, unity, and return power to the people. We absolutely do pray for you guys. It is our hope that this message reaches enough people to make a meaningful impact. We're now at nearly 6,000 again. That's great. We cannot yet telegraph it through normal methods for reasons I'm sure you can understand. File the questions from previous threads. Remain calm. Unlike the person who was all paranoid. Remember, we had somebody saying, oh my God, they're going to go after somebody like me in my house. No, no, no. I had just referenced this, and here it is. The primary targets are within D.C. and remain at the top. Any spillover in the streets is going to be quickly shut down. Stay alert, be vigilant, and above all, please pray. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Love is patient, love is kind. So you better believe they are getting us ready for fireworks, folks. Don't think this is all going to be boring and sleepy. And, oh yeah, you know, they're just going to willfully go, yeah, okay, put the cuffs on me. All right, let's go. No, 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 no. We have not seen the end of this, and get ready for big, big, big stuff, folks. It's coming. Now they're talking about how the inauguration is going to have to be held indoors. Part of that is the cold, but we also saw there could be other threats. This decision follows a warning from the U.S. Capitol Police Chief, who identified lone actors as the biggest threat. The FBI reports no credible threats, and they are now citing weather concerns as the reason for moving it indoors. What's really going on? Obviously, they're saying it's more than just the cold weather, though I do think the cold weather was deliberate, and that was part of it. Post number 51 is the guy who wants to end his own life. Very sad because he says, I hope that this is true. I don't feel that way anymore. He says, I was that way. I can't stand on the top there. No one will open their eyes. They are all being manipulated. And then he says, I hope with all my heart that he will make good on his promise to clean up this horrible situation. I'll be praying for all those who risk their lives, their safety, and the Lord will guide them, praying that what he says is true in the spiritual edification, in his complete safety. Pieces are coming together. If this is true, the people in the alliance are absolute geniuses. I would have never imagined that there could be any possible way to destroy this monster of corruption that has overtaken the country. And then they say, Dear Patriot, we hear you. We hear all Americans such as yourself. The time has come to take back our great land. The time is now. Woo! Doesn't that have more relevance than ever? Rest assured, he is backed by the absolutely finest people alive. All of them are dedicated to eradicating evil and corruption from the U.S. and the world. Find peace. God is with us. God bless you, and be safe. Yeah, this is all biblical prophecy and other Zoroastrian, Hindu, Egyptian, you name it. It's all coming true. Now we have this guy who is a prophet. I certainly respect that, and thank you guys for pointing out other prophets besides myself. They haven't directly pointed me out because partly is I didn't want them to. I don't want to be threatened even worse. This would only make a lot more people come after me, so we're keeping it quiet right now. I'm happy with 6,000, 7,000 views of live. That's still really good. So he envisions, and they're trying to tell you something might be planned. I don't think it'll really happen, but his name is Brandon. He predicted the first attempt. Now he says he has visions of a massive attack during the inauguration. Large trucks with large 50-gallon drums, dump trucks strategically hidden in underground garages, ready to go. He also sees coordinated strikes targeting towers, golf courses, and another direct attempt. I haven't been seeing this in my own time loops, so those are from 1999. We've been very rigorous on this. So I don't think this is actually going to happen, but they're letting you know that this is a timeline he's seeing, and I think they're going to deflect that timeline. That's my belief. Post number 72, he says, wait. Go back to the post above about the families that run everything and that one of them was gone. Was one of them this SA? Seriously, because that makes this a happening. And obviously the answer is yes. He says, very smart, Anon. Disinformation is real. Distractions are necessary. SA is the primary. US is secondary. So, yeah, they really cleaned it up. They got rid of one of the three limbs of the triangle. We're grateful for that. Now we're seeing, okay, as they leave this administration, what are they going to do? And we need to track that, make sure they're not doing anything weird. New database has been launched to track their careers, aiming to expose anyone cashing in on their time in office or using influence to try to undermine the new administration. The site is going to follow ex-officials as they navigate the revolving door, returning to their special interests, profiting under their policies, or leveraging insider knowledge for personal gain. The database also seeks to identify individuals who may sabotage from the outside, particular scrutiny on connections to various countries. No mention of the other country. Once again. So we have 158 seconds, and I just got the bottom on this one. Whoops, I guess I did it in the wrong order. That's the top. Oh, this is what it was. Okay. So this is the end of the previous post, which is 157, and you need it for context. What power of influence was recently discovered in the 2016? How much power of influence do you have in social media, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit? Has the stranglehold of the media been diminished? Absolutely. And let's keep on going. Define censorship, controlled censorship, and what is the purpose? Possible test to understand the response. Okay, so now you understand they're talking about how the stranglehold of the media has been diminished, that the social media is making these changes, and now we're going to go into 158. Continued. When was this announced? When did these events transpire? And who was controlling a large portion of the stock? Obviously the Saudis. Why is this relevant? Well, they wanted to control the narrative. But who really controls the narrative? Is the media sheltering and protecting selected party members? Yeah, I think so. And does this protection insulate them? Who's controlling the narrative? And how do they protect themselves from lawsuits? They have these laws. What prevents a news organization from simply making up their sources and stories? They said it twice. Well, that's obviously what they're doing. What previous Supreme Court ruling provided protection to reporters so that they don't have to reveal any confidential sources? Well, that's to hide everything, right? So how many people are unaware of the truth? Most of them, due to this stranglehold. How must people be made aware of an alternate reality? Well, we're doing it right now. What are the crumbs? Think Hollywood, D.C. Define the lead-in. Think the play. What has been occurring recently? The stage must be set. Crumbs are easy to swallow. What if good old Playboy Mansion guy actually worked as a clown? And what if the people that were there at his mansion were honeypots? And is this being used for blackmail? There you go. Who has all the information? No such agency. Hunter becomes the hunted. Operations are underway. Operators are active. The disinformation is real and necessary. The Great Awakening and the Hunt for Red October. Very interesting. Oops. This one was the wrong title, so forget that title. I guess I didn't actually type it in properly. That's what happened. I typed it on the wrong one. I deleted the wrong thing. Sorry. That's the next slide. Former investment banker Ross claims that these employees are already targeting homeowners with cash offers to buy out their properties, just like I warned you was going to happen, didn't I? He says that these fires were not what you think, arguing that the dams and hydrants could not have run dry unless it was set up that way. They're exploiting desperation of displaced residents, trying to get as many houses as possible, and even larger scale actions are reportedly on the horizon. So what are they doing? They're fact-checking and says, no, we're not purchasing anything. Well, obviously they are. And so we got 100 seconds here, and this leads us to this one, which is freaking huge. And we don't usually see this one, so I will read through it. Who is the Queen of England, and how long is she in power? With power comes corruption. What happened to Diana? What did she find out? Well, she probably found out about all this crazy evil. Why was she running, and who did she entrust to help her flee? Probably Dodi Fayed. What was the cover? Why is this relevant and why now? Old connection news, bad actor, London mayor, background, affiliation, connection to the Queen. British agents have died. What really happened and why is this relevant? Wealth, corruption, secret society, evil. Satan. What political leaders worship? What does the upside down cross represent? Who's wearing this openly? Why is she connected to this? And why is this relevant? Who is worship? Well, you know. So this is all the British hierarchy, the monarchy, all that stuff. This post really reveals that, yeah, Diana was aware of some very bad things. So this was originally the throwing shade. And again, insult comedy, I get it. It's an unflattering picture. But as far as ugliest, I don't know. I maybe put Barbara Bush and Eleanor Roosevelt in the same category. I think they're both dead now, so karmically you can get away with that. You don't really want to insult people's appearance. You can get karma for that, but it's insult comedy. I get it. So people are hiding because they don't want to have what happens happen. So they're fleeing federal shelters for more private and secure locations. Volunteers are aiding their escape, driving them to lease safer facilities to try to shield them. Even the media is playing a role, supporting these efforts, keeping the locations private. Not surprising, right? Post 148 says that the New York Times and these clowns released today, attacking our alliance and what we're doing is a direct attack and a warning of what is being dropped here. Read between the lines. Why was this article published today? He has been briefed. New measures are active and in place. Update the graphic. And a bunch of weird code. So here's this guy with just about the gayest expression on his face you could ever imagine. The whole video is like that. He's very, very effeminate. They're calling him, a BA. Says that 3-letter agencies have now officially taken him down and he will not be inaugurated. What? Nope. Claim is made just 2 days before the inauguration, so he's about to be proven wrong. Says he's going to face punishment for his proven crimes. New York Police Department may be present to actually arrest him. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't think this is going to happen, but just be ready for anything. The Alliance is not going to let this happen. The storm has arrived. So, anything is possible, folks. He's got a very sassy facial expression. Oh, my God. Yes, I can get away with that. So then once again, they say, put it all together into a big map. Trip added, coordinated effort to misdirect. Guide to reading the crumbs necessary to continue. Attached graphic is correct. So notice that they're highlighting certain letters. And again, it starts with C. So it says blankety blank is. And then it says here in the next highlight in the brackets. And at the bottom, it says PRAY, so pray. So that's the hidden message inside this message. Again, disinformation is real. Disinformation is necessary. Learn to distinguish between the news and, the map, the legend, the sequence. Everything is relevant. The future provides past. The picture provides a 40,000-foot view versus the classified view. Who controls the narrative? What is a spell? Well, again, they say this is evil, so they're using evil technology. Who is asleep? Attention on deck. There is an active war for your mind. Be prepared. Again, they're warning you. Be prepared. Something's going to happen. Operations are underway. Operators are active. Graphic is essential. Find the keystone. Moves and counter moves. They never thought she would lose. This is really interesting, too, that apparently this particular individual was approached and asked to lie to implicate their main enemy. His name is Nicholas. He dropped a bombshell claiming that this man was offered a sweetheart plea deal by federal prosecutors if he provided fake, incriminating information. According to his cellmate, he said, I only knew him socially and they were not friends. He also allegedly revealed that he had been thrown out of a party at MAL because of his inappropriate behavior. Shortly after he turned down the deal, he was removed, placed on watch, and then 3 weeks later, he's gone. So it would make sense they'd try to set that thing up, but it didn't work, thank God. Because if he had said that, it would have been a game changer and many people would have believed him. But he didn't do it, so at least that happened. Post 45 right here, and we've seen this one many times. I don't even want to say that name, so I can't even really read this at all. Who is attempting to change the narrative and soften acts forthcoming this weekend? Yep. That's the second, third, fourth time, whatever, that they've telegraphed this coming weekend. So something big is going to happen this week, you guys. I'm so excited. I can't even tell you. Now we see the mayor is planning to defy these orders. That's not going to work out very well. He will not assist, and he says they are a sanctuary for all this kind of stuff. The reversal comes despite him previously hinting that he would actually be in support. These various mayors and attorneys are gearing up to launch an all-out war. Ugh. We're going to have to all go through this together, positioning themselves as the defenders of these people. So it's going to get weird and nasty, folks. Just be ready. They say be prepared, and but it's all going to be clean and swift. And then, cut-a-boom, 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 post 34. The big one. My fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, and has this ever been more true than now? Wow. You will undoubtedly realize we are taking back our great country from evil tyrants wishing to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of any light. On his order, we've initiated fail-safes, safeguarding us from primary fallouts. And you know about these codes, DoD Law War Manual, it's about enemy occupation. Confirmation will then be revealed. So they're still telling us this is going to happen. It will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers. This is going to be because they don't want these people being taken out of New York, like they just said, to try to prevent people from being captured or arrested. On his order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned. So now he is the president again, right? So he can do that. Special ops will be carried out, so you better believe this is coming. False leaks have been made, retaining people in the U.S. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of everyone is being held up in full. The atmosphere will unfortunately be divided. So many people have fallen for this corrupt and evil narrative that has long been broadcast, and here it comes. We will initiate the emergency broadcast system during this time, and we will be providing direct messages bypassing the news for everyone. Anyone who tries to harm us during this time will be met with swift fury. We've lifted certain laws to provide the military any authority they need to handle and conduct these operations. So now it's really taking shape. And at one point, that was the end of the show, but then they popped out a couple more last night. I just grabbed them. I want to be right up to date. The military, as I said, was outside Ben's house just days after he got the police and the FBI, just because he flew the drone. It hit the firefighting aircraft. His neighborhood has witnessed a noticeable spike in security, now intensified by military personnel. Uniformed officers stood near the Humvee, but he himself didn't. And here's the Humvee, by the way, if you want to see that. So mainstream media claims this military deployment has no direct connection to him. His ex-wife has been accused of being the girlfriend and the possible celebrity who allegedly witnessed certain criminal activity. Whoa. So then we have 39 seconds, gives us this one, which we've seen again. We already read this one before about North Korea and why after he left office, all of a sudden they got all this technology. All this stuff is going to come out. And then I was really excited that they threw this in after I'd already taken a picture of myself. They did the same thing and they made a post out of it. They took a slightly different image of it than the one that I took when it was on the ground. Woo, this is crazy. And it again makes us think, how far are they going to go to try to stop anybody from being busted? Project Bluebeam is becoming a reality. Newly released footage reveals an egg-shaped craft retrieved during a covert UAP recovery mission. It bears a striking resemblance to the mysterious drones that Navy pilots saw in 2015, like the so-called Tic Tac. Quote-unquote whistleblower, which means he might not be. He might be put up to it, and he knows he's safe. Air Force veteran Jake Barber claims the involvement in recovering this technology under a classified UFO retrieval program. He recalls airlifting a 20-foot propulsionless egg-shaped object from an undisclosed location that was later confirmed. This is important. Even if you don't like the video that much, you're like, it just looks like an Easter egg. Now, it was confirmed by the Pentagon's UAP task force. This is not one of ours. This is some type of extraterrestrial technology, 20 feet wide, being carried on a massive 150-foot tether on a helicopter. That was his job. 79 seconds. Again, they say, build the map, put it all together. The graphic is right, add the above points, and stay organized. So I definitely think something is coming really, really soon, you guys. Get ready, get ready, get ready. It's going to be Bluebeam. It's going to be riots. They're going to try to arrest him. They don't want to let anybody be nabbed. And they might create some type of massive FF, and they're doing it through setting the stage, apparently, by doing this limited hangout, very limited disclosure of, yes, they're retrieving these artifacts. But he also mentioned that he had this 8-gon, as he called it, and he said that it reached out to him telepathically. So I do think you should watch the News Nation show. It's very amazing because they talk about this psychic component to the UFO phenomenon, which is the whole basis of the Michael Prophecies. So all of this, I think, is beautifully setting up the credibility that I have as the receiver of these books. Again, the discount code is Concrescence. The website is thedisclosure.com. It's now only $144. You put that coupon code in, you get everything I've done that was paid for in the last few years, 35 hours of video, 7 books, and it will really help me out. Let's hope this loan goes through in a week, and then I finally will not be in debt anymore. After 3 years, I was just talking about this in our board meeting on Thursday. People were really sorry for me. It's been rough. It's not easy living 7 figures in debt, believe me. But I'm very, very glad it's almost over. And so I think we're up to the last one now. The fireworks that were just played last night at the golf course include the classic operatic song Nessun Dorma. And if you don't know what this is, I don't know what the Italian is, but da 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 da. It's just makes your hair stand up. It's so great. I'm not going to try to sing it operatically. I'm not really into operatic singing, but you got the basic gist. And this again was in the movie Sum of All Fears, as all the people that tried to set up this big crazy disaster were being arrested. That's very, very relevant. So, they both made their grand entrance in Washington, D.C. to witness a dazzling fireworks display. The event concluded with Nessun Dorma, featured at the end of the movie Sum of All Fears, during a scene where all of these traitors are brought to justice. He is sending a message, and the Nessun Dorma literally translates as, none shall sleep. Wow. So it is on like Donkey Kong. And we have 193 seconds, which says right here, who really controls this country? And apparently this is a building they have in their country. And what does it look like? It looks like the pyramid with the eye on the top. So once again, they've given you something undeniable. So, wow, where are we? 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Who is SOE? You got to go on Twitter and find out. But as I said before, this, I believe, is the voice of the Alliance, the U.S. military intelligence community. Sybil Haynes says, David, you need to stop filing 1040s. If you file it, you do owe the tax, but if you don't, it's voluntarily. Well, nah, I'm not going to do that. I definitely want to pay my taxes. Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. We're coming up on the 5-hour mark exactly, so let's go right into our global peace meditation. Thank you guys for being here. I'm so excited about everything that's going on. This is a wonderful time to be alive. My life is just constantly thrilling, so without further ado, let us now close our eyes. Thank you, Scott Opera, for the donation. He says, thanks for the great show. Happy you enjoyed Jim Goodall's video. Close your eyes. Take a nice deep breath. Let it go. We've had a lot to cover today. We somehow managed to get it in 5 hours. Breathing deeper and deeper, feeling the peace, this ocean of understanding. Let yourself relax. Follow the path of your breath like you're walking through a clean, beautiful forest. Find that place of stillness, that place of solitude within yourself. Following the path of the breath deeper into the corridors of the mind. Relaxation, contemplation, silliness, happiness, joy, abundance, love, peace, and trust. The Amisha Spentas say that the world will be made wonderful, frasho careti. There will be a first wave of ascension. We have 7, count them, 7 different prophecies, including now the Jim Goodall, all pointing towards the year 2025 as the time where we reunite with our true family, those who planted us here on this planet to enjoy the duality of third density so we can learn to love one another. As you keep on breathing more deeply, imagine this light surrounding the planet, surrounding your own body, reaching out to all those in need of prayer and healing, finding yourself radiating light beaming out of your hands. You might be one of those people who will experience true spring-loaded activation in the first wave of ascension. First, the tares are gathered and burned, and then shall the righteous shine like the sun, forever and ever. The future body, the great perfection. Judgment Day is actually a moment of enlightening where all time stops. The brilliance of the orbs are split open. The light dawns upon humanity, and we are instantly aware of all of our past lives, the trueness of our spiritual commitment. And anyone who wishes that this be sped up does not understand, as it says in the Quran, the true significance of what is to come. We thank the higher beings for their guidance. We thank the Alliance for their sacrifice. We pray for all the operators who are going to be in harm's way. It appears that everything I've been telling you is all coming to a head. Get ready for the post-34 scenario. Get ready for your phone. Get ready for possible power outages. Be prepared. But most of all, follow the path of your breath to peace, to relaxation, and to trust. Trust in the benevolence of the universe. For you are the light. You are the love. You are the one infinite creator. And this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And nothing and no one can ever take that from you. And so it is. In the name of Jesus, we do pray. Amen. Thank you. All right, we're at 5 minutes and 1 second, so I guess I screwed up a little bit, but I'll read a couple of your comments now. Thank you for being here. We still got 5,500 people. Nobody dissed me. SC says, thank you, David, for sharing all your wonderful work. Love and light. I got to say that, David, do you pray to Michael? No. No, we pray to Jesus. I just did that. David, please look at the Book of Knowledge, Keys of Enoch. You'll be blown away. I did read it. I'm aware of it. Please do a midweek comedy sketch show with all your crazy characters, says Sky Moon. Linda Korsiak, thank you for all these years of enlightenment. So happy for the future. Beautiful. Let's show you how fast it's going by here. Thank you so greatly for your show, David. Blessings. Thank you, David. Love from Denver. Thank you so much. Pray for his family for 45. I agree completely. Thank you, David. Sending love. Beautiful. Amen. If you need a friend to talk to, I'm here for you. I'd love to compare notes. Well, I get a lot of those kind of requests. One of the reasons why I've been so quiet and isolated is that it is the classic path of monastic meditation. I mean, I'm doing it. Obviously, nobody's around. That means I've been celibate. I'm living like the typical celibate monk up in the mountains, in the cabin, dealing with the wind, we got 3 days, dude. 3 days this coming week of wind. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, high velocity wind. Really, really sucks. My wheel is spinning. I hope that doesn't mean anything. The DS ruined your audio in your course. Why did you let it happen? I don't know what you're talking about. I've never heard anything about the audio being ruined. It's starting to go really, really fast here. Amen, brother. Enough of this stuff. Colbert is leaving. See ya. How about France? I think it's going to be everywhere. Awesome show. I appreciate you. Thank you, David, Angry Daddy, Joe Sombrano. We love Angry Daddy. Everybody does. There was a couple people hating on me. Never even seen that before. But I guess it's because I let him get more angry than usual. And it really helped to start. My head is spinning, says Robert Gerge. Nothing got ruined. Perfect video. Thank you, Spectrum Now. Julie Nabe says, thanks, David. We love your prayer. So stay safe, David. Marina Doctor. Diana Moulton says, cold. Yeah, it's really freaking cold here. Celibacy Club. Well, it's not by choice, but honestly, part of it is I don't know if anybody could handle the death threats, the poverty, how busy I am, the fact that I'm so busy I don't really have time to hang out. I just need to be in my own space right now. Your angry daddy overwrites any trauma memory I ever had with my own angry dad. See, that's what it's supposed to be for. I realized that if he's going to be yelling at me every single time I get in the car, my brother would get in the back, I'd have to get in the front seat. My brother would get me in the front seat so that I could be yelled at. I learned, like, okay, you know what? If he's always going to do this, I'm going to make it really funny. I'm not going to laugh, and that's why I can do these comedy characters without laughing. If you have an abuse history, it's easier to get through making jokes and not laughing because you learned how to not laugh when your abuser is yelling at you. So it's how I do it, man. So anyway, blessings, David. Stay cozy and warm with Ms. Moose. I don't think I'm going to cozy up to the moose, but I'm glad that she wants to hang out. I have had it. Smash the like button. I love Angry Daddy, someone says. We're going to stop at 5 minutes and 5 seconds, 5 hours and 5 minutes. So we'll stop now. Thank you guys for being here. What an exciting week ahead of us. Anything is possible. Get ready for maximum conflict, maximum craziness, and I will see you guys next week. Thanks for watching. I am David Wilcock, signing off. And scene. All right, you guys. See you next time. Thanks for watching.